Around noon, at Dajing Palace, Hua Chongyang explained the situation in the Divine Capital to the Big Dipper Academy. Dajing Palace was quiet. Lu Zhou asked, "Zhou Yukai, any bright ideas?" Zhou Yukai bowed and said, "The other tribesman spies causing trouble in the Divine Capital is, indeed, a difficult problem. Previously, anyone entering the Divine Capital will be subjected to examinations. The recent coup gave them an opportunity to enter the capital. If we want to solve this, we can only search every household by mobilizing every resource and drag them out from their hiding places." Hua Chongyang said, "Although that's possible, it's too slow." The other tribesmen spies declared that they would kill 5 civilians every day. "I'm afraid this method will take at least 3 to 5 days with the size of the Divine Capital." Zhou Yukai nodded. "Or, we can drive them out of the city and guard the 4 gates. Everyone will be questioned to verify their identities when they enter the city." "That won't do. It's extremely complicated to verify their identities. This needs the cooperation from the court officials. Now that the Nether sect has taken over the Divine Capital, they're doing all they can to keep their distance from us," Hua Chongyang said. Upon hearing this, Duan Mushang struck the floor with his overlord spear and cursed, "Those good-for-nothings from the imperial court. What are we keeping them around for if they're not doing anything? Let me end them with my spear right now. It's easy to kill but difficult to make them submit." Hua Chongyang shook his head and sighed. "We'll leave their submission for another day." Lu Zhou looked at Zhou Yukai and said, "Zhou Yukai." "Yes, Senior G? Do you have anyone from your academy to activate the 10-terminal formation?" When he heard this, Zhou Yukai said confidently, "Only Divine Court Realm cultivators are needed to guide the 10-terminal formation. That can easily be done. Activate 9 of them and keep everyone inside the city." "Is that possible?" Lu Zhou asked. "Naturally," Zhou Yukai replied. "Good." Lu Zhou stood up. "Hua Chongyang, how many Nether sect members are there in the Divine Capital?" "We have 8,000 members here. They're evenly divided between the 4 directions," Hua Chongyang replied. "What about the Imperial Guards?" "The Imperial Guards can mobilize 6,000 men. Compared to the defenses of the Divine Capital before this, it was indeed much weaker now. It was no wonder the other tribesmen were so arrogant." Lu Zhou's mind began to turn. Although they were collectively weaker, the 10-terminal formation could last for 2 hours. With the help of his disciples, it should not be a problem for them to clear these rats out. Lu Zhou said coldly, "We'll flush the spies out this afternoon. Make preparations." "Understood." The others bowed. Lu Zhou called out, "Hua Chongyang, your orders, Senior G?" Lu Zhou suddenly raised a palm. A critical heal card appeared in his palm. He clenched his fist, invoking the card's power. He pushed his hand forward, and a Buddhist merciful arc of salvation descended on Hua Chongyang like a ray of light. Hua Chongyang immediately felt warm inside. His internal injuries were being swiftly healed. He was delighted. He did not waste time and fell to his knees and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior G. Get to work." In the afternoon, the people inside the Divine Capital were anxious. "I say we move out. The sooner the better. The Nether sect is from the Fiend Path after all. They wouldn't care about the lives of common folks." Someone sighed. When the Nether sect attacked Yen Province, they did all they could to protect the people. How could they change after they've conquered the empire? That's what they mean by a leopard can't change its spots overnight. I bet that the city will be empty in a few days. Are we going to stay here and become livestock for the other tribes to slaughter? Similar conversations could be heard everywhere in the Divine Capital. Everyone wondered if the evil Sky Pavilion would do something or release the Deep Eye tribesman, Luli. The cultivators shook their heads helplessly. Although the Nether sect is powerful, the other tribes are still running rampant. If they aren't dealt with, it'll only lead to chaos. When that time comes, we'll all be subjugated. Was that not the objective of the other tribes? The people were still caught in a heated discussion when someone pointed at the Imperial City. "He's out. The evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch has come out. He's out." Let's go have a look. At this moment, many cultivators and civilians were gathered in front of the imperial city. More and more cultivators flew toward them from a distance. Without the imperial guards, the flying restriction in the divine capital was no longer in effect. Lu Zhou stood on the city wall with his hands on his back as he looked down at the others. Duan Mushang, Yi Tianxin, Zhao Yu, Zhu Honggong, Little Yuaner, and Conk stood behind him. Lu Zhou spotted a few spies among the people, but he was not in a hurry. When he was satisfied with the size of the crowd, he waved his hand. With the signal, Hua Chongyang stepped forward. He released a sound wave as she said, "Spies are wreaking havoc inside the divine capital. They go against moral conduct and rob innocent lives. The merciful Senior G is giving you a chance to surrender yourselves now. Anyone who does so will be left with an intact corpse." Some of the civilians kneeled and kowtowed as they said, "Please do something, Patriarch. Please do something, Patriarch." Hua Chongyang scanned the faces of the cultivators hovering in the air. At a time like this, I hope we can all set aside our differences for once and purge the city of spies. One of the cultivators hovering in the distance said, "Easy for you to say. Those spies are among us. How are we going to tell them apart? I want to kill them more than you do." Spies were not allowed to live under Great Yan's skies. Moreover, they had treated the lives of others like hay. "Senior G, we've always been fearful and respectful of the Evil Sky Pavilion. We have always admired you. We fully support you and agree with your decision to take out the spies." A voice came from below. "Senior G, please think about the bigger picture. Release the 5 spies and ensure our safety. We can flush the spies out slowly." Lu Zhou looked down at the person. He was a Deep-Eye tribesman. He did not rush to action. The others did not know that he was a Deep-Eye tribesman, so it was not appropriate for him to act now. At this moment, an academy disciple flew over. He bowed and said, "Senior G, the preparations are complete." Lu Zhou looked at the cultivators before him and calmly said, "I've given you a chance. Activate the formation." The academy disciple shouted, "Activate the formation." His voice resounded through the imperial city. The expressions of the spies from Rulians, the Deep-Eye tribesmen, and Lu Lan grew fiercer. Whiz, whiz, whiz. The sound of thrumming energy resonated through the entire city. Soon enough, a curtain-like barrier appeared in the sky. The 4 city gates in the divine capital and the city walls were instantly covered by the barrier as well. The civilians and cultivators inside the divine capital who knew nothing about this came out and looked up at the skies in confusion. At the peak of the imperial city, Zhou Yukai led 10 Big Dipper Academy disciples to complete the 10-terminal formation. Lu Zhou ordered, "Bring Lu Li and the others here." Understood. Shortly after, Lu Li and his 4 companions were brought before the imperial city and placed near the civilians. Lu Zhou said indifferently, "I hate being threatened the most. Cut them down." The executioner did not hesitate and brought his blade down. The heads were lopped off and they rolled toward the people. The civilians and cultivators widened their eyes. "Senior G, won't you anger the spies? What should the people do? Isn't this too rash?" Someone muttered. Lu Zhou said in a clear voice, "The other tribesmen spies have caused trouble and trampled on the lives of the people. How can I boost their morale by diminishing my courage?" When he saw the people keeping quiet, he added, "If I let them live, how am I supposed to face the people who died?" He was right. The spies were acting too arrogant. Lu Zhou knew that even without the meager reward of merit points, he had to cut the spies down in front of the people. If he did not do this, how was he supposed to intimidate the other tribes? Nobody expected the Evil Sky Pavilion Patriarch to go against the spies who were hiding among the citizens. The spies, the citizens, and the cultivators hovering in the air looked at Lu Zhou, who was in the imperial city. They were staring at the greatest villain who could turn the world upside down with a single command to his disciples. They suddenly remembered that he was a villain. To think that the childish spies would threaten a villain with the lives of ordinary people. Was that not the greatest joke under the heavens? Some of them had bloodshot eyes, some were afraid, and some were worried. The executioner continued bringing his blade down, killing the final 2 spies they caught in the palace. Their heads rolled on the ground, leaving trails of blood in their wake. The blood resembled a winding stream and creeping vines at the same time. They were terrifying to look at. At this moment, many of the spies were thinking about how they were going to go wild as they sought revenge tonight. They would no longer only kill 5 civilians a day. They would turn the divine capital into hell by making the civilians of this city pay the price. Indeed, the evil sky pavilion was very powerful. It was so powerful that nobody dared to go against it. However, it did not mean they could not hide from it. If the evil sky pavilion had the guts, they should just kill everyone in the city. That way, they would not miss a single spy, even if it would be at the expense of the people's lives. Would the old villain dare to do this? Did the Nether sect not famously plead on behalf of Yen province's people before? The fiend path could never be righteous. The plans of revenge in their minds would be the civilians' nightmares. The civilians present retreated slightly out of nervousness and fear. Some of them could not withstand the sight of the decapitated heads and turned around to vomit. At the peak of the imperial city, having received the approval, Zhou Yukai said in a clear voice, "I'm the president of the Big Dipper Academy, the guide for the Divine Capital's 10-terminal formation. I know you're all wary of the Evil Sky Pavilion, and you must be curious why I'm aligning myself with the Evil Sky Pavilion. When the king treats his servant with respect, the servant will repay the king with loyalty. Yet, since the emperor ascended the throne, he never once appeared in court or governed the empire. The Big Dipper Academy hereby lists out his 10 sins." Many Big Dipper Academy disciples appeared outside the city gates, handing out lists of the emperor's crimes. Some of the lists were pinned on notice boards. First, he's a muddle-headed tyrant. Second, he killed the innocent. Third, he was unfilial. Fourth, he was planning a rebellion. Fifth, he was unjust. Sixth, he was immoral. Seventh, he killed the loyal. Eighth, his research about the Golden Lotus brutally oppressed cultivators. Ninth, he deceived the monarch. 10th, he killed the monarch. The details of his crimes are listed below. 10,000 words are omitted. After the lists of charges were distributed, those who could read had difficulty believing their eyes. All of them began to discuss among themselves. A fake emperor? He was a fake emperor? An imposter? How's that possible? The letter of charges emphasized the crimes of killing and deceiving a monarch. This announcement was as shocking as a clap of thunder. There had been many similar rumors about Lu Gu before these charges were leveled against him. Now that they were announced Imperial City, the charges naturally gained credibility. Moreover, it was announced by the Big Dipper Academy. When a certain person was suspected by many, irrefutable truths no longer mattered. Nobody could stop the mouths of the masses. The people discussed heatedly among themselves. A moment later, someone said loudly, "Senior G, although I must admit that it felt great to see you kill those 5 spies, how are you going to ensure our safety? Are you really going to sit back and do nothing? How will you flush the spies out? Are you going to interrogate everyone?" Another person said, "The only thing I'm sure about now is that they will go on a revenge spree. I implore the Imperial City to deactivate the 10-terminal formation and let us go." The people were too afraid to stay in the divine capital. "We must leave the divine capital quickly." Some of them had been hoping that the Evil Sky Pavilion would do something about this. They were clearly shaken now. "Are you sure that they won't go after you once you leave the divine capital? It'd be easier to kill you outside. Where are you going to run to? Are you going to hope that the cultivators follow you around and protect you?" Upon hearing these words, the civilians grew even more afraid. Before this, the human city was where they settled down and got on with their lives. It was their refuge. However, it seemed now like there was no place for them. Bang! Duanmu Shang flew down and struck the ground with his overlord spear. "Calm down." He looked valiant, and his gaze was sharp. The crowd in front of him took several steps back. At this moment, only 9 layers of the 10-terminal formation were activated. The final unactivated layer meant that some primal chi could still surge in, allowing the cultivators in the divine capital access to a little primal chi. My master has already said he will flush all the rats out today. Dear sir, how will your master do that? Are you going to point at a random person and declare that he's a spy? The people continued to discuss among themselves. At this moment, Lu Zhou flipped his hand, and the golden Taishu mirror appeared. The mirror buzzed. He turned the mirror out, and it shone like a torch. The beam of light fell on the person who was mocking Duan Mushang. In just a moment, a Wolf King avatar appeared before everyone else. A Wolf King avatar. He's a Rolian. What did I see? Good heavens, he's a Rolian spy. The crowd backed away as they looked at the Wolf King avatar in shock. When the Big Dipper Academy's president, Zhou Yukai, saw the mirror, he exclaimed in shock, "The Golden Taishu Mirror?" The Golden Taishu Mirror could reveal a person's identity and cultivation base. This was a treasure of the Taishu Academy. The others were still in shock when Duan Mushang raised his Overlord spear and shouted angrily, "Die!" He brandished his Overlord spear, and thousands of spear shadows shot toward the Rolian spy's face. Bam! 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 The spy's expression was one of shock. He was at a complete loss, flustered that his identity had been revealed. He wanted to activate his protective energy, but he discovered only a piteous amount of primal chi could be found in the 9-terminal formation. Duan Mushang's attacks were extremely fierce and domineering. He did not allow his opponent an opportunity to rest. Imperfect divine intervention. He suddenly leaped into the air and brought his Overlord spear down. When the 4 Evil Sky Pavilion elders saw this, they suddenly recalled a scene they saw on Golden Court Mountain's training grounds. At that time, Duan Mushang's skills had not matured yet. It was flashy but held no substance. However, at this moment his technique was polished and refined. When the spear shadows bore down on his opponent, a shining golden energy appeared at the tip of the spear. Bam! The Rolian was hit by the Overlord spear, and his feet sank into the ground. The Overlord spear did not relent, continued to press down. Bam! The spy was on his knees now. The stone slabs on the ground cracked. Just like that, the battle ended. Duan Mushang withdrew his Overlord spear. That was amazing, third senior brother. Your spear techniques are getting more and more domineering, third senior brother. After enjoying the praises, Duan Mushang stepped forward proudly and ignored the others. The kneeling Rolian's eyes were filled with fear as he faced the peak of the imperial city. My master has said that the rats will be flushed out today. Those who saw the Golden Taishu mirror in Lu Zhou's hands understood its use after witnessing the scene earlier. Realization finally dawned on the civilians, and they quickly prostrated themselves. Please do something, Evil Sky Pavilion. Please do something, Evil Sky Pavilion. As the people shouted, the other tribesmen spies among the crowd grew fearful. They looked at the curtain-like barrier in the sky. 2 hours. They had to survive these 2 hours. The divine capital was huge. There would surely be places for them to hide. At this moment, Lu Zhou said in a clear voice, "Cultivators can't hide in front of the golden mirror. Since I'm in charge of the divine capital, how can I allow spies to harm the people?" The 5-leaf Lu Zhou circulated his primal chi and projected his voice. Hundreds of civilians fell to their knees and thanked him. Thank you, Patriarch. Thank you, Patriarch. Ding. Received sincere kowtows from 350 individuals. Reward, 3,500 merit points. Zhou Yukai immediately bowed and said, "Senior G, I didn't know the golden mirror is in your possession. Since that's the case, we shouldn't put this off any longer. Let's look for the spies as quickly as possible." Pan Lydian said, "I'm afraid that it's slightly difficult to locate every single one of the spies in 2 hours. However, they had no choice but to flush all of them out. Otherwise, the spies would definitely go on a revenge spree." Lu Zhou nodded and stroked his beard as he glanced at the curtain-like barrier in the sky. Zhou Yukai looked at the crowd and said, "The other tribes are causing trouble. Great Yen cultivators should work together to rid the city of the enemy. He knew that some cultivators would still view the evil sky pavilion in a biased light no matter what. Duan Musheng gripped his overlord's spear tightly. He stepped forward. Master, let's begin. The 4 evil sky pavilion elders leaped down as well. Lu Zhou replied calmly, Sure. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Zhou pushed away lightly from the ground and flew up. Lu Zhou put the golden mirror away and flew forward. Pavilion Master? The 4 evil sky pavilion elders did not understand what Lu Zhou was doing. Master! Lu Zhou's disciples were similarly confused. Were they not supposed to shine the golden Taishu mirror on the people inside the city to expose and catch all the spies? Why did their master suddenly put the golden Taishu mirror away? The cultivators flew behind Lu Zhou. The 4 elders followed suit as well. Shortly after, Lu Zhou was at the center of the divine capital. He stopped and looked up at the curtain-like barrier in the sky. What's the pavilion master trying to do? No idea. We can't afford to wait any longer. Time waits for no man. If Lu Zhou did not use the golden mirror, the others would have no way of telling the other tribesmen apart from the citizens. The others could only look at each other as they waited. The others were still confused when Lu Zhou suddenly shot up to the curtain-like barrier in the sky. When he was halfway up, he aimed his palm skyward as the golden mirror materialized in his hand. A dazzling light shone from between his fingers at once. The civilians and cultivators who witnessed this retreated immediately. As Lu Zhou rose higher and higher, the area the light from the golden mirror shone on grew wider and wider, spreading into the surroundings. In just an instant, many Wolf King avatars appeared. Apart from that, there were also Leopard King avatars and Golden Snake avatars. Just like these, the other tribesmen' various avatars were exposed under the golden mirror's light. Realization dawned on Zhou Yukai immediately. He hurriedly ordered, Academy disciples, heed my order. Take down the spies. The Academy disciples at the peak of the imperial city sprang into action. The great Yen cultivators looked to their sides. They suddenly realized that the people next to them whom they got along with were other tribesmen. They instantly paled from the shock. Then they raised their blades and cut them down. At this moment, the 4 elders and disciples finally understood Lu Zhou's intention. They did hesitate and leaped into action. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was still flying upward. When his figure was the size of a person's palm, a loud bang rang from the curtain-like barrier in the sky. Then, a light circle rippled out into the surroundings. Lu Zhou had slammed the golden mirror against the curtain-like barrier in the sky. The barrier's power gathered, and the golden mirror now shone with a blue light that instantly illuminated the entire divine capital. The heavens lie above the earth. The sun and moon shone on the world since time immemorial. When the golden mirror was activated, it shone on all lives inside the divine capital. Impossible! Good heavens! There are so many spies. Kill them. Fuck. You. Kill those who trespass on Great Yan's lands. Kill. The Great Yen cultivators were stunned by what they were seeing. They drew their blades and swung them at the other tribesmen's spies. For a time, blood rained down everywhere, and the scent of death hung in the air. There was no organized movement, no discipline, and no plan. They killed the spies running on basic instincts. The spies' faces were ashen. Whiz! A unique energy resonance resounded across the divine capital. Lu Zhou released his grip. He hovered in the air and looked down. The golden mirror was like another sun. It absorbed the power from the curtain-like barrier in the sky and shone on the city. Meanwhile, the civilians in the city prostrated themselves and continued to kowtow at Lu Zhou. Ding! Received sincere kowtows from 105 individuals. Reward: 1,050 merit points. Ding! Received sincere kowtows from 203 individuals. Reward: 2,030 merit points. Ding! Received sincere kowtows from 390 individuals. Reward: 3,900 merit points. The series of notifications surprised Lu Zhou. He honestly did not expect to receive so many points from this issue. If he was trying to obtain points from this, he would not have let the others deal with the 5 spies. The golden mirror's light shone on every mortal and cultivator in the divine capital. There was no exception. Their true forms were exposed. The avatars revealed by the golden mirror were miniature size, not true to size. Meanwhile, the avatars of varying sizes summoned by cultivators unleashed huge blasts of energy. For a time, the entire divine capital was in chaos. The other tribesmen's spies bared their fangs and pounced on anyone in their vicinity. When Zuyushu saw this, she summoned her avatar and stabbed her coiling dragon staff into the ground. Densely packed scripts and runes shot out in all directions from the staff. At the same time, the golden gourd bottle flew along the streets of the city. It struck every other tribesman it encountered. Lung Luo was not as flashy as the others. He moved swiftly among the people. Every time he moved, he would take down another tribesman. Lu Zhou shook his head helplessly. His disciples were too young, after all. They were not as decisive and experienced as the four elders. The other tribesmen running about the city in an attempt to counterattack were walking merit points. Duan Mushang and Little Yuaner were faster than the other disciples. They would swoop down from the air and take out the other tribesmen. Conk did not know how to kill, so she remained on the peak of the imperial city. Prioritize protecting the civilians. 2 hours are enough for us, Zhou Yukai said. Lu Zhou looked at the people moving on the streets. He felt helpless. Their worship of him was forced to stop. Many of them had chosen to save their own lives. As the golden mirror shone on the divine capital, the other tribesmen and great Yen cultivators fought fiercely. Lu Zhou saw Wolf King avatars and Leopard King avatars clustered in groups. He was slightly surprised at their numbers. He continued to look down at the divine capital, observing the situation as far as his eyes allowed him to. There were no grand cultivators among the spies. Most of them were in the divine court realm and the Brahmin sea realm. They were not worthy of him personally making a move. The blue light was capable of penetrating the buildings. It was unfortunate for the other tribesmen spies who thought they could avoid being exposed by hiding in the buildings. The avatars were indiscriminately exposed. Lu Zhou looked up at the golden Taishu mirror and mumbled, "I knew it." Lu Zhou observed the situation for a while longer. His disciples' performances were worthy of praise. Zhu Honggong was the only one who seemed slightly dumb. He had a cultivation base close to a three-leaf cultivator, but he was still sneaking up on divine court realm cultivators from the other tribes. He was slightly concerned by this. Bam! Zhu Honggong knocked one of them down with a punch. He guffawed. "Brat, you're far too green to play hide and seek with your grandfather. Your avatar's aura is too dense." After killing one of them, Zhu Honggong saw a female Wolf King avatar trying to hide. He chuckled as he rushed over. At this moment, an 8-leaf avatar flew in the sky. His presence was rather domineering. A white-clad Yi Tianxin launched a palm strike, and the female Wolf King avatar was instantly destroyed. When Zhu Honggong looked up, Yi Tianxin was already gone. He complained loudly, "Sixth senior sister, don't steal my kill." Yi Tianxin replied, "Eighth junior brother, are you blaming me for your slow speed? I would never." Zhu Honggong turned around and continued to seek a new target. He grinned and knocked his fists together. At this moment, a cultivator came running toward him from behind. He shouted, "And Mr. Eighth? You're calling me? There's an other tribesman. SS save me. Don't worry, I'm here. I'll protect you." Zhu Honggong waved his fists. There, a one-leaf Wolf King avatar. "Hurry!" The cultivator pointed at one of the corners. When he turned around again, he was stunned. "And Mr. Eighth? Where did he go?" Lu Zhou no longer paid attention to the battles around him. He shifted his eyes to Conk, who was at the peak of the imperial city scene. Red Lotus. Lu Zhou saw Conk's vivid red lotus under the golden mirror's light. The red lotus avatar had the appearance of a peak 10 worlds avatar. Lu Zhou lowered his altitude and flew toward the peak of the imperial city. He approached Conk swiftly. "Give me your hand." "Oh." Conk looked at her master and said timidly, "Master, why is my avatar red while everyone else's is golden?" Lu Zhou gave her a contemplative look. He did not know how he was supposed to answer her. It was just like he had guessed. Perhaps Conk was in the process of awakening. In the end, he only said, "Leave your questions for later. Before you have the strength to protect yourself, you must not summon your avatar. Understand?" "Oh, I'll help you hide it." Lu Zhou placed his large hand on Konk's small hand and gripped it lightly. A blue light swirled around Konk immediately. The red lotus was easily concealed by the heavenly writing's extraordinary power. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The cultivators in the world could conjure up primal qi and produce unique powers through their cultivation. However, his extraordinary power seemed to exceed the power of primal qi. After Lu Zhou suppressed Konk's red lotus avatar, a gruff voice from the entrance of the steps leading to the imperial city's peak. "You're only a 5-leaf cultivator." The speaker was clearly shocked. Lu Zhou and Konk looked over. A masked and black-clad cultivator sauntered over. His eyes were brimming with shock and confusion. Konk turned to look at the miniature avatar behind her master. She said, "Master, you're really a 5-leaf cultivator." Lu Zhou glanced out of the corners of his eyes. He sighed helplessly. He had been careless, and as a result exposed himself. The golden mirror would reveal everything, after all. He turned back to look at the black-clad cultivator and his 6-leaf golden lotus. He was clearly a cultivator from Great Yen. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised to see a Great Yen cultivator at the peak of the imperial city. Although the cultivator was masked and dressed in all black to hide his identity, he was completely exposed under Lu Zhou's gaze. Name: Wei Zhuoran. Identity: Great Yen human. Realm: nascent divinity. Under the golden mirror's light, Wei Zhuoran's 6-leaf avatar was exceptionally bright and dazzling. It seemed like he had been working hard all this time to raise his cultivation base to the 6-leaf stage. Moreover, the once stiff and awkward Wei Zhuoran now held the air of someone in high office. Konk retreated slightly. Lu Zhou stood before her and said, "There's no need to be afraid." Wei Zhuoyan regarded Lu Zhou with a complicated gaze. He looked at Lu Zhou intently as he said, "Although I don't know how you fooled the others, the golden mirror has shown me the truth." "Truth?" Lu Zhou said apathetically. "What do you think is the truth?" Wei Zhuoyan glanced at the chaotic city out of the corners of his eyes. The spies were being singled out and executed on the spot. However, these spies had nothing to do with him. He smiled and said, "There is a guardian deity in Xiofan Temple. Neither doves nor birds can enter or nest there." Bodhidharma said, "I have seen the truth. Regardless of the time, there's only one truth." "Eloquently spoken," Lu Zhou said as he stroked his beard. "However, how can you be certain that what you see is the truth?" Wei Zhuoran pointed at his own head, eyes, and the skies before he said, "Some are smart while some are stupid. Some are born to be enslaved. Just like them." He pointed at the civilians in the city and the cultivators who were trying their best to take down the spies. Then, he stepped forward and continued to say, "Some are born with the tendency to deceive. They will act as though they're knowledgeable, as though they have everything under their control, and spout nonsense to trick those who don't know any better." Clearly, in Wei Zhuoran's eyes, the old man and young girl before him were prey to be hunted. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and called out indifferently, "Wei Zhuoran." Wei Zhuoran's eyes widened in shock. He instinctively took a step back as he looked at Lu Zhou. "How did he recognize me? Do you think your wings are strong now? I put you in that position to replace Wei Zhuoyan. You should be thanking me." Wei Zhuoran calmed down and said, "That was a different time. Senior Ji, since you discovered my identity, don't blame me for this." Wei Zhuoran looked down at the city. He knew he did not have much time. With swift movements, he charged toward Lu Zhou. He extended his hands and turned them before pushing his palms out. He was certain his palm strike would heavily injure Lu Zhou, if not kill him. Like a Buddha, Lu Zhou raised his hand and pushed a palm forward. A golden palm seal with a tint of blue from the extraordinary power flew out. Bam! Wei Zhuoran was too close. There was no time for him to dodge. The palm seal that was as tall as an adult man sent him flying. The black cloth around his face was torn, revealing his nose and forehead that seemed concave. Boom! Wei Zhuoran crashed into a tower at the peak of the imperial city. Cracks spread along the tower, threatening to fall. If I can save your life, I can take it from you as well. Lu Zhou stepped forward with his hands on his back. Wei Zhuoyan widened his eyes in shock and confusion. His speech was impeded from fear. And no. He pressed a hand against his wound and prepared to summon his avatar to flee when he felt a strong force pulling him back. The fiend monk's hand seal. Wei Zhuoran was firmly held in its grasp and was forcibly pulled back. His heart sank. Impossible. He could believe this. Alas, nothing in this world was impossible. Against me, anyone below the 8-leaf stage is the same to me. Even those who are more powerful can still be dealt with by a palm strike or two. Lu Zhou looked at Wei Zhuoran and asked, "Who are you working for?" Wei Zhuoran's eyes widened, but he remained silent. Lu Zhou pulled Wei Zhuoran toward him and tossed him on the ground. Wei Zhuoyan released a breath and said, "Is your 5-leaf stage fake?" After that, his head lolled to the side, and he breathed his last breath. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 1,500 merit points. Lu Zhou noticed even in death. Wei Zhuoran's eyes were widened in shock, and the fearful expression on his face did not disappear. The fiend monk's hand seal had not closed yet. The palm strike before this should not be fatal for him. Why did Wei Zhuoran suddenly die? Did he die from shock? Meanwhile, Yi Tianxin continued to move swiftly. Her flowing white robes fluttered under the golden mirror's light. The 8-leaf golden lotus avatar beside her made for an awe-inspiring sight. 8-leaf, the evil sky pavilion's Miss Sixth. As Yi Tianxin moved toward her master, the cultivator finally noticed that the white-clad woman with white hair, who looked like a goddess, was an 8-leaf cultivator. How many 8-leaf cultivators are there in the evil sky pavilion? With this, that makes it 3, I think. For most sects, 8-leaf cultivators would be the undisputed candidate for the position of a sect master. Some sects did not even have 7-leaf cultivators, let alone 8-leaf cultivators. And yet, the evil sky pavilion had 3 8-leaf cultivators. What kind of monstrous strength was this? Yi Tianxin ignored the shocked cries in the surroundings as she quickly flew to the peak of the imperial city. Lu Zhou noticed that Yi Tianxin was sweating. Clearly, she was not at the stage where she could handle intense battles with ease yet. After Yi Tianxin landed at the peak of the imperial city, she bowed and said, "Master, 6th senior sister." Conk ran up to Yi Tianxin. "Protect Conk," Lu Zhou said. "Yes, master." Yi Tianxin walked to Conk's side. Lu Zhou glanced at the golden mirror. Then, he observed the situation in the divine capital. Due to the absence of powerful enemies, the entire process was rather smooth. There was not as much bloodshed compared to when the Nether sect was attacking the city. Every spy was exposed and captured. Although the divine capital was huge, with so many nascent divinity realm elites thoroughly searching the capital, it would not take long to find all the spies. In the sky, the golden Taishu mirror was still absorbing the power from the curtain-like barrier in the sky. At this moment, Lu Zhou saw a huge northern goshawk circling above it. Usually, wild beasts would not easily approach human settlements. Some cultivators had observed that wild beasts that mutated without absorbing primal chi would not easily approach human settlements. They seemed to have a natural inclination to avoid places with a high human population. Naturally, this did not mean the wild beasts would not attack humans. On the contrary, some weaker villages or cities were frequently attacked by wild beasts. However, humans began cultivating and grew stronger. In addition to the protection of barriers, it deterred the wild beasts even more. Strangely, this northern goshawk was so bold. Usually, it would have already been shot down by the ballistae. Lu Zhou studied the northern goshawk. At this moment, the northern goshawk lowered its altitude and closed in on the golden Taishu mirror. "Cursed livestock!" Lu Zhou turned around and said, "Conk, master, chase that northern goshawk away," Lu Zhou said. There was no need for him to use his extraordinary power on a little wild beast. Emicham. Conch raised her Lantian jade flute to her lips. A sharp and grating tune rang in the air. The tune sounded like a spinning drill. The notes rose very high before they glided down again. The sound was sharp and piercing like a sword cry as it spread from the peak of the imperial city. The cultivators inside the divine capital heard this sharp tune and turned to look. The tune controlled chi and condensed it into energy blades in the air that shot toward the curtain-like barrier in the sky. Swoosh! The northern goshawk suddenly circled upward, dodging the sound wave. Master! There's something strange about that northern goshawk. Yi Tianxin could tell something was amiss with the northern goshawk. Should I kill it for you? Lu Zhou shook his head and said, Conch, I didn't tell you to attack it. Try to communicate with it. Oh, Conch understood. Air flowed naturally from between her lips. The sound of the flute that rolled out in the surroundings was mellifluous. It was much better compared to the grating sound from earlier. At this moment, many civilians came out from their houses and gathered on the streets to look in the direction of the imperial city. With the academy disciples and Evil Sky Pavilion on the move, only the people of Great Yen dared to show their faces in public. Before the imperial city, more than half of the divine capital was purged of spies. Golden figures with golden lotuses could be seen near the cultivators. When the civilians saw these avatars, the fear in their hearts gradually subsided. Then densely packed civilians walked toward the imperial city. Shortly after, some of the civilians fell to their knees. Thank you, the Patriarch of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Thank you for helping us, Patriarch. Ding! Received sincere kowtows from 502 individuals. Reward, 5,020 merit points. Ding! Received sincere kowtows from 1,300 individuals. Reward, 13,000 merit points. Ding! Received sincere kowtows from 2,030 individuals. Reward, 20,300 merit points. Lu Zhou was pleased to hear the notifications. Unfortunately, after the battle in the divine capital, many civilians moved out of the city and did not return. There were fewer people now. On top of that, the spies that were causing trouble made many fear to return or come out from their houses. The area before the imperial city was not very wide. It was an incredible sight, seeing so many people kowtow to him. The melodious flute song reached the curtain like buried in the sky. The northern goshawk did not retreat. Instead, it became more excited and brutal. It charged toward the golden Taishu mirror. Bam! The curtain-like barrier rippled. Conch stopped playing and said, Master, I told it to go away, but it wouldn't listen. The cultivators in the city were attracted by the commotion. When they saw the northern goshawk attacking the barrier, they were shocked. The golden mirror's task was not complete yet. If it was interrupted now, they would not be able to flush out the remaining spies. That would be a nightmare for the people. Conch added, It's taunting us. Lu Zhou raised a palm and shouted, Cursed livestock! It refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Unnamed, which was in the form of a bow now, materialized in his hand. Yi Tianxin had just recently returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. She did not know how powerful her master was, nor did she recognize the weapon in her master's hand. She was slightly shocked to see Unnamed. Lu Zhou gripped it, and blue light shone from between his fingers. Whiz! The bow that Unnamed had transformed into was shrouded by an energy as tall as Lu Zhou. Then, an energy arrow appeared as he pulled the bowstring with his right hand. Swoosh! The arrow was shot. The unique sound of the arrow sailing in the air attracted the attention of the cultivators and civilians alike. All of them instinctively looked up. They saw a blue energy arrow shooting toward the sky-like barrier at a blinding speed. The northern goshawk flapped its wings and moved upward in an attempt to dodge the arrow. Alas! The energy arrow never missed. Bam! It hit the northern goshawk. The northern goshawk fell from the skies onto the side of the curtain-like barrier and slid down. Master! Isn't that too much for a beast? Zhu Honggong looked at the sky. A great yen cultivator whom Zhu Honggong was not familiar with said in an admiring tone. And Mr. Eighth, the Patriarch is so cool. Naturally. Mr. Eighth, your boxing gloves are cooler. Zhu Honggong nearly cried when he heard this. Someone's finally praising my fucking boxing gloves. This shows that there are those with good taste in this world. I like what you're saying. Say some more, Zhu Honggong said, clearly enjoying the praise. Mr. Eighth, your boxing gloves are by far the flashiest, most impressive, majestic, dazzling, and eye-catching weapon I have ever seen. You've got great taste, comrade, Zhu Honggong replied, pleased. At this moment, a loud clang sounded in the air. The Overlord's spear stabbed into the ground, and the ground cracked. The two of them jumped in shock. Duanmu Shang descended from the skies and landed between them. Clearly, the spies were completely annihilated. The cultivator's eyes widened. He hastily said, Mr. Third, it's you. I was almost blinded from the magnificence of your Overlord's spear. Zhu Honggong. Duanmu Shang glanced at the man. He retrieved his Overlord's spear, gave it a gentle stroke and said, But, of course, I clean this spear thrice a day. I won't let it be tainted by anything. In my eyes, no weapon under the heavens is a match for my Overlord's spear. Bam! The huge northern goshawk landed on the city walls. Meanwhile, in the Rolian campground, Carol's eyes snapped open. He's skilled in archery as well? A shaman dressed in long robes with a tattooed face who stood before him grunted and spat out blood. Bazir, are you all right? Bazir waved his hand. He wiped the blood away from the edge of his lips and said, Fortunately, this spell merely gave me the northern goshawk sight. If we had a fated bond, I would have died. Carol's expression was grim as he said, I didn't expect that old villain to possess such a treasure. I don't think our scouts will survive this, Bazir said. He shone on everyone inside the divine capital using the curtain-like barrier in the sky as a mirror. Just how powerful is a 9-leaf cultivator? General Carol, why don't we negotiate for peace and coexist harmoniously? Bam! Carol slammed his hands on the table and said, Bazir, I respect you as a grand shaman, but please mind your words. Great Yen has been oppressing Lulan for years. Don't you know that? Your nation has been paying tithes and sending women to Great Yen every year. How can you live with that? Bazir was at a loss for words. The lotus-severing era is beneficial for Roli and Lulan. Although our operation has failed, it bought us some time. As of now, there hasn't been a second 9-leaf cultivator in Great Yen. We'll be able to conquer it soon. Bazir nodded. He was recovering from his wounds and slowly regained his clarity of mind. At this moment, a Rolian hurried into the campground. General, the Lulan army on the west of Heaven's Moat sent us a report. They lost the sword devil Yu Shangrong who left Liang province. Carol rose to his feet immediately. Before he could curse, the Rolian fell on one knee. Please forgive me, General. Yu Shangrong has a profound cultivation base. On top of that, he has a mount that's as fast as lightning. Carol was still angered by Bazir's earlier statement. When he received this news, he mercilessly mocked. Mr. Bazir, it's no wonder Lulan frequently sends its women to appease Great Yen. There's a reason you're weak. You, my lords, please stay your anger. Bazir said, What about you Rolians? If I remember correctly, your younger brother Karen died in Great Yen with his mount as well, right? Carol raised his hand and struck. Bam! The table cracked open. Bazir took a step back. However, he remained fearless. What are you trying to do? Carol desperately suppressed the flames of anger burning in him. He waved his hand, still seething with anger, and said, Scram! Bazir cupped his fists together perfunctorily. He scoffed as turned around and left. The subordinate who brought the report ran up to him. Mr. Bazir, please calm down. The general is known for his honesty. Bazir snorted. With a wave of his sleeve, he left the campground. The subordinate looked around himself. A faint smile spread across his face. He mumbled, "Mr. Seven's plan is amazing." The land of buried bones in Lulan. Ji Liang shot past the dark forest. After a few days of speedy flight, even Yu Shangrong felt the need to alleviate his dry throat. He patted the horse's back to tell it to land. After landing, Yu Shangrong surveyed his surroundings. He could not see the end of the forest. The environment was dark and damp. Only dim light filtered through the canopy illuminated the surroundings. "We'll reach our destination after we get past the land of buried bones." Yu Shangrong looked at Yu Zhenghai on Ji Liang's back with a faint smile. "I hope this journey goes smoothly. If you die, I'll put the names of everyone from Lulan on my hit list." "Nay." Ji Liang turned and blew on Yu Zhenghai, seemingly trying to wake him up. Alas, Yu Zhenghai's eyes remained close. He showed no signs of waking up. "You agree with me, don't you?" Yu Shangrong smiled. "Nay. Naturally, I'll do what I can." Yu Shangrong turned to look at the dim forest. Saving someone is much more difficult than killing someone. After a moment of rest, Yu Shangrong stood up and leaped onto Ji Liang's back. They continued their journey westward and left the dim and damp forest. They maintained a low altitude as they flew west. They passed through a deserted valley and a vast, boundless plain. As they flew, Yu Shangrong looked around at his surroundings. The flatlands meant that he would have a great view, but at the same time, it meant that it was easy for others to spot him as well. In the past, he would not have cared about this. However, since someone's life was on the line, he would rather avoid as much trouble as he could. Ji Liang continued flying at a low altitude under the moonlight. At this moment, Yu Shangrong saw a damp spot. "We're at the swamps. Ji Liang, fly higher." "Nay." Yu Shangrong had been here many years ago. However, back then, he was here to challenge elites. He was rather emotional now that he had returned. Ji Liang crossed the swamps just as Yu Shangrong had instructed. Lulan's royal city was in view now that they arrived at the land beyond the swamp. From a distance, Lulan's royal city seemed mysterious and strange under the hazy moonlight. "The land of buried bones," Yu Shangrong murmured when he saw the bones sticking out of the ground. Ji Liang's speed was incredible. After 15 minutes, they were drawing very close to the land of buried bones. A quagmire lay before them. "Let's stop here." Yu Shangrong stopped advancing. Dozens of miles ahead of him were the settlements of Lulan's citizens. He looked at the quagmire in front of himself and softly sighed. "We're here. This is the place where you crawled out of death's grip for the first time." Behind him was the land of bones, where bones could be seen sticking out from the ground. It was a gloomy and stifling place. With Ji Liang's legendary speed, they had only flown for 15 minutes. Back then, Yu Zhenghai had not started cultivating yet. How long did he spend traversing the land of bones? Even the experiences of every Evil Sky Pavilion disciple combined was difficult to compare to the pain Yu Zhenghai had endured. Yu Shangrong was in no hurry to do what he came here to do. Instead, he flew above the quagmire for a while and surveyed his surroundings. When he was convinced that there would be no disturbances, he brought Yu Zhenghai down. The moon shone on them and the quagmire. Without the land of buried bones behind them, the quagmire alone would have made for a scenic view. Yu Shangrong sensed the primal qi and the vitality in the surroundings. Indeed, he found them denser compared to other places. The forest was to his right and the land of buried bones was behind him. The river flowed before him. Further upstream was where Lulan's royal city was. They seemed to form a natural closed-ring formation that could gather dense primal qi in the area. Yu Shangrong looked at the quagmire. He hesitated slightly before he made up his mind. "This is your life and death tribulation. You'll have to face it sooner or later." He spread his hands and his primal qi surged. The energy propped Yu Zhenghai up. Yu Shangrong waved his hand. Swoosh! Splash! Yu Zhenghai flew toward the center of the quagmire before he dropped down. Yu Shangrong straightened his hand. Bam! With a palm seal, he made sure Yu Zhenghai was buried in the quagmire. Then, he no longer paid any attention to the quagmire. Instead, he shifted his gaze toward Ji Liang and said, "Ji Liang, I'll be staying here for the next 49 days. Nay. Ji Liang trotted up to Yu Shangrong, seemingly reluctant to part with him. Yu Shangrong smiled and said, You want to stay? Nay. Ji Liang trotted in a circle around him. All right. Yu Shangrong patted Ji Liang. You and I get along well. After I obtain Master's permission when we return to the Evil Sky Pavilion, you'll be mine. Meanwhile, it was silent in the divine capital after the spies were annihilated with the help of the Golden Taishu Mirror. Hua Chongyang sent the Nether Sect disciples to guard the 4 city gates. All those who enter would be thoroughly investigated. After this incident, the divine capital's residents lived the lives that they wanted. The impressive feat of flushing out the spies were also spread among the people. The Evil Sky Pavilion was even referred to as the Holy Sky Pavilion by some people. Inside Dajing Palace, Hua Chongyang completed his report of the incident in the divine capital. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. You can decide on the divine capital's matters. Lu Zhou was not an expert in governing an empire. He decided that it was better to leave this matter to someone else. Hua Chongyang scratched his head. Senior Ji, I'm not skilled in this as well. At this moment, the Big Dipper Academy's Zhou Yukai said, Senior Ji, there are a few things on my mind. Let's hear it. A wise man submits to circumstances. Anyone useful to me must be treated kindly. Zhou Yukai said, We'll need the court officials to govern the empire. What they need is just an opportunity and an excuse. From what I know, the Evil Sky Pavilion's Miss Fifth, Zhao Yu, is Princess Yun Zhao's orphan. She can present herself as the imperial family's orphan, while the Nether Sect keeps the provinces in check and the court officials manage the empire's governance. When everything is back to normal, it won't be too late to pick a new monarch. The others beamed when they heard Zhou Youcai's words. Can you persuade the court officials? Lu Zhou asked. Don't worry, Senior Ji. Leave this to me. I'll take care of it. Under normal circumstances, they would be difficult to persuade. On second thought, it had always been difficult to persuade others to take part in a grand scheme. Hua Chongyang said, Things will proceed much more smoothly with the help of the court officials. The 9 provinces will stabilize soon. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. I'll leave the matters in the divine capital to you. I won't meddle unless necessary. Everyone present knew that the old man was more interested in cultivating. A person like him would not want to waste time on such matters. After Lu Zhou finished speaking, he rose to his feet, intending to leave. At this moment, a voice rang from outside Dajing Palace. Greetings, Master. Zhu Honggong deliberately clapped his hands together to catch everyone's attention. Then, he kneeled 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. The others were stunned by this. Clang! Duanmu Shang struck the floor with his overlord's spear. Old Eighth was frightened to his feet. His extremely sincere acts of kneeling and kowtowing had been interrupted. Old Eighth, what are you doing? Duanmu Shang asked. Huh? No, nothing. I was just thinking about how shiny the floor of the palace is. I think it's a shame if I don't greet Master with great fanfare. The others. Lu Zhou looked at Zhu Honggong and asked, What's it? Master, there's a letter from 4th Senior Brother. Kindly have a look. Bring it here. Zhu Honggong presented the letter respectfully. Lu Zhou opened the letter and read it. After reading it, he said, Yu Shangrong went to Lulan? When Yi Tianxin heard this, she was slightly shocked. Master, 2nd Senior Brother has severed his lotus and is recultivating. His cultivation base is far from its peak. I'm afraid he might be in danger, going so deep into Lulan's territory at this moment. Should I go and have a look? Zhu Honggong commented. 2nd Senior Brother is too reckless. He's also very stubborn. I have a bad feeling about this. Master, I feel that Senior Sister Tianxin is right. At the very least, Senior Sister Tianxin is at the 8-leaf stage. Duanmu Shang said. 6th Junior Sister's condition is not too good as well. Zhu Honggong said, Master, why don't you go there? The divine capital is doing fine now. The others looked at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou did not answer immediately. Instead, he asked, "Since he has departed, and he has help from Jiliang, we'll let him be." "Master, second senior brother. I believe in him." The others bowed and no longer commented on the matter. In the afternoon, in one of Dajing Palace's side halls, Lu Zhou opened the system dashboard. Merit points, 62,053. Remaining life, 35,584 days. Lu Zhou looked at his merit points that had exceeded 60,000 and nodded in satisfaction. After completing the mission of dealing with the spies, he gained about 50,000 merit points. Let's try some lucky draws. Ding! Spent 50 merit points. Thank you for your participation. Then, he did 10 consecutive draws and he was thanked 10 times. Lu Zhou was slightly bewildered. Are you going to troll me again? Lucky draw. Ding! Spent 50 merit points and 11 luck points. Obtained Strengthened Reversal Card X5. Shining Stone X1. Strengthened Reversal Card. Every use would reverse 1,000 days of life. Shining Stone has a chance of raising a weapon's quality during the refining process. Lu Zhou beamed. That was some good luck. He was familiar with the Strengthened Reversal Card. He had no complaints about reversing 1,000 days of life with every card. What's this Shining Stone? Based on his current knowledge, Super Heaven Grade was a grade above the Heaven Grade. What could be better than the Super Heaven Grade? Lu Zhou recalled his battle with Lu Gu. He had broken Lu Ji's Super Heaven Grade weapon, High Void, with Unnamed. In that case, what was Unnamed's grade? He flipped his palm around, and Unnamed appeared in his hand. Use Shining Stone. Ding! Unnamed's grade will improve according to its host. Cannot be refined. Unable to use Shining Stone. Fuck you. Why did you give me a Shining Stone? Then, thinking that it was better than nothing, Lu Zhou stored it away. Then, he looked at the list of item cards. After the system was upgraded, he had yet to look at the new item cards. After the system's authority was unlocked, what were the new additions? Lu Zhou scrolled down. Apart from the disguise cards and the appearance alteration cards that were on sale, there were not many varieties of cards being sold. You've got to be kidding me. Does the increased system authority only affect the heavenly writing scrolls? Lu Zhou closed the system dashboard. He did not purchase a golden lotus leaf right away. He was in Dajing Palace. If he sprouted a leaf here, he would easily attract trouble. Then, Lu Zhou closed his eyes to meditate on the heavenly writing scrolls. At this time, the sounds of faint footsteps reached his ears. Someone's coming? Lu Zhou continued using his heaven writing's extraordinary power. The footsteps were pacing on the steps outside the side hall. It did not sound like a spy or another tribesman. Lu Zhou expanded the range of the hearing power. Wisps of extraordinary power swirled around his ears. The range of his power expanded from Dajing Palace to the nearby Evergreen Palace and did not show signs of stopping. Soon after, he heard a buzz before all sounds were abruptly cut off. Lu Zhou opened his eyes and muttered, "There's a limit to the hearing power?" Its range merely covered the palace. Naturally, it was still much superior to what ordinary cultivators were capable of. However, this was the heavenly writing power. Should it not be more powerful? Can I only use it to its full potential by increasing the system's authority? Apart from that, he also noticed this power exhausted much of his extraordinary power. Forget it. I'll just meditate. Lu Zhou did not plan on using this power anymore. At this moment, a voice rang from outside the hall. "Greetings, Master." Lu Zhou was familiar with the voice. "Come in." Xianxia, who was clad in all white, strode into the hall. Lu Zhou opened his eyes and looked at her expressionlessly. "What's it?" Xianxia bowed and said, "I have a question, Master." "Let's hear it." "Although my injuries have been healing, there are times I feel weaker than I'd like," Xianxia said. "Your vitality has been removed by the Golden Dragon Talisman Seal. It's only natural you feel this way." Lu Zhou was rather tactful with his answer. If he were to speak bluntly, he would say she had grown old. Xianxia asked, "According to the current cultivation theory, Shouldn't my lifespan extend whenever I sprout a leaf? Indeed. Lu Zhou nodded. Can I prolong my life if I cultivate to the 9-leaf stage? Yi Tianxin looked up at her master. She knew her question was bold. It was regarding the 9-leaf stage, after all. It was not something that would be taught just because she asked about it. Lu Zhou looked at her. After a moment's silence, he said, "Your life can be extended. You're searching for a way to reach the 9-leaf stage." Yi Tianxin knelt and nervously said, "I daren't make such a presumptuous request. Since you return to the pavilion as your master, I'll teach you and guide you well. As a disciple, it's your role to ask. As your master, it's my duty to answer you. There's no need for this." "Get up," Lu Zhou said. "Loyalty, plus 1%. Ding. Guided and disciplined Yi Tianxin. Reward, 500 merit points." Yi Tianxin looked up, visibly touched. "I've been in a dilemma lately," Yi Tianxin said. "Let's hear it." "I'm thinking of severing my lotus," Yi Tianxin said, shockingly. Lu Zhou was not surprised. It was almost inevitable for 8-leaf cultivators to think about the 9-leaf stage. "You'll be recultivating from the 1-leaf stage. Are you willing to do that?" Lu Zhou asked. "With second senior brother as an example, and you lighting the way, master, I have nothing to fear," Yi Tianxin replied. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "There's no need for that." Yi Tianxin said with puzzlement, "What do you mean, master?" "Cheng Huang is a mythical beast. The ancient books say that anyone who rides it can live for another 2,000 years. Perhaps that's your ticket to the 9-leaf stage." Yi Tianxin recalled everything that happened in the abyss. Indeed, her experience was nothing short of legendary and magical. There were many things that she could not comprehend with logic. Before she met Cheng Huang, she could not even imagine such things. Lu Zhou continued to say, "The golden lotus absorbs life. This has been acknowledged by the cultivation world. If you can satiate the golden lotus, you'll be able to overcome the great limit of the 8-leaf stage. However, the longest a human can live is 1,000 years. Hence, nobody has overcome the limit yet." "I see. As the first 9-leaf cultivator, you've already proven this, master," Yi Tianxin said. Lu Zhou coughed. He pretended as though he was knowledgeable about this, but he was helpless as well. He did not know how much life the golden lotus needed. Fortunately, the cultivation world did not wander down a strange path just because they were under the impression he was a 9-leaf cultivator. Most of them walked down the path of severing their lotuses. However, Cheng Huang dwells in Moonlight Woodland. There are too many beasts in the abyss. Even 8-leaf cultivators would have a hard time surviving there, Yi Tianxin said with a sigh. "Cheng Huang belongs to the fair folks to begin with. You'll have to discover its mysteries yourself," Lu Zhou replied. "I see. Ding," taught Yi Tianxin. Reward, 500 merit points. Lu Zhou nodded and asked, "How's your blue waves technique coming along?" Yi Tianxin said, "If I may be so bold, I'd like you to teach me something, master." "Me and my big mouth." Lu Zhou did not think he would be able to replenish his extraordinary power anytime soon. At this moment, Zhu Honggong ran into the hall and cried out, "Master! A letter from 7th senior brother. Read it." Zhu Honggong read the letter aloud. "Master, I'm sure everything's going smoothly in the divine capital. I know without a doubt you'll have a firm grip on the divine capital. Hence, I drove a wedge between the Rullians. There's no need to worry about Liang province since I'm looking after things here. Also, I received an important piece of information. It's highly possible that Great Yan's imperial tutor is still alive and that he's now living among the other tribesmen." Lu Zhou was not surprised by this information. He had the same thought before this. If that person was still alive, it meant that they still had clues and a lead on the Red Lotus and the Luo woman. Hence, he said, "Tell him to continue his investigations." "Yes, master." Zhu Honggong bowed. He glanced at Yi Tianxin and said with a chuckle, "Master, I have a question for you as well. It's good that you're thinking of learning." Lu Zhou was invested in this. After all, if he taught his disciples well, He could earn merit points faster compared to cultivation on his own. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that someone's been following me. The divine capital had stabilized, and peace had been restored to the imperial city. Who would dare follow Zhu Honggong around? Lu Zhou said, "Are you sure that someone's following you?" Thud. Zhu Honggong fell to his knees. Then he shuffled on his knees. He looked at Yi Tianxin and muttered, "Senior sister, can you move over slightly? I need some room to kowtow." Yi Tianxin. Zhu Honggong lifted his fingers and said, "Master, you might not know this, but when I was still on Tiger Ridge, I was known for my vigilance." Yi Tianxin asked, "Vigilance? Well, you can consider it as my instincts. These few days, I had a feeling that someone's following me. Then, I noticed that something was off. My stalker always kept an eye on me from a distance. Master, I heard fanatic worshippers will do all sorts of strange things. How am I supposed to deal with this, Master?" Lu Zhou and Yi Tianxin were speechless. Yi Tianxin felt that the atmosphere was awkward, so she quickly bowed and said, "Master, I'll be taking my leave." "All right." After Yi Tianxin left, Lu Zhou looked at the kneeling Zhu Honggong and asked, "Did this happen in the imperial city or the divine capital?" "Sometimes it's in the divine capital and sometimes it's in the palace," Zhu Honggong replied. "You'll be staying with me tonight," Lu Zhou said. "Ha!" Zhu Honggong was taken aback. He had expected his master to praise him for his charm and warn him to not get arrogant and to continue working hard. "You have a problem with that?" Lu Zhou looked at Zhu Honggong pointedly. "No, no, no. Thank you, master." Zhu Honggong was crying inwardly. Lu Zhou pointed at the rush cushion at the side and said, "Here, you'll cultivate with me." Zhu Honggong felt like crying. He could only steel himself and walked to the rush cushion next to his master before sitting with his legs crossed. Lu Zhou glanced at Zhu Honggong out of the corners of his eye. He reprimanded him, "Straighten your back, calm your breathing and focus your mind." "Oh!" Zhu Honggong straightened his back, looking as though a plank was tied to his back. After a moment he said, Master, I suddenly feel there's nothing to worry about regarding the stalker. I think I can handle him on my own." Lu Zhou did not open his eyes. He said sternly, "Impudent." Zhu Honggong shuddered and no longer dared to speak or move. Ding! Disciplined Zhu Honggong. Reward, 200 merit points. Night fell. Lu Zhou did not move at all. He was in his meditative state. Zhu Honggong kept squirming about as he sat on the rush cushion. He felt rather uncomfortable. As the night grew deeper, he finally fell asleep. Lu Zhou opened his eyes slightly and briefly looked at Zhu Honggong. He shook his head and no longer paid any attention to Zhu Honggong. Then he entered his meditative state again. After an entire night had passed, Lu Zhou did not sense anyone approaching or stalking Zhu Honggong. Lu Zhou opened his eyes when morning arrived. He had more extraordinary power now. He looked to the side. Zhu Honggong sleeping like a dead log. His snores were deafening, and he was drooling. Lu Zhou felt annoyed on many levels. Is this how an evil sky pavilion disciple should conduct himself? "You bastard!" "Ha!" Zhu Honggong jolted awake. He hastily wiped the drool off his mouth and prostrated himself. "Master, good morning. Since you're not interested in cultivating, go stroll around the divine capital. If you run into the other tribesmen spies, kill them without questions." Zhu Honggong was overjoyed. "That's a brilliant suggestion, master. I'll surely accomplish this mission." After saying this, Lu Zhou waved his sleeve and walked out of the hall with Zhu Honggong trailing after him. He had seen the mark on the back of Zhu Honggong's collar. The mark flashed for a moment, but it quickly dimmed. Ordinary marks were directly put on the person. It was easy to notice and get rid of. Higher grade marks, such as those used by the Celestial Master sect, would usually be used on talismans, which were then hidden on the target. Naturally, it was highly possible that it would be exposed. However, placing the mark on the target's clothes using engraving techniques required remarkable skill. At the very least, the caster had to get close to the target and draw it. Ordinary cultivators could not have done this. This was unlike the marks mastered by ordinary Great Yen cultivators. Master, I'll be taking my leave. Zhu Honggong bowed. Wait. Lu Zhou stood in front of Zhu Honggong and patted Zhu Honggong's shoulder. Another faint mark appeared. Go, Lu Zhou said. Zhu Honggong. Loyalty. Plus 2%. Wow. Master is much more considerate than before. I'll be taking my leave, Master. After Zhu Honggong left the imperial city, Lu Zhou waited a while longer before he began to tail Zhu Honggong. The imperial guards and elites of the palace did not stop him. When he found a deserted spot outside the imperial city, Lu Zhou flipped his palm. An appearance alteration card appeared in his palm, and he used it immediately. He instantly felt a crawling sensation all over his skin. After a while, the sensation finally disappeared. Lu Zhou raised his hand and touched his old face. It was smoother now. It was like a complete makeover. His hair turned much darker even though he was still old. Are the appearance alteration cards changing my looks based on the days of life I've reversed? Before Lu Zhou had transmigrated, he had been a young man. He would be lying if he said that he did not long for youth. He could live with the fact that he did not have enough reversal cards right now. Given time, he would one day be youthful again. There was no need to rush. However, he found it slightly unacceptable that the appearance alteration cards would not even give him a chance to temporarily look youthful. Alas, it was not the time to dwell on such matters. Lu Zhou leisurely walked on the divine capital streets. He sensed that the mark on Zhu Honggong was still in effect. The divine capital was being rebuilt at a swift pace. In just a few days, the ruins had been reconstructed. There were many cultivators hurrying about, clearly busy. Perhaps, Hua Chongyang's directive that allowed cultivators to fly in the city, while it was being rebuilt, made the divine capital seem livelier than before. This reminded Lu Zhou of his hometown. The people there were so hardworking and intelligent that his hometown was labeled as an infrastructure giant. Shortly after, Lu Zhou sensed that his mark was nearby, and he picked up speed. Finally, he could see Zhu Honggong loitering around the streets, looking listless and bored. Lu Zhou understood Old Eighth's temperament. He did not mind it. He looked around at his surroundings, wondering where the mysterious stalker was. He continued following Zhu Honggong. Technically speaking, the divine capital was as huge as a county in the 9 provinces. After walking for a long time, he was halfway walking through a deserted area of the divine capital, but there was still no sign of the stalker. Was I overthinking? But the mark. Lu Zhou was still lost in his thoughts when a stooping middle-aged man barred Zhu Honggong's way. Zhu Honggong frowned and said, "Get out of my way." The middle-aged man said, "I'd like you to follow me." Zhu Honggong leaped backward. "Oh, I know. You're the one who has been stalking me. I had no choice. There are too many people in the divine capital. I had to resort to such measures. You've been stalking me for many days now. You should know who I am, right?" Zhu Honggong puffed his chest. "If you don't know, you'll be frightened to death once I tell you. I'm the Evil Sky Pavilion's Mr. Eighth, Zhu Honggong. Are you scared now? Kneel and kowtow to beg for forgiveness. I might feel merciful enough to forgive you. After all, I can understand worshippers like you," Zhu Honggong said. The middle-aged man cast Zhu Honggong a complicated look. He shook his head. It seemed like this man was slightly dumb. "I'm sorry. I'd like you to come with me. You'll understand when you meet the master." "Heh? You're not afraid." The middle-aged man suddenly moved at blinding speed and attacked. A hint of energy could be seen wrapping around 2 of his fingers. He was clearly an elite. Zhu Honggong was not a match for him. Lu Zhou held his breath and concealed his aura. The middle-aged was certain his attack would land when Zhu Honggong suddenly cast his 9 Tribulations Thunderblast. Boom! The middle-aged man staggered 3 steps back from the impact. A slight frown appeared on his face after he found his footing. The 9 Tribulations Thunderblast had been instinctively released. His force was just nice. Lu Zhou did not expect this lazy fellow to have such skills. Zhu Honggong glared at the middle-aged man. You dare launch a sneak attack on me? The middle-aged man did not make another move. If the battle was escalated, they would certainly attract people's attention. He lowered his hand and said, I meant no harm. I just wish for you to meet my master. I'm sorry, but I'm busy. Mr. Eighth, won't you come with me? I'll shout for help if you keep this up. Swoosh. At this moment, Lu Zhou shot forward at lightning speed. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Zhou came between Zhu Honggong and the middle-aged man. He struck with his palm that glowed with a blue light. His palm was, shockingly, not aimed at the middle-aged man but Zhu Honggong. Bam! Zhu Honggong instantly felt as though his world had been turned upside down. He pointed at Lu Zhou, who was in disguise, and said, Sneak attack. You're dead. My master isn't a pushover. Lu Zhou suddenly felt that he should have hit Zhu Honggong with more force. After saying those words, Zhu Honggong's eyes rolled to the back of his head and fell to the ground. Lu Zhou stood next to Zhu Honggong. He surveyed the street's surroundings before he said, Now that no one's here, bring me to your master. This was the reason Lu Zhou had hit Zhu Honggong. If Zhu Honggong was truly concealing his strength, this middle-aged man might not be able to take him down. However, judging from the middle-aged man's words, he had someone else's support. If Lu Zhou had made a move on the middle-aged man, he would only alarm him. At that time, the middle-aged man would likely not reveal the person behind him. Moreover, Lu Zhou could feel the middle-aged man did not intend to kill Zhu Honggong. The middle-aged man took a step back and asked, You are? My surname's Lu. Lu Zhou answered honestly. Is there anyone who's more honest than me? Thank you for helping me, old Mr. Lu. Please leave him to me, old Mr. Lu, the middle-aged man said. I can leave him to you, but I have a few questions, Lu Zhou said without beating around the bush. Let's hear it, old Mr. Lu. What's your name? Jiang Pu. Why do you want to take him away? Lu Zhou asked. Old Mr. Lu, you must have misunderstood me. We're old friends who met after a long time. That's all, Jiang Pu said. If that's your answer, I'm afraid I can't let you take him. Why don't we kill him and make a name for ourselves? At this moment, Zhu Honggong flipped around and pointed at the sky. He said groggily, Whoever lays a finger on me, my master isn't a pushover. Bam! Lu Zhou kicked Zhu Honggong. You bastard. Is that how you talk behind my back? Don't! Jiang Pu cried out. He quickly spread his arms out. Don't kill him. We can talk things through. Old Mr. Lu, why must you put him through this? Aren't you worried the evil sky pavilion will come looking for you? Moreover, this is the divine capital. Any commotion will certainly catch the nether sect's attention. Jiang Pu continued to say, You're afraid of the evil sky pavilion? Lu Zhou asked. Not exactly afraid, but just fearfully respectful. Jiang Pu said, Let's do this. You can bring him with you. You'll know everything once you meet my master. That's exactly what I intend to do. Lu Zhou calmly replied, All right, lead the way. In front of a remote courtyard in the divine capital. This way. Jiang Pu led Lu Zhou and the unconscious Zhu Honggong into the courtyard. Once they entered the courtyard, a few lively young men appeared and looked at them curiously. Lu Zhou scanned them and tossed Zhu Honggong on the floor. Jiang Pu bowed at his master's room. Holy Master, I've brought him here. Very good. A clearly exhausted, wizened and gruff voice rang from the room. Creak. The door opened. Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back. Who was this person who stalked Zhu Honggong? Was it Great Yan's imperial tutor, or was it someone like those from the 10 great sects who were waiting for a chance to strike at the evil sky pavilion? Perhaps it was just as Zhu Honggong had said. The stalker is just an overzealous fan. The person who emerged from the room was a slightly hunchbacked old man with gray hair. When Lu Zhou saw that man, his eyes brightened. So, it's you. Come to think of it, Ji Tiandao's relationship with him runs quite deep. The old man was Zhu Tianyuan, the ancient saint cult's holy master who had retired long ago. However, this was no time to reminisce. Lu Zhou had to act as though he did not recognize Zhu Tianyuan to see what this old man was after. All hail, holy master! The people outside the room bowed. Jiang Pu made the introductions. Holy master, this is old Mr. Lu. With his help, the young master was knocked out and brought back. There was nothing wrong with his form of address. Lu Zhou nodded. Zhu Tianyuan, the holy master, looked at Zhu Honggong, who was lying on the floor like a dead boar. He frowned and said, I knew nothing good can come from having a master like him. Look at him, he's unpresentable. He looks nothing like the master of the ancient saint cult. After criticizing Zhu Honggong, he looked at Lu Zhou and asked in confusion, Aren't you shocked or afraid? Why should I be shocked or afraid? Lu Zhou retorted. Zhu Tianyuan appraised Lu Zhou. He nodded. Interesting. Jiang Pu said, Old Mr. Lu, to tell you the truth, the Evil Sky Pavilion's Mr. 8 is the Holy Master's son. Tell me something I don't know. I knew this the moment I met him. Despite his thoughts, Lu Zhou replied, I see. That's why you can't kill him, Jiang Pu added. No wonder you stopped me earlier. The Holy Master, Zhu Tianyuan, said, No matter, you merely wanted to help. We don't owe each other anything. See the old Mr. off. Wait, Lu Zhou said. Is there something else? I'm curious. Since he's the Evil Sky Pavilion's disciple, why don't you visit him directly instead of sending someone to stalk him? Lu Zhou asked. He would not leave until he figured out what was going on. Moreover, it was clear the old man did not want to reveal anything to him. Old Mr. Lu, I think you're overstepping your bounds. I was the one who brought him here, after all. It's only natural for me to want to know more about this, Lu Zhou replied. Zhu Tianyuan frowned. Who are you to mind the ancient saint cult's business? That's not the answer I wanted. This reply puzzled Zhu Tianyuan. He studied Lu Zhou again before he said, You have a wonderful cultivation base. That explains your confidence. I heard Jiang Pu mention you wanted to kill my son. Lu Zhou deliberately said, Shouldn't villains be killed? The times are different now. Although I don't like old villain G very much, he's the first 9-leaf cultivator in the world. The powerful has the final say in everything in this world. He used the golden mirror to expose the other tribesmen and kill them. Regarding this, I'm impressed. His first disciple, Yu Zhanghai, supported the empire and protected the people's lives at the expense of his own. Aren't these feats worthy of your respect? Zhu Tianyuan asked. At this moment, Zhu Honggong regained consciousness. He shuddered before he rose to his feet. Jiang Pu had been ready for this. He tapped Zhu Honggong's meridian points with 2 fingers and said, Young master. Zhu Honggong looked at his surroundings before he asked indignantly, Who's your young master? Where's this place? Who hit me earlier? That shameless fiend. Be a man and fight me directly. Lu Zhou. Indeed, I was too gentle when I hit this rascal earlier. Calm down, young master. The Holy Master has been waiting for you for a long time, Jiang Pu said. Zhu Honggong looked past Lu Zhou at Zhu Tianyuan, who was standing in the corridor before the door. The young men in the surroundings fell to one knee. Greetings, young master. Zhu Honggong was clearly baffled. Zhu Tianyuan stepped forward, slightly excited. He said, My son, you've endured many hardships under old villain G. You've lost weight. Lu Zhou. Among Lu Zhou's 10 disciples, Zhu Honggong was the biggest in size. He ate and slept very well. How could Zhu Tianyuan say something like that? Zhu Tianyuan's comment startled Zhu Honggong into jumping 2 steps back. With slight contempt, he said, Don't touch me. Who are you? I'm your father. Zhu Tianyuan raised his voice and spoke in a stern tone. Zhu Honggong retreated further. He looked at the others and said, Are you taking advantage of me? Do you think you have anything to be taken advantage of? Zhu Tianyuan retorted as he rolled his eyes. Zhu Honggong observed the situation in front of him. It did not seem good. Then he glanced at the old man who knocked him out. The old man had to be powerful to be able to knock him out with a single strike. He was certain the other uglies were not too powerful, especially the old geezer who was trying to take advantage of him. As the saying went, a wise man could wait 10 years before exacting revenge. There was no need for him to entangle with these people now. He chuckled before he said, I think you've mistaken me for someone else. Actually, I'm just an ordinary citizen. Pooh. As soon as Zhu Honggong finished speaking, he farted loudly. Who could stand the stench? Jiang Pu and Zhu Tianyuan retreated immediately. There's my chance. Zhu Honggong stomped his feet and shouted, Farewell, suckers. Bam! Ow! Zhu Honggong turned around and slammed into the frame of the door face first. His nose bruised, and his face swelled immediately. He discovered he could not fly nor could he summon his avatar. Jiang Pu was flustered. He fell on one knee and said, I'm sorry, young master. When you came in, I sealed your extraordinary 8 meridians. Zhu Tianyuan ran up to Zhu Honggong and helped him up. He asked, Are you all right, son? Jiang Pu's meridian sealing technique is one of ancient saint cult skills. It's normal that you didn't notice it. Zhu Honggong turned around with a helpless expression on his face. Since being diplomatic was out of the question, he decided to use force. He began to threaten, I can't believe this. I'll remember this. I'll tell you the truth. My master, the Evil Sky Pavilion's master, is known for taking his disciples' sides even if they were in the wrong. He's petty and will certainly have his revenge. If my master learns about what happened today, there'll be hell to pay. Don't even think about killing me to prevent him from learning about this. My master left a mark on me. If anything happens to me, you'll all have to pay for it. Lu Zhou was surprised that Zhu Honggong was aware of the mark he had put on him. Indeed, it seemed like he had underestimated his 8th disciple. Zhu Tianyuan said with a sigh, I know. It's only natural for me to know about his character. My son, you've suffered much. You must have endured a fair share of beating from him, right? He seemed to brim with sadness as he looked at Zhu Honggong. Alas, the father and son were on completely different frequencies. Zhu Honggong removed Zhu Tianyuan's hands and said, Hey, you seem to like taking liberties. Zhu Tianyuan frowned and said seriously, I'm really your father. Young master. The young men behind him, Jiang Pu included, cried out. The scene. Zhu Tianyuan said, My son. I know you must be confused right now. That's normal. There's a butterfly-shaped birthmark on your buttocks. Your mother branded it on you when you were still a child. If you don't believe me, you can take off your pants and have a look. Moreover, you're the spitting image of me when I was young. You're as handsome and confident as your old man. There's no way I'm mistaken. Am I supposed to take off my pants just because you said so? Moreover, even if I take off my pants, how am I going to look at it? Am I supposed to remove my head? When he saw that Zhu Honggong was still skeptical and even slightly revolted, Zhu Tianyuan waved his arm. Jiang Pu nodded. He entered the room and returned with a bronze mirror. He said, Young master, forgive me. With a wave of his arm, 2 disciples grabbed Zhu Honggong by the arms. Zhu Honggong struggled. I knew you're all perverts trying to take liberties with me. Unhand me. As he struggled, he felt a chilly wind. When he turned to look, he saw a butterfly-shaped mark on his buttocks reflected in the bronze mirror. He was stunned. For real. Lu Zhou looked away, minding his own business. As Zhu Honggong's master, he naturally knew about this. However, there was no need to tell Zhu Honggong about this. Zhu Tianyuan said, You were taken away by old villain Ji when you were 4 years old. That old villain Ji is despicable and shameless. He tricked me. Zhu Honggong's expression was rigid. He had difficulty believing this. Jiang Pu hastily waved his hand. The 2 disciples lifted his trousers at once and retreated to the sides respectfully. Zhu Honggong asked, How can this be? Forget it. Let's not dwell on this for now. My son, how has your life been under old villain Ji's roof? Zhu Tianyuan asked. Zhu Honggong was still stunned. At this moment, Lu Zhou turned around and faced Zhu Tianyuan. He said, "So, all you wanted was to tell him you're his father?" Zhu Tianyuan suppressed his surging emotions and looked at Lu Zhou. He was so moved when he met his son that he nearly forgot about the presence of another person. He said, "Old Mr. Lu, I think you've overstepped your boundaries. Jiang Pu, see the old Mr. out." Jiang Pu walked up to Lu Zhou and motioned him to leave. "Old Mr. Lu, if you'd please." Lu Zhou maintained his calm expression as he lifted his hand. A barely discernible blue light shone from between his fingers. Jiang Pu frowned slightly, sensing the danger. He immediately raised his arms before himself to defend himself. Lu Zhou did not seem to notice that. He was looking at Zhu Tianyuan as he placed his palm on Jiang Pu's arms. Bam! Jiang Pu felt as though he was hit by a strong force. The protective energy around his arms was instantly destroyed. The forceful palm strike pushed him backward. Boom! Pillar fell. Boom! Jiang Pu crashed through the wooden windows. Boom! 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 Jiang Pu crashed onto the ground, knocking down an assortment of objects in the process that hid him from view. The others were shocked. Jiang Pu was a capable assistant to the Holy Master, a grand cultivator. And yet, he was sent flying this easily? The courtyard was quiet. The current divine capital was peaceful and calm. The city was finally enjoying some stability, however, heavy killing intent hung in the air at this moment. The warm wind caressed their faces, reminding them that the old man before them was not to be crossed. This seemingly weak old man was capable of unleashing a burst of power without warning. Zhu Tianyuan no longer underestimated this old man. Zhu Honggong was slightly shocked. Zhu Tianyuan managed a faint smile and said, "Old Mr. Lu, that was an impressive move. Truly, I'm impressed. Let's talk this through." At the same time, he was weighing his options in his heart. He did not expect there to be such an expert in the divine capital who did not fear old villain Ji or the Nether sect. What were his objectives? What did he want? Lu Zhou asked, "Did you come to the divine capital to take Zhu Honggong away?" "That's right." Zhu Tianyuan placed his hands on his back and bluntly said, "He's my son. It's only natural that I want to take him with me." Then, he looked at Zhu Honggong before he continued to say with a sigh, "You may not know this, old Mr. Lu. My son was terribly untalented when he was young, and he couldn't cultivate. However, old villain Ji took an interest in him. Hence, I made a wager with him. If my son manages to enter the nascent divinity realm, I'll never meet my son again." "You're worried that he wouldn't agree to this? That's why you're trying to take him away with your own methods?" Lu Zhou asked. "Indeed," Zhu Tianyuan said. "I lost the wager, but how could I easily part with my own flesh and blood? Naturally, my relationship with old villain Ji will remain friendly. He's my son's master, after all. He's the great nine-leaf cultivator and the evil sky pavilion's patriarch." "Old Mr. Lu, are you satisfied with this answer?" In other words, Zhu Tianyuan meant to say, "Indeed, you possess an amazing cultivation base, but are you bold enough to stand against a nine-leaf cultivator?" Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked at the calm Zhu Tianyuan. "Zhu Honggong." Zhu Honggong shuddered. The way the old man had called out to him seemed very familiar. His eyes suddenly widened. That mannerism, his actions, his words, his tone, his speech, and his clothes. He was thoroughly shocked to his core. However, when he looked at the younger and alien face, relief flooded through his body. The old man was not who he thought he was. In the end, he said, "Senior Lu, you should stay out of this. I'll give my master an explanation." "My son's right." Zhu Tianyuan nodded. "This is the divine capital. It has already become the Nether sect's territory. We'll both lose if we fight in earnest. At most, I won't be able to see my son, but you'll lose your life. Knowing old villain Ji, if he makes a move, you won't even have a chance to fight back." Lu Zhou remained silent. He was about to nullify the effect of the appearance alteration card, when Jiang Pu suddenly flew out of the pile of rubble. He tossed the debris aside and charged at Lu Zhou like a cannonball. "Jiang Pu, no." Zhu Tianyuan's face paled from shock. Everything happened in a blink of an eye. Jiang Pu appeared before Lu Zhou in just a short moment. Lu Zhou raised his hand. Whiz! A blue light shone from between his fingers again. His palm was aimed at Jiang Pu. In the end, Jiang Pu was kept at bay by this unique power. He froze in midair and could not advance. He's powerful. Jiang Pu regarded the old man before him in shock. Although he had mentally prepared himself for this, he did not expect to be stopped so easily. This meant that the difference in their strength was very wide. Lu Zhou did not even deign to look at Jiang Pu. He did not think it was worth it to use his extraordinary power on these people. So he clenched his hands into fists, and primal chi began to gather around his fists. Bang! Jiang Pu fell to the ground face first. Zhu Tianyuan exclaimed in shock. What precise control! The old man's cultivation base had to be very profound to be able to do this. With amazing control, the old man gathered primal chi and spread them 1 foot before himself, controlling his opponent's movements. That was why Jiang Pu had fallen. Really? Lu Zhou felt this move was simple. Your move reminds me of old villain Ji. Back then, this was his favorite move to use when he bullied others. Zhu Tianyuan. Zhu Honggong gulped as he looked at the old man before him. He instinctively retreated. This old man seems dangerous. I must look for a chance to escape. At this moment, Lu Zhou unleashed a grand technique. There was a blur of movements before he faded out of sight. Zhu Tianyuan frowned slightly. He thought the old man was going to attack his son. He immediately moved to intercept the attack with a palm strike. Lu Zhou struck with his palm. The 2 old men's palms collided. Boom! Lu Zhou did not budge. He stood before Zhu Honggong. Zhu Tianyuan retracted his palm and stumbled 5 steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. His arm was numb. He was shocked. As expected, this man was not a friend. Lu Zhou coldly said, On your knees. Zhu Honggong looked at the old man before himself. He felt as though he was hallucinating. He saw the old man's facial features distort and rearrange themselves. Meanwhile, Zhu Tianyuan said, My son, you should only kneel at the heavens, the earth, and your parents. There is gold under a man's knees. You cannot kneel on a whim. Forget it. I still have to rely on old villain Ji. Consider this my bad luck. Thud. As soon as Zhu Tianyuan finished speaking, Zhu Honggong fell to his knees. His movements were neat and thorough. He placed both hands on the ground and touched his forehead on the back of his hands. He did not move. Zhu Tianyuan was stunned. He was thoroughly annoyed. I knew it. Old villain Ji couldn't properly teach you. I can't believe this. How can you be so spineless? This is your territory. For crying out loud. I must confront old Vil. About, when did you? Old villain Ji. Lu Zhou turned to face Zhu Tianyuan when Zhu Tianyuan was still ranting. Without a second thought, Zhu Tianyuan pushed away from the ground and shot away from the courtyard at lightning speed. Jiang Pu and the ancient saint cult disciples were stunned. Lu Zhou shook his head and looked at Zhu Honggong. That's your useless father. Master. I had a tough time. Zhu Honggong felt like crying as soon as Lu Zhou nullified the effect of the appearance alteration card. Zhu Tianyuan. If you leave, you won't be able to see Zhu Honggong ever again, Lu Zhou calmly said. A sigh rang from outside the courtyard. Then, Zhu Tianyuan returned as though nothing had happened. He opened the doors and walked in. The ancient saint cult disciples were further baffled. What was happening? Zhu Tianyuan looked at Lu Zhou with a stern expression as he said, Old villain Ji, you're as shameless as you have been in the past. The ancient saint cult disciples staggered backward. He's old villain Ji? Jiang Pu widened his eyes in shock and horror as he looked at Lu Zhou. He finally realized Lu Zhou's appearance had changed. He began to cough violently. After that, he quickly bit back the pain and fell to one knee. Greetings, Senior Ji. The others followed suit, their hearts thumping wildly in their chests. Greetings, Senior Ji. Was it fun? Did you find it amusing? Zhu Tianyuan spread his hands out. Lu Zhou said, "How can I meet you if I didn't do this? Besides, what if it was someone who wanted to harm my disciples? Do you expect me to sit back and do nothing?" Zhu Tianyuan gave it some thought and nodded. "You have a point." Zhu Honggong pulled a face and said, "Master." Lu Zhou said sternly, "Shut up. You bad-mouthed me behind my back and offended me. You've got guts." Zhu Tianyuan immediately explained, "Don't be so petty. He only forgot his place because of you. It's the teacher's fault for not producing a good student." "You're complaining about me?" Lu Zhou stared at Zhu Tianyuan. "I wouldn't dare. If it weren't for this rascal, I wouldn't have forgiven you for that rude statement." Zhu Tianyuan's old face stiffened. He smiled awkwardly. "There's no need for that. I did praise you as well." Lu Zhou was speechless. As the saying went, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Like father like son, they had no respect for the old and were shameless to boot. Zhu Tianyuan, your face is as thick as the city walls, just like before. Forget it. I wanted to bring Zhu Honggong back to the ancient saint cult and apologize to you afterward. Act first and report later. Alas, man proposes, the heavens dispose. Zhu Tianyuan said with a sigh. The ancient saint cult has always kept a low profile. Why did you suddenly show your faces? Lu Zhou asked. This was the only time where he talked like a parent. Zhu Honggong remained prostrated on the ground. He dared not move. Zhu Tianyuan did not answer his question directly. He waved his hand and said, "Bring up the goods." Understood. A disciple entered the room and returned with a package. Zhu Tianyuan opened the package. Contained a brown-covered book. "What is this?" Lu Zhou asked. "You'll know when you open it." Lu Zhou received the book and flipped it open. The first few dozen pages were torn away. When he finally reached an undamaged page, it read, "The people here are weak. They don't seem to know how to reach the 9-leaf stage. I can feel the familiar heaven and earth shackle here, but I don't know where I should start investigating this. I want to help the people here grow stronger so that they'll have the power to fight against a 9-leaf or even a 10-leaf cultivator as soon as possible. I met many cultivators, but their thoughts are conservative." Upon reading this, Lu Zhou's expression remained calm. However, inwardly he was shocked. Curiosity made Lu Zhou continue flipping through the pages. "Many won't believe me. Without passion and determination, there can never be true progress. I tried to tell some of them the truth behind cultivation." Lu Zhou felt the paper and the cover. They were clearly old. The book was not engraved with any protective mechanisms. Even its cover was simple and crude. Its corners were falling off due to the corrosion of time. Much of the text was blurred, and many pages in the middle seemed to have been torn away, for some unknown reason. He wanted to continue reading, but he heard Zhu Tianyuan say, "This is one of the reasons why I'm in the divine capital. As of now, you're the only one who has reached the 9-leaf stage. I intended to have someone present this diary to you, but I didn't expect to run into you here. If you're interested in this item, I can trade it for my son. What do you say?" Lu Zhou stopped flipping through it. He did not answer Zhu Tianyuan's question right away. He closed the book and asked, "Why didn't you show me this before?" Zhu Tianyuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "I never knew there was such a diary before this. It was found by a curious disciple who flipped through it while he was cleaning the archives. This book is badly damaged. I think someone vandalized it. If you didn't reveal yourself as a 9-leaf cultivator, I think it would have been thrown away like trash." Lu Zhou flipped to the final section of the book. He saw a line that read, "Many think that the 8-leaf stage is the limit of human cultivation, but I know otherwise. I noticed something different about the heaven and earth shackle. I discovered that the golden lotus might be what's limiting human cultivation. How should I overcome this?" Many of the pages after that were torn. The next intact page Lu Zhou found read, "Finally, someone believes me. He's an old man with the surname Yun. I pitied him and helped him complete his cultivation method. It's yet uncertain if this is a problem caused by the golden lotus But who would be willing to listen to me and try? After reading this, Lu Zhou wondered inwardly. An old man with the surname Yun? Yun Tianluo. Lu Zhou looked at Zhu Tianyuan and asked, "Do you know the owner of this diary?" He was rather shocked. It seemed like he had stumbled on a clue regarding the Luo woman. He had been searching for a while now. He did not expect to find a clue here. Zhu Tianyuan shook his head and said, "She left a signature on the final page. The owner of this diary is a female, a legendary one, at that." Legendary? From what Lu Zhou understood about the Luo woman, and based on his 1,000-year experience, the Luo woman was at most mysterious, not legendary. "Brother Ji, don't call me that," Lu Zhou interjected. "Why do you have to hold on to past grudges? I've already presented you with my greatest treasure. You're the bigger man here. Please don't hold it against me," Zhu Tianyuan said. Lu Zhou glanced at Zhu Honggong, who was still prostrated on the ground. Is this some hereditary trait? When the two of them met many years ago, Zhu Tianyuan's character had been like that. Now that they met again, it seemed like he did not change much. "Have you read this diary?" After asking the question, Lu Zhou felt he was asking the obvious. "I read it when we discovered it." Lu Zhou flipped to the last page. Indeed, there was a signature there. Luo, the middle word was blurred. "Een." Luo something Een. As he expected, this was the Luo woman from 300 years ago whom he had been searching for. Based on the letter left behind by Great Yan's imperial tutor, it was clear Great Yan's imperial tutor was also searching for this Luo woman. However, it was also clear the two of them had starkly different views about cultivation. Great Yan's imperial tutor was strongly of the opinion that no one should attempt attaining the 9-leaf stage since it would bring about a disaster. Luo something Een, on the other hand, seemed to encourage cultivators to grow stronger so they could stand against a 9-leaf cultivator. The two of them had come from the same place. Why were their opinions so different? "Do you know where this Luo woman went?" Lu Zhou asked. Zhu Tianyuan shook his head. "The previous holy master has seen her, but I don't know her. Nobody knows where she is right now. She might be dead." "Dead?" "The diary says that she's extremely adept at cultivation but not so skilled in controlling it," Zhu Tianyuan replied. "Since her control wasn't good, I'm afraid it must have been difficult for her to survive." Lu Zhou frowned slightly. How confusing. Lu Zhou had yet to read the diary, hence, he was in no hurry to ask for proof. Moreover, Zhu Tianyuan had no need to lie regarding this matter. However, if she was not skilled at control, how did she instruct Yun Tianluo? Truly, she was shrouded in mystery. Just like Great Yan's imperial tutor, she was extremely mysterious. In any case, Lu Zhou was rather certain the Great Yan's imperial tutor's cultivation base was beyond the 8-leaf stage. Zhu Tianyuan nodded, clearly pleased, when he saw Lu Zhou deep in thought. He said with a smile, "It seems like this diary is very important to you, Brother Ji. In that case, can I take my son with me?" Before Lu Zhou could reply, Zhu Honggong immediately kowtowed and said, "Master, the sun and moon are witnesses of my sincerity. I'll never leave you. Please have mercy." Zhu Tianyuan. He looked at Zhu Honggong, slightly stunned. Lu Zhou said, "Get up and talk." "Yes, master." Zhu Honggong got to his feet with difficulty. "You're indeed Zhu Tianyuan's son. You don't remember anything because you're young when I recruited you. You came into this world of your parents. How can you not acknowledge them?" Lu Zhou said as he thought back to events of the past. When Zhu Tianyuan heard this, his emotions were stirred. He turned and gave Lu Zhou a complicated gaze. "Is this still the old villain Ji I know?" Jiang Pu placed a hand on his injured chest and walked over. He bowed and said, "Young master, after you left the ancient saint cult, the holy master hasn't had a good night's rest or appetite. The holy mistress fell ill, distraught, and passed away in her prime." "Stop," Zhu Tianyuan said. Jiang Pu immediately shut his mouth and said no more. Zhu Tianyuan smiled and said, "That's all in the past. Don't listen to him. I'm happier than anyone else to learn that you've entered the nascent divinity realm. Lu Zhou said, "You lost the bet." "I willingly admit that," Zhu Tianyuan said. Lu Zhou searched his memories. It was true. Zhu Honggong's talents were terrible. How did he suddenly improve after joining the Evil Sky Pavilion? If his host, Ji Tiandao, truly had some unique method to modify one's constitutions and talents, then it would explain why his 9 disciples were so outstanding. "Kneel," Lu Zhou said. Zhu Honggong was taken aback. However, when he saw that his master was serious, he hastily knelt. Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back and said, "Since time immemorial, there's no greater grace than the act of birth and the act of raising someone. You should decide for yourself." Zhu Tianyuan was slightly taken aback. He could not believe these words spoken by the old villain Ji he knew. For a time, he was shocked speechless. Based on Zhu Tianyuan's understanding of Ji Tiandao, it was impossible for old villain Ji to let his son go. In fact, he would not even be given a chance to see his son. He was aware of the Evil Sky Pavilion's rule. Those who had joined the Evil Sky Pavilion had to sever their past ties. This was the reason he had decided to act first and report later. He truly did not expect old villain Ji would leave the decision up to his son. Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back and turned to the side to gaze into the distance. Behind his back and turned to the side as he gazed into the distance. Half of the divine capital sky was dyed red by the setting sun. It was an exceptionally beautiful sight. He thought to himself that teaching a disciple was a long and difficult journey. However, he was inherently different from Ji Tiandao when it came to educating the disciples. Zhu Honggong mulled over the matter for a while before he finally turned to Zhu Tianyuan and kowtowed. Thud. Although Zhu Tianyuan was shameless, the skin on his face as thick as the city walls, he could not suppress his surging emotions at this moment. Zhu Honggong kowtowed thrice before he said, "Please forgive me for not being able to go with you. Master raised me and taught me how to cultivate. How can I abandon him?" Zhu Tianyuan sighed when he heard Zhu Honggong's words. Jiang Pu and the others shook their heads, feeling that it was a great pity. Jiang Pu sighed and tried to persuade Zhu Honggong. "Young master, if you don't return, the ancient saint cult will fall into the hands of others." Zhu Tianyuan raised a hand to interrupt Jiang Pu and said, "I respect your choice. There was no greater grace than the act of raising someone." Although he was slightly surprised by Zhu Honggong's decision, he could understand it. Zhu Honggong said, "I'm not interested in the ancient saint cult and have no intention of becoming a holy child." Zhu Tianyuan sighed again and said, "Oh well, in any case, I'm happy enough that I got to meet you today." Ding! Disciplined Zhu Honggong. Reward: 500 merit points. Lu Zhou did not expect to be rewarded for this. He was merely acting on his own accord. Based on this, the rascal's character could be seen. Despite the rascal's loose mouth, the rascal was sincere. All those lessons didn't go to waste. Lu Zhou looked up at the sky and called out, "Old Eighth." Zhu Honggong immediately rose to his feet and followed Lu Zhou. It had only been an instant, but Zhu Tianyuan seemed to have recovered from his dejection. He shamelessly asked, "My son, can you call me father before you leave?" Call him father? To be honest, when Zhu Honggong was kowtowing earlier, he had the urge to call Zhu Tianyuan father. However, upon seeing Zhu Tianyuan's behavior now, the urge was completely swept away. How awkward. He remained silent and followed Lu Zhou out of the courtyard. "Safe journeys, Senior Ji." "Young master." After the duo left, Zhu Tianyuan sighed in disappointment. "I'm a failure of a man." Jiang Pu kneeled and said, "It was I who was useless." "That's enough. This is old villain Ji we're talking about. Do you really think you can win him?" Zhu Tianyuan rolled his eyes. Jiang Pu's face flushed red. "He's the great nine-leaf cultivator, after all. If he had the intention, you would have died. Do you think you'd still be able to stand here? However, I really didn't expect his temperament to change this much," Zhu Tianyuan said. "If young master isn't going to inherit the cult, are we going to sit back and do nothing while the cult falls into the hands of others?" Jiang Pu asked. "Then ancient saint cult is already declining. If it's gone, it's gone. I'm relieved to see my son living a good life. What should we do now? We'll stay, of course. I won't leave until he calls me father. That ungrateful brat, Zhu Tianyuan said resentfully. Back in Dajing Palace, Zhu Honggong obediently trailed after Lu Zhou without saying a word. Lu Zhou's thoughts were not on Zhu Honggong at all. He was thinking about the diary the entire time. He walked to the rush cushion, lost in his thought, and sat down cross-legged. Zhu Honggong did not dare to disturb his master when he saw his master deep in thoughts. When he turned around, he saw his third senior brother, Duan Mushang, passing by Dajing Palace. He immediately bowed and said, "I'll receive my punishment from third senior brother at once, master." Lu Zhou flipped through the diary as though he did not hear Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong left Dajing Palace. Third senior brother. What? Please hit me. Zhu Honggong requested with a bow. Duan Mushang frowned. I don't have such strange fetishes. That's not what I meant. I've made a mistake and should be punished with the rod. Master is currently occupied, and your seniority is the highest now. It's most appropriate for you to punish me. Here, hit me. Don't hold back the most. Zhu Honggong pointed to his back. Duan Mushang regarded Zhu Honggong with a complicated gaze and said, "Weirdo?" After saying that, he turned around and made his way to a deserted plaza. Duan Mushang did not walk very far away when he heard Zhu Honggong exclaiming emotionally, "Although third senior brother is slightly dumb, he's really kind to me." Duan Mushang turned around. "Old eighth, come here." "Ha!" Zhu Honggong was confused. When Duan Mushang saw Zhu Honggong did not move, he went over and hoisted Zhu Honggong up before he fiercely kicked Zhu Honggong's buttocks. Although Zhu Honggong weighed several hundred caddies, he could not withstand Duan Mushang's kick. He drew an arc in the air as he was sent flying. A miserable wail resounded in Dajing Palace. "I'm merely fulfilling your wish, just as well. This is a good chance to polish my spear techniques." Ah! Inside Dajing Palace, Lu Zhou was flipping through the pages of the diary. Although the text was a blur, it was readable for the most part. It's still uncertain if the problem is caused by the Golden Lotus. Would anyone be willing to listen to me and try? The next page read, "It's hard to fathom a person's mind. I must have control over my power. I must obtain sufficient power to protect myself. I can feel that some cultivators are getting greedy and want to steal the cultivation methods. Some cultivation methods are too profound, but I've memorized them. Who created these methods?" Lu Zhou was puzzled when he read that. Did the Luo woman's cultivation method not come from her hometown? If that was the case, where did she obtain her cultivation method? The diary did not mention the source of the cultivation methods. He could only make his own guesses. The next few dozen pages were all records of her feelings. They did not provide him with anything of substance. When he was halfway through the book, he saw something interesting again. It read, "After researching for a long time, I've proven that the golden lotus absorbs life while the red lotus will not. A 600 years old 8-leaf cultivator, Feng Ku of Mabe, failed to reach the 9-leaf stage. He died. For 100 years weren't enough. Xia Han of Yang Province, a 400-year-old 8-leaf cultivator, failed to reach the 9-leaf stage. He died. 600 years weren't enough. Han Song of Liang Province, a 300-year-old 8-leaf cultivator, failed to reach the 9-leaf stage. He died. 700 years weren't enough. All in all, there are 3 pages that recorded failed attempts on attaining the 9-leaf stage. Upon reading all these things, Lu Zhou understood now why Zhu Tianyuan referred to her as legendary. These 8-leaf experts were all great individuals renowned throughout history, and yet, they were only subjects of her experiments and researches. The youngest one was a 100-year-old cultivator. The pages read, Mo Jiangnan, a genius from Great Yan's Qing province, 100 years old, failed to reach the 9-leaf stage. He survived but lost nearly 900 years of his life. Is it possible that the people here are incapable of reaching the 9-leaf stage? Perhaps I should take a look at the other tribes. The following pages after that documented her negative feelings. One day, I'll find the answer. Exploration never ends. Don't give up. After reading that, Lu Zhou found the Luo woman's emotions were easily swayed. She seemed young, but she seemed to know how to manage her emotions. She would often motivate herself in her diary. It was clear she held herself to a certain standard. Lu Zhou wondered if she was the mad person the Great Yan's imperial tutor had mentioned. Why did their opinions differ so much? Lu Zhou continued reading. I bought a crude map from a stall. The strange thing is, apart from the difference in details, its outline is similar to my hometown. Sometimes I wonder if I'm dreaming. However, I have sufficient methods to differentiate the real thing from the fake one. The next few pages were filled with symbols Lu Zhou could not understand. These must be the symbols she frequently uses. He continued to read. I'm lacking information on younger 8-leaf cultivators to determine how many years of life the golden lotus takes. This is a difficult question to tackle. The 8-leaf cultivators here only live up to 1,000 years. The golden lotus absorbs more than 900 years of life. The next entry read, I thought about a new method today. The red runes can be used to prolong a person's life. The remaining runes will easily expose my identity. I hid them in the ancient tomb. What followed was a series of dates without context. After that, Lu Zhou discovered there was a considerable number of pages that had been torn away. The second last page read, the method to replenish one's life can be applied while attempting the breakthrough. However, the requirements are very strict. My experiments show that the red runes can't be used while the method in the day is more suitable. Based on my estimation, the golden lotus should take about 1,100 to 1,200 years of life. Although the problem of the golden lotus is solved, this method is demanding. Is there some other method that's more suitable for the masses? If only everyone has the same exploratory spirit as I have. Alas, most people here aren't interested in the 9-leaf stage. It's unfortunate that I still don't have an answer for the heaven and earth shackle problem. Luckily, the people here aren't troubled by it. The final page read, I'm not the only one who has come here. The handwriting on the final page was messy and looked like it was written in haste. Based on the diary, Lu Zhou concluded that the Luo woman had vast knowledge and powers she could not stably control. He was inclined to agree with Yuntian Luo that the woman was most likely a 9-leaf or 10-leaf expert. If the contents of the diary were true, that there were more than or two people with profound cultivation bases and red lotuses here, why was there no disaster like the Great Yan's imperial tutor had predicted? The surviving pages contained detailed records of her works. They did not seem like the meaningless scribblings of a lunatic. This was especially true about the amount of life taken by the golden lotus. She came to the conclusion that it took between 1,100 to 1,200 years of life. Could a lunatic come up with an answer like that? Lu Zhou wondered if the Luo woman was still alive. And if so, where was she? Could she still be alive after all these years? What would she think about the problems being solved by severing one's golden lotus? He closed the old notebook. Part of the book's corner fell off due to its old age. He continued thinking to himself in silence. He was slightly disappointed there was no mention of her hometown in the diary. He was curious if everyone from her hometown cultivated a red lotus. Red lotus. Lu Zhou was reminded of Conch. Perhaps he could learn something about the red lotus cultivation from Conch. After that, he closed his eyes and meditated on the when he thought about this. Lu Zhou closed his eyes and meditated on the heavenly writing scrolls. The next morning, Lu Zhou summoned Conch to Dajing Palace and sent the others away. Conch did not know what her master wanted. She bowed, curious. Master! Lu Zhou appraised Conch. Show me your avatar. Oh! Conch opened her fair little hand. With just a thought, she summoned an avatar that resembled a little red statue that hovered above her palm. Indeed, the avatar was red, but there was no red lotus. Was he mistaken? Did he see the reflection from the golden mirror wrongly? Lu Zhou flipped his palm. The golden Taishu mirror appeared in his hand. With a surge of primal qi, the golden mirror shone brightly and illuminated Conch. Shortly after, the reflection showed a red lotus under the red avatar. A red lotus? Lu Zhou put the golden mirror away and asked, "Are you nearing a breakthrough?" Conk did not understand her master. She asked excitedly, "Master, am I going to have another breakthrough again?" Again, what would the others feel if they heard this? Lu Zhou gauged her cultivation base. Indeed, she was in the late stage of the divine court realm. However, she was still some ways away from 100 Tribulations insight. As a unique treasure, the golden mirror could verify an object's authenticity. It was unlikely for it to be mistaken. This meant that Conk's actual potential was most probably already at the 100 Tribulations insight stage. This was not cultivation. It was a kind of awakening. "Conk, have you seen a red lotus before?" Lu Zhou asked. Conk nodded. "MHM. Where?" "I don't remember. Do you remember how you came here?" "I don't." Lu Zhou wondered if Conk had lost her memories, just like he did. "That's all for now. Go and cultivate." "Yes, master." Conk turned around and skipped out of Dajing Palace. As Lu Zhou looked at her retreating back, he wondered if red lotus cultivators were like giants next to ants. The diary stated that red lotus would not absorb life. This meant that red lotus cultivators were not subject to the life limit between the 8-leaf and 9-leaf stage. The tides of the times were turning. Nobody knew what the future held. 10 days later, under the moonlight, at the end of the land of buried bones, Xianxia was lying on a tree branch of a towering tree near the quagmire with the longevity sword in his hand. His eyes were tightly shut. "Nay!" Ji Liang circled back toward him from afar. Then, it flew in a circle above the quagmire before flying off into the distance. Was it searching for food or for a female horse? At this moment, Xianxia opened his eyes. His ears twitched. He moved and leaped off the branch. Like seeds of willow, he adjusted his body's angle and flew toward the quagmire. He looked down. He heard a gurgling sound. Xianxia smiled faintly. "You're a lucky one." These were signs that Xianxia managed to cling to his life. Wuxians lived in caves and ate dirt. When they died, their hearts remained uneroded. When they were buried, they could be reborn. Xianxia could feel the primal qi in the surroundings being drawn to the quagmire. He could also feel the density of the sun and moon essence inside the pool of water. He had been keeping an eye on the minute changes of the quagmire over the past 10 days. In the beginning, it was deathly still. The quagmire was devoid of movements. For a time, he was worried and disappointed. Even then, he did not give up. This was Xianxia's final chance. The only chance he had to live. He wanted to do everything he could, so he waited patiently. Xianxia circulated some primal qi and sent it toward the quagmire. He attempted to sense what was happening under the surface. Perhaps it was due to the natural terrain and the wonderful surroundings. His primal qi scattered and returned to the natural world when it drew close to the pool of water and mud. The heavens taught humans cultivation, enabling them to control primal qi from the natural environment. It was a power to protect themselves and a power to destroy the world. Sometimes, even a powerful 8-leaf expert seemed as insignificant as a grain of sand in the vast and mysterious world of nature. "Oh, well, I've never been short of patience. I just hope you don't disappoint me." Xianxia shrugged as he hovered in the air. The night grew darker. The stars sparkled brilliantly in the sky. Xianxia rose higher than the tree as he attempted to find Ji Liang. He did not see Ji Liang's shadow, but he saw a procession of cultivators flying slowly toward him under the moonlight. Xianxia frowned slightly and entered the forest. Xianxia landed on a tree branch. He hid his aura as he held his longevity sword. Then he lay down and closed his eyes. He had the intention of ignoring everything that did not affect him. His objective was to guard the quagmire and spend the next 49 days in peace. He lied down and closed his eyes. It did not take long before the procession of cultivators drew close to the quagmire. They came to a halt. Xianxia was puzzled. He opened his eyes slightly. He saw the cultivators through the dense canopy of leaves. The cultivators stood out under the moonlight. They were all wearing purple cloaks, and their heads were covered. Their faces could not clearly be seen. They seemed like a gloomy bunch. It was eerie how they hovered in the air in a long row. The land of buried bones lies ahead. According to the plan, we'll have to control the skeletons of all the dead. Over the centuries, many have been buried in the land of buried bones. The dead of the cities in the area were dumped here as well. They're all given a grand burial ceremony. One of the cultivators flew forward over the quagmire. He looked at the land of buried bones and announced loudly, "Our grand predecessors deserve our respect. Their souls and wills will be passed down after their deaths." Several cultivators flew after him. They saw the skeletons on the land of buried bones. These skeletons were one of the trump cards of the people of Lulan. When Xianxia saw this, he felt slightly relieved. They were clearly here for the skeletons. The land of buried bones was a trump card of the people of Lulan. The higher-ups gathered them in the name of respecting the dead. In truth, they were hoping that they could still defend Lulan in their deaths. Witchcraft was the key to controlling these skeletons. Xianxia retracted his gaze. He ignored them and closed his eyes as he prepared to sleep. At this moment, the purple-robed cultivators flew above the quagmire and formed a circle. "Let's do it. Praise." The purple-robed cultivator in the lead pressed a hand to his chest. Then he joined his palms and raised them toward the skies. A faint purple light appeared from between his palms. Soon after, a purple beam of light shot toward the land of buried bones. A light circle shone on a skeleton. The skeleton seemed to have been imbued with life as it began to move. Lay the formation. The other purple-robed cultivators stood in their respective positions and raised their palms at the same time. They looked up at the skies, their hoods sliding off their heads. Purple lotuses were branded on their foreheads. The moment they cast their spells, the lotuses shone. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Primal chi surged. Ken, Shu, Bo, Tu, Piao, Mu, Yu, Yang, Xian. They chanted a series of unintelligible incantations as purple gas began to rise from their bodies. They controlled the primal chi in their surroundings. Soon after, purple witchcraft circles appeared under their feet. The sound of gurgling rang in the air as the clear pool of water at the center of the quagmire began to bubble. The purple-robed cultivators were puzzled. "Be careful. There's a living person." As witchcraft cultivators, their senses toward the dead were greater than the ordinary person. Naturally, their senses toward the living were the same. They looked at the clear pool of water in the center of the quagmire and exchanged a look. They stopped what they were doing and looked at the pool of water intently. At this moment, a gentle voice from the nearby forest rang in their ears. "My apologies." The purple-robed cultivators were stunned. They instinctively turned to look at the source of the voice. Under the moonlight, they saw a cultivator dressed in green robes slowly flying out of the forest before stopping in the air above them. Although he was alone, they sensed an unfathomable aura from him. They could tell his composure was born out of spending time with elites and the confidence of surviving on a blade. Xianxia asked lightly, "If it's possible, can you cast your spell elsewhere?" "Why?" the witchcraft cultivator standing at the lead asked, puzzled. Xianxia looked up at the moon and said, "Don't you find this quiet and peaceful place perfect for resting?" "I'm sorry, my friend. We're here on orders and we have to cast our spell here," another cultivator replied. "The land of buried bones is vast. It won't have much of an effect if you change locations." Xianxia smiled warmly. "I sincerely wish you'll heed my suggestion." A witchcraft cultivator standing at the back said contemptuously, "Why must we switch locations? Why don't you move to another location instead? There are plenty of other places for you to rest. This is the best place for us to cast our spell." "Me too," Xianxia said curtly. "My friend, please leave." Xianxia shook his head lightly. His expression was calm as he said with a sigh, "As you wish. You may stay." As Xianxia spoke, his longevity sword spun out of his hand with a whoosh. Split into 2 for 8. Countless energy swords appeared in a formation. The Sword Devil's Destiny. "No! Defend yourselves!" Many cultivators raised their hands at once. A huge purple barrier rose from the witchcraft circle. The sword devil's destiny rained down like hail. Bam! 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 The energy swords easily shattered the witchcraft barrier. The remaining energy swords instantly pierced the chests of several cultivators. More than 10 members out of the more than 50 witchcraft cultivators died instantly. The remaining cultivators wore a frightened expression on their faces as they cast spells after spells. Xianxia raised his right hand. His longevity sword returned to his grasp. He gripped tightly and stepped forward. Stop him! Kill him! Several purple radiant circles appeared and shot toward Xianxia. Xianxia moved at lightning speed as he shot forward and slashed his sword. Countless energy swords parried the incoming purple light circles. Boom! 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 Several cultivators were sent flying. At the same time, before anyone else noticed, energy swords had materialized in the air again and rained down on them, piercing their chests as they were sent flying back. Thud! 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 Corpses fell down from the sky into the quagmire. In just a blink of an eye, only more than 10 witchcraft cultivators were left out of the more than 50 cultivators. The cultivator in the lead frowned deeply as he waved his sleeves and called out, "Retreat!" The cultivators turned around and fled. Xianxia said calmly, "My apologies, but none of you are allowed to leave. It would be bad if these people escaped and spread the word about this incident." Xianxia moved at top speed. The faint red light on his sword flashed brighter than before. Grand technique! There was a flurry of movements as he pierced the chest of one cultivator who was lagging behind. He did stop and continued moving at lightning speed. 5 well-trained witchcraft cultivators turned around and launched purple rings from their palms. Having had the experience of fighting a grand shaman, Xianxia did not allow the purple energy to come close to himself. He immediately swung his longevity sword with great force. Traceless sword. Countless energy swords appeared in the surroundings, sweeping away the purple rings. When they looked up, Xianxia had already arrived in front of them. He spread his arms, the energy swords hovering around them. Swoosh! 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 The energy swords flew out and pierced the cultivators' bodies. A great yen swordsman? Currently, there was only one surviving witchcraft cultivator. The cultivator ran for some distance. When he saw his comrades were all dead, he stopped. He turned around and faced Xianxia. He knew it was futile to run. Xianxia raised his sword. He shook his head and said, "This wasn't what I intended to do, but I have no choice." The leader of the witchcraft cultivator said, "Are the cultivators of Great Yen so shameless and despicable? You can say whatever you like." Xianxia was not interested in squabbling. The lead witchcraft cultivator began to laugh maniacally before he said, "I admit that Great Yen is strong in individual fights, but this time, you've merely killed low-rank witchcraft cultivators. If you kill me, the royal city will surely get to the bottom of this. Even if you run to the ends of the world, they will hunt you down. Is that a threat?" Xianxia was amused. The witchcraft cultivator calmed his nerves. He had the impression that the great yen swordsman was rational and reasonable. He might have a chance to survive if he could explain the benefits and consequences of his actions. There was no need to grovel and beg. "You can think of it as a threat." He looked at Xianxia and raised his hand. He showed Xianxia the pattern on his palm. "I'm Xian of the Bonner family in Lu Lan's royal city. If you lay your hands on me, my family will surely get to the bottom of this. Why would you invite such trouble upon yourself, sir?" Xianxia nodded slightly and said, "Indeed, I don't like troubles. Besides, Lu Lan has always been on good terms with Great Yen. While it's true that there have been some unhappy incidents ever since the dawn of the Lotus-Severing era, this doesn't affect the relationship between our countries. It's said that the Nether sect is wreaking havoc in Great Yen and that the divine capital has fallen. I do feel sorry for that." The shaman, Xian, said, "Alas, they're already dead." Xianxia glanced at the corpses strewn on the ground below. Xian shook his head and said, "I'll talk to the higher-ups. Naturally, Everything depends on how you act. Yu Shangrong nodded again. He stepped forward. The moonlight fell on the side of his face, highlighting his cold expression. My stance has never changed since the very beginning. Very good. I like people like you who adapt to the times. We'll meet again. Xian turned around. As soon as he turned around, a dark and vicious expression appeared on his face. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All of a sudden, Xian heard the sound of energy swords whistling in the air ringing behind him. HM? His eyes widened in shock and anger as he cursed. You, a sneak attack. Countless energy swords merged into one in the air. They formed a long dragon that shot toward Xian. Xian cried out and Xian struck with both palms, erecting a purple barrier around himself. Purple circles appeared around him like hula hoops. Yu Shangrong did not even deign to look at Xian. He turned around indifferently as his energy sword moved at lightning speed. Bang! The energy sword pierced Xian's chest. The longevity sword circled in the air once before flying back into the scabbard on Yu Shangrong's back. Xian, who was holding onto his sword, plunged down into the forest below. Yu Shangrong's movements were as smooth as flowing water. He did not fumble, always calm and composed. Xian, on the other hand, was wide-eyed. He looked at the silent forest, at the starry skies, at the moon, at the quagmire, and at the scattered corpses of his comrades. He could keenly feel his life leaking out from his body. He did not even register the pain as he plummeted to the ground. Yu Shangrong returned to the branch and lay down, considering his next move. Those witchcraft cultivators had shown up at the land of buried bones, of all places. Clearly, they had a mission. Now that they had all been killed by him, nobody would be reporting back. This would certainly draw attention. Lu Lan would certainly organize a search party. It was not difficult to locate this place. In that case, what should he do next? Yu Shangrong hated troubles the most. He opened his eyes and looked at the pool of water. He said with a sigh, "If this were the past, I would never be bogged down by this problem." After saying that, he closed his eyes again and went back to sleep. When he received the series of notifications, Lu Zhou thought that a battle had broken out in Liang province. However, after further considerations, he thought there would be more notifications if the Rulians had attacked. Although the points were not high, they could not be considered as little. Lu Zhou asked someone to send a letter to Liang province. Soon enough, Si Wuya sent a reply saying everything was peaceful and quiet in Liang province. He reassured that there would not be a problem with him holding the fort. Looks like they're killed by Yu Shangrong. After mulling over it, Lu Zhou told Old Eighth to contact Si Wuya and have his sources in Lu Lan assist Yu Shangrong from the sides. He would have to pay a visit to Lu Lan sooner or later. According to Lu Gu, Ji Tiandao's memory crystal was most probably related to Lu Lan's royals. In the afternoon, Duan Mushang hurried into Dajing Palace. "Your orders, master?" Lu Zhou glanced at Duan Mushang. Confused, he asked, "Where's Old Eighth?" Duan Mushang replied, "Old Eighth has been working hard these few days. He's cooped up in his room practicing his breathing. I can handle his tasks for him." Lu Zhou nodded and said, "Very well. Send word to Si Wuya. Tell him to think of some way to assist Yu Shangrong." "Yes, master." Duan Mushang turned around and left. Meanwhile, inside a certain room in Jinghe Palace. "Ouch! Softer, will you?" Zhu Honggong cried out as he lay on the bed. "My son, did old villain Ji beat you again? See? You should have left with me. Why are you staying here? You're only suffering." Ever since Zhu Tianyuan entered the palace, he had been following Zhu Honggong around like a bum beetle. "Don't insult my master. This was third senior brother's doing. In that case, he should take responsibility for his actions. I won't say anything if it was your master who hit you. But how can your senior brother be this domineering, beating people up as he pleases?" At this moment, the door creaked as Duan Mushang entered the room. He held his overlord spear in his left hand and a vial of liniment in his right. He said, "Old Eighth, here's something for you." Zhu Tianyuan turned to look at Duan Mushang's muscular body. Each of Duanmushang's movements radiated terrifying power. He asked in confusion, "You are Duanmushang, Zhu Honggong's third senior brother." Duanmushang replied. Zhu Tianyuan was taken aback. He hastily said, "Oh, it's you, Evil Sky Pavilion's Mr. Third. My son can be stubborn sometimes. I hope that you can look after him as his senior brother in the future. If he does anything wrong in the future, you can just hit him. Don't hold back because of me." Zhu Honggong. Duanmushang had already heard about Zhu Honggong's matters. Hence, he cupped his fists and said, "Uncle, this is nothing. I won't hold anything against my junior brother. To have a reasonable and magnanimous senior brother like you must be Zhu Honggong's reward after 8 lifetimes of hard work. Don't mention it. Apply this liniment 3 times a day. He'll be healed in 3 days. I have something else to attend to. Goodbye." "Goodbye, Mr. Third." Zhu Honggong. 7 days later. In the morning, across the quagmire, Yu Shangrong flew out of the forest as he usually would. He observed the changes in the bubbles and sensed the situation under the surface. Compared to 7 days ago, he could clearly sense the aura of life now. This meant Yu Zhanghai was another step closer to being resurrected. After observing this, Yu Shangrong drew his longevity sword and practiced his swordplay. He saw Ji Liang looking for food in the nearby mountains and smiled. Soon after, he saw 3 purple-clad cultivators flying toward Ji Liang. Ji Liang was alert. When it sensed people approaching, it immediately returned and hid among the trees in the forest behind Yu Shangrong. The 3 purple-clad cultivators flew over as well. When they saw Yu Shangrong hovering in the air, they bowed and greeted him. "There's someone here. My friend, have you seen our comrades? They wear the same clothes we do," the purple-clad cultivator standing in front asked. Yu Shangrong was honest. He pointed at the corpses near the quagmire, among the weeds and the trees of the forest, as he said, "You mean them?" The 3 purple-clad cultivators looked down. They were greeted by the sight of corpses. They were shocked and quickly descended. They flew around and began to gather corpses using witchcraft. An incredulous expression appeared on their faces after they counted the number of corpses. The leader of the 3 purple-clad cultivators asked, "My friend, did you see the murderer?" Yu Shangrong smiled. "I see that they're your comrades. I'm sorry for their deaths. As for the murderer, he must have gone to the royal city." "Thank you, my friend." The purple-robed cultivator raised his hand. A purple witchcraft net wrapped around the bodies and lifted them up. He said, "Let's report back. Quickly." Understood. The 3 cultivators left the land of buried bones with the corpses. Yu Shangrong looked in the direction of the quagmire. He shook his head and said, "If it weren't for you, I would never stoop so low and lie." Then he smiled and added, "However, one must do a few dumb things throughout his life." After saying this, he flew into the forest. Night fell. The bubbles on the surface of the pool of clear water grew larger and larger. The gurgling sounds turned louder and louder as well. When midnight arrived, it had become rather noisy. Yu Shangrong flew out of the forest and inspected the quagmire. He said, "You might be dead, but your temper is still something to reckon with." He returned to the forest. Fortunately, nobody else came close to the quagmire over the next 5 days. Everything proceeded smoothly. 22 more days to go. Yu Shangrong would scratch a mark on the tree trunk with his longevity sword to mark the passing days. At this time, the gurgling sounds were much louder than before. Yu Shangrong looked at the skies through the canopy. He glanced at the quagmire. The pool of clear water was still bubbling. With so much activity, it would be troublesome if someone were to come. Yu Shangrong spent 10 peaceful days before the pool of water finally stopped bubbling. Yu Shangrong faded out of focus. In the next instant, he appeared above the pool of water. His feet were firmly on the quagmire, and yet he was not wet. He stooped down and listened quietly. His surroundings were extremely quiet as well. The quieter a place was, the more likely one would hear ringing in one's ears. He was experiencing this at the moment. Amidst the sound of ringing, he could faintly hear, the sound of wind? No. Yu Shangrong flew up. He saw many cultivators flying toward him from Lulan City. There were purple-robed and armored cultivators. 12 more days. Yu Shangrong felt his head ache at this moment. With his abilities, he could get rid of these cultivators, but he was still human, after all. If Lulan sent its troop at him relentlessly, he would eventually collapse from exhaustion. He pondered it for a moment before he looked at Ji Liang and called out, "Ji Liang!" "Nay!" Ji Liang flew toward him excitedly. Yu Shangrong patted Ji Liang and said, "Draw them away. Fly to the south of Heaven's Moat. I don't think they can reach the highest point at the south of Heaven's Moat. Shake them off there." "Nay! You shouldn't fly too fast or else they won't be able to keep up." Yu Shangrong removed his cloak. He flew into the forest and broke some branches. He placed them on the horse's back and covered it with his cloak. Ji Liang spun around. "Go!" "Nay!" Ji Liang's current neighing surpassed the volume of those before. It flew away from the forest toward Great Yen. With the commotion Ji Liang deliberately caused, the purple-robed cultivators and soldiers from Lulan City saw it immediately. They changed their direction and pursued it. The soldiers traveled on foot while the cultivators flew behind them in a densely packed formation. Looking up from the forest, it was as though a naughty child had disturbed a hive of angry hornets. Yu Shangrong briefly glanced at the sky. Then, he leaned against a tree trunk and said, "Don't fly too quickly." Ji Liang understood what Yu Shangrong intended to do. It made frequent stops as it flew. The purple-robed cultivators thought Ji Liang was an ordinary mount that would be exhausted after a short flight. They chased after it wildly. When they finally vanished behind the clouds, Yu Shangrong closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and rested. He knew the real challenge would come next. Ji Liang would need more than 10 days to reach Heaven's Moat. It would have to travel to the mountains and back, which meant that it would be more than 20 days before it returned to fetch him. However, it would only take 12 days to see if eldest senior brother would come back to life. This meant that he would have to bring his eldest senior brother back to Great Yen on his own. Fly on my own? When Yu Shangrong thought about this, he opened his eyes, feeling slightly helpless. To think the great sword devil would experience moments of helpless as well. Yu Shangrong's strategy of using Ji Liang as a diversion was successful. However, on the third day, more cultivators arrived at the quagmire. Yu Shangrong did not show himself. He merely observed from the forest. The purple-robed cultivators surveyed the quagmire's surroundings and flew for some distance above the land of buried bones. Then they changed directions and left. They must have been here to investigate the deaths of their people. The next 3 days were uneventful. Meanwhile, Carol was also keeping a close tab on this matter in the Rolian campground. "General, we have a reply from Lulan. Although the Sword Devil hasn't been located yet, they've laid many traps along the route back to Great Yen. He won't be able to return," a subordinate said with a bow. Carol opened his eyes. He nodded and said, "Very good. What's the situation on Bazir's side?" "Lord Bazir isn't in a good mood. He has difficulty accepting your opinions." "Imbecile. How did someone like him cultivate to the rank of a grand shaman?" Carol smiled. "There's only one 9-leaf cultivator in Great Yen. The 12 allied nations must work together in a coordinated manner. Does he think he's the king of Lulan?" "I don't know. That's all for now. If he comes, tell him that I'm busy and won't be able to meet him." "Understood." The subordinate left. He flew away from the camp and arrived at another campground soon after. After making it past the guards, he arrived outside the main tent. "My lord, I've conveyed your message to the general." A voice rang from within the tent. "I don't think the general will hold this against me, not with his magnanimity. Is he pleased with my suggestion?" The subordinate replied. "The general said that he can hardly accept such a ludicrous suggestion, and that Lulan should earnestly reflect on why it's so weak." "What? Stay your anger, my lord." Those were the general's exact words. "The general has also said that he's busy and won't be able to meet you." There was a long pause from the tent. Grand Shaman Bazir seethed in anger as he finally said, "Get lost." The subordinate did not dare to linger for a moment longer. He immediately dashed out of the campgrounds toward a remote spot in the forest. He sent a letter there before returning to the Rolian campground. Inside the Lulan campground, Bazir cursed out loud, "Carol, you Rolians are but a bunch of uncivilized barbarians. How dare you compare yourself to the likes of Lulan?" A shaman on the side said respectfully, "My lord, do you think we should still intercept Yu Shangrong? What do you think? I recommend that we don't. We can turn this into a gesture of goodwill toward Great Yan. Great Yan's nether sect is currently like the sun during high noon. I'm afraid the 12 allied nations won't be able to bear much fruit." Bazir glanced at his subordinate and said, "No, my lord. Not only am I going to intercept Yu Shangrong, but I will force him toward Lu Lan's territory. Then I'll kill him there no matter the price. When that happens, the Evil Sky Pavilion will surely put the blame on Roly. I'd like to see how Carol will hold up against a 9-leaf cultivator." "That's brilliant, my lord. I'll leave it to you. Remember, a Rolian must be seen doing that." "Understood." It was merely a matter of having some of their own impersonate the Rolians. 12 days passed in just a blink of an eye. In addition to the 27 days, the 40 golden days for Wuxians to be resurrected were over. 49 days were neither long nor short. However, it was enough time for big changes to take place in the cultivation world. Nobody knew what the situation was like in the current cultivation world. The sun rose as usual and the moon would still retire. Everything seemed normal. In the morning, a drop of dew slid off the tree branch. The sunlight shone on it, making it look dazzling. Whiz! The drop of water was slowed by invisible primal chi before it could reach Yu Shangrong's hair. Yu Shangrong opened his eyes at this moment. He scattered his primal chi. The droplet of water hovering above his head instantly evaporated. Bloob! 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 The water bubbled and gurgled from the center of the quagmire again. Yu Shangrong descended and flew out of the forest. He hovered nearby as he looked down at the area. The pool bubbled with more intensity now. Steam was beginning to rise from it as the water boiled over. As the water evaporated, the quagmire dried up into soil. Eventually, the bubbling sound stopped. The land was now flat and parched. Yu Shangrong crossed his arms. He stared at the ground. He said under his breath, "Your time is up." He looked at the sun in the skies. The sun rose in the east. Its rays shone from the mountain onto the ancient Lulan city in the distance. Everything was quiet. Birds flew overhead, chirping noisily. One of the birds, a mutated bird, with a keen sense of smell, landed at the center of the quagmire and pecked at the dry layer of soil. It seemed to have picked up a scent and was pecking away enthusiastically. Soon enough, it pecked until there was an opening on the ground. Swoosh! An arm covered in dirt broke out of the ground and grabbed the bird, its fingers gripping the bird's wing. After a while, it released its grip. Frightened, the bird flew away, fleeing for its life. The arm remained raised, pointing at the sky. It was a slightly creepy sight. If Yu Shangrong were not prepared for this, and if he had not known this was coming, he thought he would have been slightly creeped out by this sight as well. Yu Shangrong studied the arm. The fingers were straight, and the skin seemed young. It did not look like the arm of someone who was trained in saber. Yu Shangrong shook his head. "Your luck isn't the best. When Wuxians were reborn from the earth, those who were fortunate would reemerge as they were before. If they were unlucky, they would have to start over as a baby. If they did not have much life left, they would die before they could even drink a few mouthfuls of milk. It would end as a tragedy. However, judging from the appearance of the arm, the outcome was still acceptable even if it was not the best." Swoosh! The soil was pushed away. A clay man stood in the quagmire. His size was not very big. Although Yu Shangrong looked calm, inwardly, he was still shocked when he witnessed a Wuxian emerging from the earth. After drying, the soil, naturally, clung to the person's body. Bit by bit, the blackened soil dropped off from his body. Since he was reborn, nothing else mattered. Yu Shangrong studied Yu Zhenghai's appearance. He discovered Yu Zhenghai's stature was much smaller compared to before. Yu Zhenghai seemed more like a very young man. Since Yu Zhenghai's face, body, and hair were hidden by mud, he could not clearly see Yu Zhenghai's appearance. Nevertheless, he saw Yu Zhenghai's eyes shining with life. It was brimming with curiosity and a sense of loss. The seemingly young man did not move for a long time. He observed the mountains, the river, the land of buried bones, and the forest before his eyes eventually landed on Yu Shangrong, who was hovering in the air nearby. Yu Shangrong smiled faintly. "Well, at least you're not dead." "Not dead?" The young man wondered out loud. "Eldest senior brother. You have to help yourself from now on," Yu Shangrong said indifferently. "I've done many things for you throughout this journey. As my eldest senior brother, it's time for you to do your part, right?" Yu Zhenghai, now a young man, asked in confusion, "Who are you? Who's eldest senior brother? How can you fly?" Yu Shangrong was stunned. He studied Yu Zhenghai's dirt-covered body. He flipped his palm. A surge of energy lifted some clean water from a pool far away and flew toward Yu Zhenghai. When Yu Zhenghai saw this, he jumped in shock. He turned around and ran. However, the water seemed to have locked onto him. It moved rapidly and splashed onto him. He was instantly cleaned, revealing a young man. His eyes were brimming with shock as he stared at Yu Shangrong, who was hovering in the air. Yu Shangrong was shocked as well. He looked at Yu Zhenghai. "You don't remember?" "Remember what?" "Your name." The young man shook his head. Yu Shangrong sighed softly. "This isn't like what old Seventh described. Why does he seem like a different person after he's reborn?" He waved his hand. The clothes he had prepared beforehand flew out of the forest to Yu Zhenghai. He said, "Wear these." Yu Zhenghai clothed himself. Naturally, the size was too big. He seemed comical in his oversized clothes. However, Yu Shangrong did not make fun of him. He said, "Follow me." "Why?" "What do you mean, why?" "I'm not going." Yu Shangrong dove and landed before Yu Zhenghai. He saw wariness in Yu Zhenghai's eyes. He also sensed a familiar obstinance. "Who are you?" Yu Zhenghai asked. Yu Shangrong studied him again. Perhaps 49 days of boredom had given him some inspiration. He said with a straight face, "I'm your senior brother." "Senior brother?" The young man scratched his head, clearly still confused. Yu Shangrong turned around and calmly said, "If you can't remember, don't force yourself. Time is running short. I'll take you back." "Where to?" "Great Yen." With Jiliang, the journey from the quagmire to Heaven's Moat would take about 10 days. Without Jiliang, it would at least take a month, and this was without considering the time they would need to rest in between. Yu Shangrong was not sure if the young Yu Zhenghai could endure long periods of flight. He did not understand much about Wuxia, and he wondered if Yu Zhenghai's cultivation base was still intact after being reborn as a young man. If he had to protect them from the wind with his energy all the way back, it would be very demanding on his primal chi, and the loss would outweigh the benefits. Then he turned around to look at Yu Zhenghai. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai gathered his robes up. Indeed, the robes were too big for him. He slowly made to follow after Yu Shangrong. Swoosh! Yu Shangrong swung his sword. An energy sword accurately drew across young Yu Zhenghai's robes. The few inches of the hem that were cut off by the energy sword fell off immediately. Young Yu Zhenghai was shocked. He looked at the sword in Yu Shangrong's hand and said, "Your sword technique is amazing, MHM." Yu Shangrong smiled in satisfaction. "You never admitted this before. Can I be your disciple?" Yu Zhenghai followed Yu Shangrong. "I should be content with taking advantage of him. It'll be too complicated if I become his master. Messing with the hierarchy might cost me a few years of life." Yu Shangrong shook his head. "You have a better master." "Where?" Yu Shangrong saw a passion for cultivation in Yu Zhenghai's eyes. Those eyes were the same as his when he walked from Brackish Mountain for several months to meet his master. He suddenly understood. This resurrection seemed to have brought Yu Zhenghai back to the cycle of his first death. There were many strange occurrences in the big wide world. There were many things that could not be explained. Yu Shangrong suppressed the shock he felt. He pointed in Great Yan's direction and said, "Let's go." A surge of energy lifted the two of them up. They flew toward the land of buried bones. Young Yu Zhenghai had a feverish look in his eyes, toward flying, cultivation, and the future. He asked curiously, "Senior brother, how profound is your cultivation base? What do you think? The Brahman Sea realm?" Yu Zhenghai replied as admiration shone in his eyes. "I heard that Brahman Sea realm cultivators can fly." Yu Shangrong smiled faintly. "Higher than that? Divine Court realm?" Young Yu Zhenghai's eyes widened, as though he just realized how amazing the person next to him was. Divine Court realm cultivators were usually affiliated with a sect and had great supporters. "Higher than that?" Yu Shangrong shook his head slightly. "Senior brother, you're in the nascent divinity realm." Yu Zhenghai could barely string his words together. His voice was laced with excitement and reverence. He had forgotten about how he emerged from the quagmire, resurrected as a person, about his identity as the Evil Sky Pavilion's first disciple, the Nether Sect master whose name struck fear in those who heard it, and his status as an 8-leaf cultivator. The conclusion of karma was a cycle of obsessions. Perhaps his obsession began when he died for the first time in Lulan. Yu Shangrong initially had the urge to show off. However, after thinking about it, he thought it was boring. In the end, he said, "You'll become as powerful as I am." Young Yu Zhenghai was still feeling excited over Yu Shangrong's words, when purple mist rose from the forest ahead of them. It spread sideways and barred their way. Yu Shangrong shook his head. "I knew it wouldn't go so smoothly." He brought Yu Zhenghai with him and flew northward. The fatal weakness of Lulan's witchcraft was this. Although witchcraft was powerful, time was needed to lay out the formation and activate the spell. Their enemies would only need to avoid them to render their spells useless. Yu Shangrong knew this well, so he flew northward. Young Yu Zhenghai was not afraid of flying. In fact, he was enjoying it. After all, he liked the sensation of looking down from up high. It seemed like some traits were inherent, after all. The two of them had flown for an entire day. The purple barrier that barred their way had disappeared. Yu Shangrong shifted his direction and headed east. Territory of the Rulians. Yu Shangrong dove. They landed. "We'll rest for a bit." Young Yu Zhenghai nodded. He looked around curiously. Alas, shortly after they stopped to rest, Rulian cultivators swarmed around them from the surroundings. They wielded spears, bows, and blades as they tightened their circle around them. Yu Shangrong appeared calm. He gripped his sword hilt with both hands. His eyes were slightly closed as he stood with a straight back. A gust of breeze blew by. Leaves fell. Young Yu Zhenghai saw the other tribesmen, but he was not afraid. Instead, he looked at them with eyes brimming with hostility as he retreated to Yu Shangrong's side. Then, he picked up a stray branch and stood in a defensive stance. Yu Shangrong said calmly, "Don't stray too far away from me. MHM. At this moment, a person emerged from behind the trees with a staff in his hand. He said in a clear voice, "The Evil Sky Pavilions, Mr. Second? I'm afraid you won't be able to leave." Yu Shangrong opened his eyes. His longevity sword shot out of its scabbard. There was a flash of red light before countless energy swords materialized around him. They cut sideways. Every single energy sword skirted around Yu Zhenghai with perfect precision. The trees around them fell. Dozens of Rulians who were surrounding them were instantly killed. Yu Zhenghai was in awe. Yu Shangrong said tonelessly, "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Move. Don't give him a chance." The people around them swarmed forward. Yu Shangrong raised his right hand. His arm was parallel to the ground. His longevity sword shot into his hand. Then he faded out of focus. Whiz! Yu Shangrong's avatar appeared. The leader with the staff looked up and frowned. His voice trembled as he said, "This is bad. 100 feet. Didn't they say he's only a 6-leaf cultivator? Retreat. The information is wrong. Retreat. Impossible." Many 7-leaf elites in the world knew the basic fact that an 8-leaf cultivator was as big as Mount Tai. Even the people of Roli and Lulan knew this. When they saw the 100-foot avatar, their intention to kill Yu Shangrong vanished without a trace. Impossible. Even if an 8-leaf cultivator was here, he could only run as soon as he heard Yu Shangrong's name. Here they were, without an 8-leaf cultivator among their numbers. The outcome was predictable. It was a crushing defeat for them. Wherever the energy swords went, they did not seem like they were cutting down people. They seemed like they were cutting down. Hey! Young Yu Zhenghai was stunned by this sight. Nobody knew how much he thirsted for power or how strongly he wanted to become an expert like the person before. He did as Yu Shangrong ordered him to. He stood obediently in place as the energy swords danced and the Rulians fell all around him. A moment later, Yu Shangrong returned to his original spot. He looked at young Yu Zhenghai as though nothing had happened. He raised his left hand, and his longevity sword returned to its scabbard and back in his embrace. The battle had ended just like that. The trees and plants within 100 meters were felled by Yu Shangrong. The chilly breeze brought with it a metallic stench that seemed to linger in the air, prickled Yu Zhenghai's newly formed sense of smell. "Are you afraid?" Yu Shangrong asked. He was used to this, so it did not affect him at all. Young Yu Zhenghai shook his head to show that he was not afraid. That was beyond Yu Shangrong's expectations. Perhaps Yu Zhenghai had endured many hardships, so he knew when he should feel afraid and when he should not. "Your sword techniques are amazing," young Yu Zhenghai said. "I think so, too. Since you're my senior brother, can you teach me how to use the sword?" Yu Shangrong shook his head lightly and replied with a straight face. "You're not suitable for the sword." "What suits me then?" "A saber," Yu Shangrong said. When he heard this, young Yu Zhenghai beamed. He asked, "How did you know that I like sabers?" "Sabers are cool. A man's strength can only be manifested by using a saber." Yu Shangrong successfully bit back a retort. He closed his eyes indifferently and entered his resting state. Young Yu Zhenghai stood at the side. He toyed around with the branch. He gripped it with both hands and made slashing motions. Bam! 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 Young Yu Zhenghai struck a tree stump with the branch. His strength was not something a youth his age should possess. He said, "I'll surely become as powerful as you." "I hope so." It was unknown if Wuxians could recultivate after they were resurrected. Any possible side effects of the resurrection were also unknown. It was slightly too early to be talking about cultivation right now. After they had rested, Yu Shangrong brought young Yu Zhenghai with him and continued eastward. 5 days later, in a bamboo forest east of Roli. The long journey had worn young Yu Zhenghai out. He could barely walk. He was already at his limits after having held out for so long. The two of them traversed vast deserts, winding mountain paths, and seas of clouds. When they landed among the bamboos, Yu Zhenghai lay down at once. "I can't go any further." "You have no choice but to walk." They only rested briefly. Yu Shangrong heard something flying toward them above the bamboo forest. He stood up and moved his hand. A few vines flew over, picking Yu Zhenghai up, and brought him to his side. His movements were neat and precise. He placed one hand on his back as the vines wound around his waist several times. His back was straight and his expression was calm as he walked out of the bamboo forest. Then, he drew the longevity sword and lifted it before an energy sword shot out. It cut through some bamboo and hit the cultivator above the bamboo forest. Every time Yu Shangrong swung his sword, a cultivator fell. He did not even have to look. He kept his eyes trained ahead. At this moment, a figure dove toward him at blinding speed. At the same time, a 6-leaf wolf king avatar merged with that figure as he crashed through the bamboo forest. The wolf pounced while baring its fangs. The figure wielded sharp blades in both hands as he aimed for Yu Shangrong's face. His movements were as quick as lightning. Yu Shangrong joined his palms together. His longevity sword was held between his hands. An energy sword suddenly expanded and wrapped around his longevity sword. It dropped down like a guillotine at lightning speed as well. In just a split second, the Wolf King avatar was cleaved into two, falling to the left and the right. The cultivator in the middle of the avatar shared the same fate. The battle ended. Once again, Panicked cries rang in the air. He's not a six-leaf cultivator. Retreat. Change of plans. Run. The remaining cultivators fled to the west. Yu Shangrong carried Yu Zhenghai with an indifferent expression on his face as he continued on his journey. He stepped out of the forest and rose into the air. He looked to the side. Young Yu Zhenghai was fast asleep. The rogue western wind blew across the river. When was it going to return? On Liang Province city's walls, Si Wuya faced Roly. He seemed to be lost in his thoughts. At this moment, Jiang Aijin leaped up and sat on the city wall. Are you sure your men are fine? They've crossed Heaven's Moat and formed a garrison at the north of Great Yen. If Lu Lan's forces place a grand formation there, it'll be difficult to breach. I trust those I employ and won't employ those I don't trust. I believe in them, Si Wuya replied. Breach. Jiang Aijin shook his head. You can attack all you want, but I'm going to make things clear. I'm only helping you with defending. Offense is the best defense. Jiang Aijin spread his hands. He shook his head and said, Can I object to this plan? You can, but it's futile. I can't stand you guys. Jiang Aijin was speechless. He said with a sigh, At the end of the day, I'm still Great Yan's third prince. How can I sit back and do nothing while the other tribes invade my lands? Just tell me, when? I'll do everything in my power to help. Tonight. Can I take back what I just said? No. Inside Dajing Palace in the divine capital. After so many days, Lu Zhou's heavenly writing power had already been replenished several times over. In the meantime, he kept attempting to expand the limits of the power of hearing. He had practically memorized the incantation for the power and mastered its use. He opened the system dashboard again. Merit points, 66,203. The added merit points were from Yu Shangrong. Lu Zhou looked at his merit points and shook his head. He wondered how Yu Zhenghai was faring now. That rascal. Will it kill him to write back? After pondering for a moment, Lu Zhou opened the list of items and said, Purchase Golden Lotus Leaf. Ding! Spent 50,000 merit points. Obtained Golden Lotus Leaf X1. Initially, he wanted to use it immediately. When he remembered the item cards would increase in price whenever his cultivation base improved, he spent another 10,000 merit points and purchased a Deadly Strike card. He would save it as his final trump card. After purchasing it, he finally said, Use Golden Lotus Leaf. Shortly after, the item card dissolved into spots of starlight that swirled around him. They eventually gathered around his Dantian's Sea of Qi. The tidal wave of power rose and churned like waters of the sea. The surging primal Qi burst forth and grew in his Dantian's Sea of Qi like an incoming tide. At the same time, his heart and mind were at peace. The minute sounds of the breeze around Dajing Palace were clearly brought to his ears. Above Dajing Palace, the clouds parted. Primal Qi wreaked havoc and swiftly gathered around Lu Zhou. At this moment, Zhu Tianyuan was supporting Zhu Honggong's weight. They were in Dajing Palace's vicinity. When they saw the surging primal Qi, they were shocked. My son, Dajing Palace is in trouble. Zhu Tianyuan was shocked. Stay calm. Zhu Honggong pulled Zhu Tianyuan. He bit back his pain and earnestly said, You're new here, so you don't know about this. Whenever you encounter something like this, you must keep quiet and lay low. My son, you're too green. Someone's sprouting a leaf. Perhaps it's your senior. You should go and learn from them, Zhu Tianyuan said. You're green. Trust me. Don't go looking for trouble. Is this how you should talk to your father? I've been around far longer than you. Zhu Tianyuan put on the air of a senior and said, It's only someone sprouting a leaf. There's nothing to it. Your old man and old villain Ji go way back. I can even watch him sprout a leaf, let alone his disciples. Boom! A clap of thunder rang from Dajing Palace. Scram! To gain the power of speech recognition, even about unspeakable truths, and understand the words spoken by the tongues of beings in different worlds. A clap of thunder rang in the air before the power of speech was released. It was focused and powerful. The blue heavenly writing extraordinary power struck Zhu Tianyuan and Zhu Honggong. They were sent reeling, drawing an arc in the air, before they crashed on the ground. Ouch! Zhu Honggong's previous wounds had not healed yet, and yet, he was further injured. He wailed in pain as his face was drenched in cold sweat. Despite being shocked, Zhu Tianyuan was in a better state. He hastily helped Zhu Honggong to his feet and limped toward Jinghe Palace. When they entered Jinghe Palace, the duo heaved a sigh of relief. They patted their chests. "I'm begging you. Don't drag me down with you. If you weren't here, I'd be like a fish in water. I was doing great. Now that you're here, it's as though I'm cursed with bad luck. I'm violating rules at every turn," Zhu Honggong pleaded. Zhu Tianyuan wiped the sweat off his face. After calming down, he said, "That was an accident. I didn't expect the relationship we had to mean nothing to him. The men of today are degenerates. My son, why don't you think about coming back with me to the ancient saint cult and take over the position of Holy Master? You'll never be in want. You might even be able to give me a cute and plump grandson. In any case, it would be better than being beaten up here every day. Forget it. Don't try to trick me. Something that good will never happen to me." Zhu Honggong did not believe Zhu Tianyuan. When he was taken away, Jiang Pu had said that someone was coveting the ancient saint cult. Trying to deceive me? Fat chance. Do you really think that I can't use my brain? No way. I'm your father. A father won't lie to his son. Thud. 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 Someone knocked on the door. A solemn expression appeared on Zhu Tianyuan's face as he opened the door. He saw two little girls curiously peeking into the room. He asked, puzzled, "You are 8th senior brother." Little Yuaner and Conk greeted Zhu Honggong in unison. Zhu Honggong replied, "Hello, junior sisters." Zhu Tianyuan said, "Oh, you're my son's junior sisters. We're here to see 8th senior brother. If there's anything you need, just tell us," Little Yuaner said. "In that case, fetch a basin of water to wash Zhu Honggong's feet," Zhu Tianyuan said. He could not order Zhu Honggong's seniors around, but it should not be a problem to order Hu Honggong's juniors around since juniors should respect their seniors. There was nothing wrong with asking his son's juniors to fetch over a basin of water for his son to wash his feet, right? Moreover, this was how the juniors showed respect to their seniors in the ancient cult sect. Naturally, the older members would also look after the younger members. Yes, they got along well. Zhu Honggong. Little Yuaner frowned slightly. She pointed at herself. "Me? Yes, go." Zhu Tianyuan waved his sleeve. "Don't forget to bring some desserts as well. I've never tasted the desserts in the palace before. I'd like to have some." No, no, no. Don't listen to him. Little junior sister. Thud. Zhu Honggong hastily got off the bed and crawled to the door. Little junior sister. I don't need water for my feet. Zhu Tianyuan. My son, what are you doing? You're the senior brother. Go back and rest. Zhu Honggong felt like crying as he said, "I'm begging you, please leave. Stop making things worse for me. I'm serious." Little Yuaner said, "8th senior brother? Are you sure you don't want it?" "Yes," Zhu Honggong said seriously. Rest well then. If you need anything, just tell me. I'll have 3rd senior brother fetch some water for you." Then little Yuaner pulled Conk out and skipped away from Jinghe Palace. Zhu Tianyuan was feeling slightly dizzy. Why is the hierarchy so messed up here? He turned to look at his son, Zhu Honggong, and saw his son glaring at him as though he was an enemy. Get lost. Inside Dajing Palace, Lu Zhou gauged the changes of the primal qi in his body. Ever since he lost his cultivation base after transmigrating here, his lifespan had been limiting the progress of his cultivation base. Before this, the progress he had from cultivating on his own was pitiably slow. He had to purchase avatars directly from the system. After reversing his life for 100 years, he regained more of his physical abilities. He decided that he should increase his pace and return to the peak as soon as he could. Lu Zhou had a feeling that the tide of the lotus severing era was about to change. He had to reach the real 9-leaf stage as quickly as he could. He raised his palm and summoned his avatar. 5 lotus leaves swirled around his avatar. Shortly after, radiant rings slid down from its waist. Its energy grew stronger as well. Poof! A leaf appeared on the side of the golden lotus. The 6th leaf had finally sprouted. This meant that his cultivation base had successfully entered the 6-leaf nascent divinity realm. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He clenched his hand, and his avatar disappeared. The golden radiance disappeared as well, restoring the interior of the palace to its original colors. Lu Zhou stood up and gauged the changes in his body. His instincts told him that he would certainly have good luck if he tried a lucky draw right now. Lucky draw. Ding! Spent 50 merit points. Thank you for participating. Luck +1. I'm not angry. Again. Lucky draw. Ding! Spent 50 merit points. Thank you for participating. Luck +2. Lu Zhou stopped. He was not angry. Truly, a great philosopher once said that one should not be flustered whenever one encountered difficulties. One should remain calm. If one smiled as one stared into the abyss would also. Forget it. Lu Zhou decided to take a stroll outside before attempting the lucky draw again. At the same time, in a valley 10,000 miles away from Heaven's Moat in the north, Yu Shangrong placed young Yu Zhenghai on the ground. Although his cultivation base was profound, he was feeling the strain of rushing throughout their journey. Not only did he have to maintain a high speed while flying, but he also had to shield another person with his energy. After they landed, Yu Shangrong sat down with his legs crossed, adjusted his breathing, and rested. Young Yu Zhenghai opened his eyes at this moment. Where are we? A valley in eastern Roli, Yu Shangrong replied with his eyes closed. How long before we reach Great Yen? Half a month. So long. Yu Shangrong opened his eyes. With a faint smile on his face, he said, if you had your cultivation base, it'd only take us half the time. Alas! Young Yu Zhenghai looked down at his palms and mumbled, cultivation base. Yu Shangrong smiled knowingly. Then, he closed his eyes and quickly recovered his primal chi and stamina. Young Yu Zhenghai called out tentatively, Senior brother? Speak. Yu Shangrong's eyes were still closed. He reveled in being addressed as senior brother by Yu Zhenghai. Why don't you return on your own? Although Yu Zhenghai had been reverted to the time of his youth and lost his cultivation base, he was warier of strangers compared to the ordinary person. If I leave, you'll surely die, Yu Shangrong said. No, I won't. Don't try to act tough. This isn't a human settlement. This isn't a place where you can act tough. Look! A flying beast flew above the treetops. Its tail was slender, its beak sharp, and its eyes gleamed with electricity. It resembled a gigantic mutated owl. When he saw this monster, young Yu Zhenghai frowned. His palms turned sweaty. Nevertheless, his reaction was calmer compared to his peers. This was a rare quality. When the flying beast drew close to them, it did not slow down and disappeared into the horizon. Yu Shangrong stood up and said, Let's be on our way. Young Yu Zhenghai got to his feet. With Yu Shangrong's help, the two of them rose into the air and flew away from the valley. 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. The end of the valley lay before them. Young Yu Zhenghai looked at the receding forest as he asked, How long will it take for me to have a cultivation base like yours? A long time, Yu Shangrong replied. That was stating the obvious. However, young Yu Zhenghai dared not say it out loud. Instead, he continued with another question. Can I attain it? You can. Yu Shangrong could not be blamed for his curt replies. This was because young Yu Zhenghai had been relentless with his questions throughout their journey. I think so too, young Yu Zhenghai said confidently. Yu Shangrong looked at the exit before them and said, There's a 10,000-foot deep abyss 5 miles ahead. Hold on tight. MHM. Yu Zhenghai felt nervous. 5 miles was not far for a cultivator. However, just as the duo was about to leave the valley, the sky darkened. Then, purple radiant circles began to appear on the ground. Having experienced much, Yu Shangrong merely squinted slightly. He was not affected and pressed forward. Yu Zhenghai, on the other hand, exclaimed in shock, "The people of Lulan!" Yu Zhenghai obviously recognized the witchcraft spell used by the people of Lulan. As Yu Shangrong expected, being sold to Lulan and killed by having his heart gouged out were the only things Yu Zhenghai remembered due to the cycle of obsession. "Hold on tight," Yu Shangrong reminded Yu Zhenghai. "MHM." Yu Shangrong picked up speed. The duo looked like a meteor in the sky. The purple gas seemed poisonous. Peculiar tendrils extended wildly out from it into the surroundings. Yu Shangrong was still focused. His eyes were trained up ahead. At the same time, his energy formed a cone-shaped barrier before him. They were slightly leaning forward now as though they were surfing. Up ahead. Young Yu Zhenghai had quick reflexes. However, Yu Shangrong naturally had seen the purple barrier before Yu Zhenghai did. He did not slow down. Instead, he accelerated his speed. Young Yu Zhenghai dared not watch this, so he turned away. Yu Shangrong suddenly drew his sword and pushed a palm forward. Bam! His longevity sword shot forward and stabbed at the purple barrier. The red runes tore the energy tendrils into shreds, and the barrier shattered like glass. With this, the duo successfully breached the barrier. Yu Shangrong suddenly came to a halt after moving 100 meters away. The witchcraft formation was only the appetizer. In the skies, several hundred meters before them, a row of purple-robed cultivators armed with spears barred their way. The cultivator standing in the middle had white hair and was holding a staff in his hand. He stroked his beard as he looked at Yu Shangrong, who had emerged from the witchcraft formation. Behind the row of cultivars lay a 10,000-foot-deep abyss. A few more miles opposite the abyss was Heaven's Moat. After crossing Heaven's Moat, Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai would have successfully returned to Great Yen. It was not too far away. Alas, it was so close yet so far. Young Yu Zhenghai opened his eyes and looked ahead. More people from Lulan? Yu Shangrong did not reply to Yu Zhenghai. Instead, he waved his hand. 2 energy seals were unleashed. One of them stuck on himself while the other stuck on young Yu Zhenghai. The old man with the staff said tonelessly, "We finally meet." "You're in luck," Yu Shangrong said dismissively. "You might not recognize me. I'm Bazir from Lulan. There are only 3 best routes to return to Great Yen from Lulan. It might have slipped your mind, dear sir. But divination is a part of witchcraft as well," Bazir slowly said. Young Yu Zhenghai shook his head and said, "The success rate for divination is only 1 out of 5. Even if you made a wild guess out of the 3 routes, you'd have higher chances of getting it right than trying to predict it." Bazir's eyelid twitched. He glanced at the young man hovering in the air. "A mortal." Yu Shangrong smiled faintly. "Indeed, a mortal. Young man, you've got guts. I'll give you that much. Alas, you're an outsider who has nothing to do with the cultivation world. You'll never understand how wonderful cultivation is," Bazir said. Yu Shangrong glanced at his eldest senior brother. For some reason, a faint smile appeared on his face again. Bazir stroked his beard and said, "I wonder what amused you, sir?" "My apologies. I harbor no ill will. I was just thinking about how interesting your statement was. I myself wouldn't have said that in the past," Yu Shangrong said. Bazir was confused. The young man was only a mere mortal, why should he care? In the end, he shifted his gaze back to Yu Shangrong and said, "Long story short, in terms of cultivation base, I admit that you're a towering figure among men. However, with national interest in mind, I'm afraid I can't allow you to cross Heaven's Moat. I like confident men. I hope you'll please this sword of mine." Yu Shangrong raised his right hand slightly and unsheathed his longevity sword. The scabbard flew into Yu Zhenghai's embrace. Yu Shangrong turned to look at him. "Take care of that for me." "All right." When young Yu Zhenghai caught the scabbard, he replied with a maturity beyond his age. Yu Shangrong smiled and nodded. He raised his hand higher. The scarlet runes on his longevity sword's blade shone. "Activate the formation." Bazir waved his staff. Dozens of shamans behind him tossed purple radiant orbs into the air. The orbs dropped down and formed purple radiant circles. The longevity sword split into 5, 10. Countless energy swords shot forth. That's fast. As expected of Great Yan's sword devil, Vizier seemed to have thought of a countermeasure. He hammered his staff down. Shackle! The purple rings merged, and a sky curtain fell. Bam! 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 The purple radiant circles blocked the energy swords. The energy swords whittled away at the shining purple rings. Xianxia shot upward. He joined his palms together. His longevity sword appeared before himself. Then he dove with it. Avatar. The lotusless avatar suddenly materialized behind Xianxia. Vizier was taken aback when he saw Xianxia's avatar moved to join its palms together as well. In fact, the avatar's posture was similar to Xianxia's posture. It moved. Vizier's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed in a hoarse voice, "You're controlling the energy swords with your avatar? Was there such a sword-controlling method in Great Yan?" Xianxia smiled faintly as he brought his sword down. Swish! 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 This was an extra-large version of the Sword Devil's destiny. The force of the Sword Devil's destiny was multiplied under the control of 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar. Energy swords rained down and struck the purple shield rapidly. Bam! 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 Every time an energy sword struck, the purple radiant circle would grow dimmer. Xianxia's eyes were trained on his targets. He could feel how powerful these shamans were. They were more powerful than Zhang Yuanshan. However, his expression remained calm and confident. When the final few energy swords of Sword Devil's destiny struck, 8 of them shone with exceptional brilliance. Bam! The energy swords penetrated the purple shield and the chests of several shamans. Vizier frowned. "You broke through our defenses with a single skill?" He saw the 8 energy swords returning to Xianxia. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered they were not energy swords. They were 8 golden leaves. Lotus leaves could be used to kill. Their sharpness surpassed heaven-grade weapons. This was one of the earliest techniques Xianxia discovered. 8 shamans fell from the skies. The first round was a great victory for Xianxia. His longevity sword returned to his grasp. Young Xianxia exclaimed in shock, "Your sword skills are the best I've ever seen." "Is that so?" Xianxia was secretly pleased to hear his eldest senior brother praise him. "The ones I've seen before can only cut down trees at most." Vizier sounded incredulous as he said, "So, you've returned to the 8-leaf stage." Xianxia was puzzled. He said, "What's there to be surprised about? Is there anything more normal than my return to the 8-leaf stage?" 8 people have died from their first encounter. Vizier could hardly accept this. "Do you think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a profound cultivation base?" Vizier waved his hand again. The Rullians tossed their spears. The spears were wrapped in purplish radiant circles. The other shamans unleashed purple orbs that shone with greater intensities. Xianxia tightened his grip around the longevity sword's hilt and said indifferently, "My apologies, but a person with a profound cultivation base can, indeed, do as he pleases." Then, he leaned forward slightly and charged at the shamans. In truth, Xianxia had been concealing his strength in the Battle of Yan Province. During his fight with Ma Lupang, one of the 8 great generals, if he was truly just a 6-leaf cultivator, how could he have fought such a long battle with the 8-leaf Ma Lupang who was a veteran on the battlefield? He was confident, not reckless. Xianxia had been cultivating and training every waking moment throughout the 49 days he spent guarding the quagmire. The wonderful properties of the quagmire that gave Xianxia an opportunity to come back to life also gave him an opportunity to achieve a breakthrough. Having returned to the 8-leaf stage, he did not feel unfamiliar or awkward. He moved quickly. His speed was infinitely close to his peak. At the same time, spears wrapped in purple radiant rings were launched at Xianxia in the sky. At this moment, Xianxia vanished out of sight. Vizier's heart sank. He was extremely agitated. Although he had taken countless lives before, he did not dare to let his guard down when facing Xianxia. Soon enough, Yu Shangrong's afterimages filled the sky. Bam! 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 Each and every one of the images brandished a longevity sword. Snowy mountain. The spears dropped down like snow. Slashing at the snow was but one of the ways Yu Shangrong practiced his sword skills since he was young. It was effortless for him to thrust, pierce, lift, hack, hang, point, intercept, and cut. The basic movements of the sword were performed brilliantly. The purple radiant rings were sliced open in half like watermelons by his longevity sword before fading away in the air. The spears snapped and plummeted into the 100,000-foot deep abyss. Bazir's eyes were keenly trained on the figures in the sky. At this moment he waved his staff. Protect! A radiant circle that was clearly different from the other purple ones spread out from Bazir. It had its own miniature sky curtain as well. The shamans were covered by the purple-red barrier. Meanwhile, young Yu Zhenghai was still holding Yu Shangrong's scabbard. There was a fervent look in his eyes. This was the power and cultivation base he thirsted for more than anyone else. Although he had imagined what extreme powers were like, he was still in awe when he saw Yu Shangrong's strength. As though in a trance, he suddenly recalled the scenes of his fight with other people on the streets. He remembered his brother, Ping'an, the hardships he suffered after being sold to Lulan, and how he fought over steamed buns with the others just to fill his stomach. He hoped that he would one day be a powerful cultivator as well. That was the only way that he would not be trampled in the dirt by the others. Only with power would he stop getting bullied. Young Yu Zhenghai's eyes widened as he looked at the energy swords in the skies. So powerful! Unfortunately, Yu Shangrong was currently focused on dealing with the purple witchcraft spell, so he did not hear this genuine praise. The moment Snowy Mountain ended, the spears and purple rings had been easily destroyed by the countless energy swords and scattered like ashes in the air. Whiz! Yu Shangrong summoned his avatar when he landed. The huge 100-foot avatar moved its golden palms. The shamans looked up and exclaimed in hoarse voices, "Impossible!" Boom! The avatar's golden palms pushed down. The purple barrier immediately rippled. Yu Shangrong stood in front of the others with his longevity sword in hand. He placed 2 fingers on the blade while he calmly controlled his avatar. He was like a fierce tiger waiting to pounce. Once the barrier cracked, he would lunge immediately. At this moment, Bazir's heart was hanging by a thread. He ordered, "Sacrificial offering." 2 shamans decisively leaped into the center of the barrier. Their bodies were instantly set aflame. The purple barrier seemed to grow thicker, and its light intensified until it turned a purple so dark that it looked black. Boom! The huge avatar struck heavily again. Ripples spread across the barrier. Yu Shangrong smiled faintly when he saw the purple barrier had been fortified. Interesting. He tossed his longevity sword into the air. His longevity sword dropped down and hovered in the air. It flew between in front of the avatar's palms. The avatar gripped the longevity sword. The longevity sword shone brightly as it was wrapped by a huge body of energy. It formed a supersized energy sword with the longevity sword as the core. Bazir's face flushed red. His eyes were brimming with fear when he saw this. An avatar can be used in such a manner? I've truly underestimated you. Bam! The avatar brought the sword downward. The energy sword easily penetrated the purple barrier. The purple barrier shattered. This is bad. Retreat! Someone shouted. Bazir gripped his staff tightly. His body faded out of sight as he retreated 1,000 meters. The remaining shamans were not that lucky. The moment Yu Shangrong's avatar faded away, his longevity sword returned to his palm. With a faint smile, he charged forward. Energy swords rose all around them. Dozens of them were quickly dismembered, and their limbs rained down along with their blood onto the ground. The witchcraft cultivators scattered and retreated. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 10 merit points. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 10 merit points. The notifications kept ringing in Lu Zhou's ears. He was puzzled. He looked outside Dajing Palace. After doing 10 consecutive draws, the African chief had possessed him. Lu Zhou could hardly calm down and attempted more lucky draws. Finally, Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back and walked out of Dajing Palace. He looked to the west. The sun was setting. Half of the sky was dyed red by the sun's rays. More than 2 months had passed, but there was still no news about Yu Zhenghai. He wondered how Yu Shangrong was faring as well. He stroked his beard, lost in his thoughts. He wondered if he, as the master, should trust his disciples more. After all, they were outstanding 8-leaf cultivators. Lu Zhou mumbled to himself, "I hope that he won't disappoint me." Above the 100,000-foot-deep abyss. After the battle, both sides stared at each other down from a distance. The surroundings were deathly quiet. About 100 witchcraft cultivators had died in this fight. It was a huge loss. Yu Shangrong's power had exceeded Bazir's imagination. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Yu Shangrong. The air that carried the faint scent of blood felt heavy at this moment. After a long pause, Bazir said, "You're powerful. And, if you didn't go for the kill earlier, I would have just retreated and acted as though nothing had happened. However, with these many casualties, I won't be able to give the royal capital and the royal family an explanation," Bazir said. Yu Shangrong remained silent. Young Yu Zhenghai, who was standing behind Yu Shangrong, was fearless. He laughed and said, "Do you think your lives are the only ones that mattered? How is it that you'll gladly kill someone else but won't stand it when one of your own was killed? Do you think we don't have to offer explanations to our people as well?" Bazir looked at young Yu Zhenghai, a young man with a sharp tongue. Yu Zhenghai hated the people of Lulan the most. He called out in a solemn and earnest voice, "Senior brother. Kill them for me." Yu Zhenghai was seething with anger and killing intent. He did not know if the sword devil, Yu Shangrong, would accede to his request. However, he had no other choice right now. These were his honest thoughts. He turned to look at Yu Shangrong, who was wielding the longevity sword. After a brief pause, Yu Shangrong glanced to the side and smiled. Then, he calmly replied, "As you wish." Yu Shangrong stepped into the air. A gust of wind stirred up in front of him. Bazir's eyes reddened. He shouted, "Invite the gods from the 4 corners." The remaining witchcraft cultivators tossed out 4 radiant circles. "Oh, great shaman god, listen to my plea. Lend me your strength, and let the souls return. Do not linger at the 4 corners. For men 1,000-foot tall wait to recover your soul. Come back." The 4 radiant rings were so huge that they blotted out the sky. They swiftly flew toward Bazir. Yu Shangrong moved swiftly, still as calm as ever. When he saw this, he knew Bazir was much more powerful than he had imagined. Among the witchcraft cultivators, low-rank shamans could only cast basic spells to heal or chase someone away. They were equivalent to Brahmin Sea realm cultivators. Mid-rank cultivators could master low-rank and mid-rank witchcraft formations, witchcraft traps, curses, and control the will of others. High-rank witchcraft cultivators could lay grand formations and hold back an entire army. Apart from these powers, grand shamans could also control the dead and invite deities into their bodies. Bazir was clearly in the final category. Yu Shangrong split into 3, left, center, and right. His figures moved in a flurry. Then, he shot past the remaining witchcraft cultivators. At the same time, the cold glints of swords glinted as the shamans slashed their necks. One by one, they plummeted from the sky into the 100,000-foot deep abyss to their deaths. They sacrificed themselves, hoping to stop Yu Shangrong with their lives. The remaining witchcraft cultivators rushed toward Yu Shangrong with their witchcraft radiant circles. Yu Shangrong swung his sword forcefully. Return, enter 3 souls. 100 witchcraft cultivators fell. At this very moment, a purple cloud appeared in the skies before purple rain began to fall. Obviously, this was no ordinary rain. Every drop could cut through flesh, erode the soul, and crush the will. Yu Shangrong was calm. He turned around to face young Yu Zhenghai before he launched a palm seal over. The palm seal resembled a dragon's claw as it reached for young Yu Zhenghai. It grabbed him and pushed him away. Bam! Young Yu Zhenghai was now out of range of the purple rain as he was thrown toward heaven's moat. "Senior brother!" Young Yu Zhenghai cried out hoarsely. In the next second, the purple rain fell on Yu Shangrong like a waterfall. From the outside, Yu Shangrong could no longer be seen. One could not be certain if he was dead or alive. Young Yu Zhenghai sensed the energy under his feet was swiftly weakening. This meant the user's primal chi was also weakening. He grew nervous. His view was obscured by the heavy downpour of purple rain. On the other hand, Bazir and the surviving witchcraft cultivators seemed confident that the 8-leaf Yu Shangrong would be heavily wounded from the power of their predecessors even if he did not die. Having sacrificed these many people and paid such a high price, it was worth it. The lump in Bazir's chest gradually disappeared. As long as he could kill Yu Shangrong, everything was worth it. The purple rain fell for 15 minutes. At this moment, young Yu Zhenghai felt the energy under his feet disappear, and he began to fall. At seemingly the same time, countless energy swords shot out from the curtain of purple rain. The energy swords formed an umbrella that spun up, blocking the purple rain. Yu Shangrong stood in the air, his hands free. His gaze was cold. All of a sudden, he split into 3 figures and charged forward. When Bazir saw this, chills ran up his spine. When he saw this, "You're alive!" Yu Shangrong looked as though he was casually strolling in the purple rain as he swung his sword around. Every stroke of his blade kept the purple rain at bay. This was one of his basic training in the rain. For Yu Shangrong, not a single drop of water could reach him even if he was standing under a waterfall. That was his sword path. Impossible! Bazir's lips trembled. The look in his eyes and expressions changed drastically. Soon enough, Yu Shangrong's 3 figures were almost upon him. The remaining 5 witchcraft cultivators shielded Bazir with their bodies. Bazir waved his staff. "You don't have your sword. How are you going to kill me?" Yu Shangrong's expression was cold. A slender energy sword appeared between his index and middle fingers. "Who told you that you can't kill without a sword?" His body was straight as he pushed his fingers forward. His energy sword skewered the 5 cultivators. The 5 cultivators fell. Yu Shangrong continued moving at lightning speed. Bam! The energy sword skirted around the staff and pierced Bazir's heart, leaving a gaping and bloody wound. Yu Shangrong did not even look at Bazir. He turned around and dove toward young Yu Zhenghai. Bazir looked at Yu Shangrong in disbelief as blood gushed out of his chest. The purple rain quickly subsided. The purple radiant circles were quickly fading away as well. The area above the 100,000-foot deep abyss fell silent again. In an instant, Bazir was the only one left in the air. He struggled to maintain his altitude. His plan was perfect. It encompassed everything from Lulan to Roli, to trap designs, and the ambush above the 100,000-foot deep abyss. The only thing he miscalculated was Yu Shangrong's strength. Bazir looked down. He saw Yu Shangrong diving down, trying to save the falling young man. Realization seemed to dawn on him as he released his power. He could hear the wind roaring by his ears as he plummeted down. He glared at Yu Shangrong as he shouted, "Even if I die, I'll see to it that you're trapped in the abyss." Yu Shangrong launched a palm seal down. Yet he was falling more and more quickly. This 100,000-foot deep abyss seemed bottomless. There had been cultivators who went on journeys to discover the secrets of the abyss. After generations of hard work and countless deaths, they arrived at a conclusion. Anyone who fell into the abyss would most likely die. The only ones who could survive were the ones who gave up halfway and returned to the surface. They fell for what seemed like hours. The light from the sky above was dimming. The deathly stillness of their surroundings resembled a dark and quiet night. Yu Shangrong launched another palm seal. The dragon claw-like palm seal reached out for the plummeting young Yu Zhenghai. When he saw this, Bazir shouted, "Give it up!" Yu Shangrong's eyes flashed with determination. He waved his hand. Swoosh! The palm seal grabbed hold of Yu Zhenghai and flew upward. Bazir said, "Too late." Suddenly, Yu Shangrong felt a strong gravitational pull from the abyss. He wanted to push himself up with his primal chi, but it demanded too much from him. He could only maintain this balance. As Yu Shangrong hovered in the dark void, he calmly said, "If he dies, Lu Lan will die as well." Bazir coughed violently as he struggled to maintain his altitude. His heart sank when he heard Yu Shangrong's words. Why? Bazir thought Yu Shangrong would blame the Rulians. If Yu Shangrong died in the Rulians' territory, the evil sky pavilion should hold it against the Rulians. Live on. Yu Shangrong was doing his best to keep young Yu Zhenghai afloat, but he realized the young man had fainted during his speedy drop. He aimed a palm upward and struck Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai broke free from the gravitational pull and rose to the surface. Bazir could not understand Yu Shangrong's actions. Why would you go to such lengths for a mortal? No matter how he looked at it, it was not worth it to sacrifice an 8-leaf cultivator for a mortal. After all, when Yu Shangrong sent Yu Zhenghai upward with the palm seal, he would certainly sink further. Yu Shangrong looked at Yu Zhenghai's disappearing figure that was rising up and said indifferently, "There are things that are worth it for no other reason than one thinking it's worth it." Bazir seemed to be enlightened at this moment. He recalled the conflicts between Lu Lan and Great Yen in the past. He remembered the 70,000 corpses in the desert. He remembered the water of the Guluo River that was dyed red by blood. Conflicts never ended, nor did war. His great predecessors once said that humans were the species that was most adept at infighting. What would they gain in the end? Perhaps this is the reason why Great Yen is stronger than the 100,000 tribes. Bazir unleashed the last of his purple power. A purple marshmallow-like cloud that flew up and carried Yu Zhenghai toward heaven's moat. Alas, I no longer have any strength to save you. My only hope is that you'd spare the lives of the people of Lu Lan. After he said this, Bazir closed his eyes. His body was soon engulfed in purple flames. This was the final act of honor carried out by a grand shaman to prevent his corpse from being controlled by other grand shamans. Self-combustion. The tongues of flames devoured him slowly until he disintegrated into ashes in the 100,000-foot deep abyss. After the purple rain subsided, the energy swords surrounding the longevity sword faded away. The longevity sword dropped down. So long as Yu Shangrong had the sword, he would survive. After sensing the location of his longevity sword, he controlled his chi. The longevity sword shone anew. It zipped under his feet at lightning speed. For this reason, Yu Shangrong fell several hundred meters down. As he hovered there in the darkness, he felt as though he was in a dry and bottomless well. When he looked up, he could only see a patch of oval gray sky. The setting sun gradually brought all light away from his surroundings. The light faded from the east of the towering heaven's moat. The entire mountain range was soon plunged into darkness. The heavens closed its eyes. In the darkness, on one side of heaven's moat, on an ice-cold surface near the top of the 100,000-foot deep abyss, young Yu Zhenghai was sprawled on the ground, deathly still. His hands were still tightly wound around the scabbard, and his body was stiff. Snow fell and the night wind blew. Yu Zhenghai suddenly shuddered. He opened his eyes and turned over. He looked around his surroundings, clearly disoriented. He did not feel cold in the snow. Instead, he was sweating. He could not see anything at all. The only thing he remembered was losing control and falling into the abyss after the energy seal under his feet vanished. He could not even remember when he lost consciousness. Is this hell? Nobody knew what hell looks like. The darkness should be one of the most basic characteristics of hell. Young Yu Zhenghai thought that he had died and gone to hell. The deathly stillness of his surroundings was almost unbearable. He could hear his heartbeats. He tightened his hold on the scabbard and called out softly, "Senior brother?" His lonesome voice rang and echoed in the darkness, unanswered. He had too many experiences with darkness. His will and courage far surpassed that of his peers. With his tenacity, he suppressed his surging emotions. He felt about in the darkness. He felt the cold surface of the ground and shuffled forward. After a few meters, swoosh, a cliff. He quickly retreated. The ruble dropped into the abyss soundlessly. His heart shuddered. He dared not take another step forward. He looked up at the sky. He could not see anything. Aside from the biting night wind, his surroundings were terrifyingly still. He did not move any further. There was only one thing he could do, and that was to wait. It was a sleepless night. Young Yu Zhenghai did not close his eyes to rest. However, he did take short naps when he could not keep his eyes open. When dawn was breaking, he finally had a glimpse of his surroundings. The 100,000 foot D0 abyss was 1 foot in front of him. He took a deep breath and got up with difficulty. He looked down into the abyss. He could not see anything aside from darkness. "Where is he? Where are you?" he shouted into the abyss. His question remained unanswered. He walked around and looked at his surroundings. Aside from the towering heaven's moat and the bottomless abyss, he was alone. The sun rose. He remembered Yu Shangrong said Great Yen lay on the other side of heaven's moat. He turned around and looked at heaven's moat. He stepped forward, still holding onto the scabbard. Young Yu Zhenghai had been walking for what seemed like hours. He would sit down when he felt tired and drank from the pool when he was thirsty. When the sun was high up in the sky, he was still not at heaven's moat yet. Seemed so close, but it was so far away. Just when he felt helpless, he saw clouds of smoke rising in the air. He saw a village and he could smell the aroma of food. He ran ahead excitedly. At the entrance of the village, young Yu Zhenghai saw several villagers coming out. He staggered forward. Rulians? A person from Lulan. 2 stocky and young villagers saw the young man at the entrance. Although Yu Zhenghai's robes had been sliced short, what remained of it and his own aura gave away his identity soon after. A Great Yen citizen? Having spent his days at the bottom of society and endured many hardships, Yu Zhenghai could sense that something was amiss. He turned around and ran. "Catch him! Don't let him get away!" Swoosh! 2 wolf dogs larger than Yu Zhenghai sprinted out of the village after him. Although Yu Zhenghai ran as though his life depended on it, without his cultivation base, he could hardly outrun the beasts. Even though Yu Zhenghai ran as though his life depended on it, without his cultivation base, he could hardly outrun the beasts. The wolf dogs, under the orders of the villagers, barred Yu Zhenghai's way. "Looks like we have another slave for our Guluo village." 2 days later, there was a discussion in Dajing Palace. Lu Zhou paced about with his hands on his back. Hua Chongyang stood in the palace and said, "After 2 months of work, the 9 provinces are now basically stabilized. The court officials are cooperating well. The divine capital is basically free of spies. We've only found 1 spy throughout the past month. The 4 city gates are guarded by the brethren from the Nethersex 4 halls. Nothing can go wrong. However, I'm not the best person for governance. Miss Fifth is doing most of the work. We couldn't have achieved this without Miss Fifth's help." Zhao Yu did not have any experience of governing as well. The only person who had such skills was the Empress Dowager. Since she was Princess Yun Zhao's orphan and the Empress Dowager's granddaughter, it was reasonable for the Empress Dowager to advise her. However, in the eyes of the others, Zhao Yu was being advised by Lu Zhou. Pan Litian offered his praise. "Pavilion Master, I didn't know you're skilled in both literature and martial skills. Your martial skills are enough to usher in peace in the 9 provinces, and your literary skills can pacify the world. You're truly the greatest person in history." Sui Yushu rolled her eyes at him and said, "We don't need you to tell us that brother has both integrity and talent." Lu Zhou raised his hand and interrupted them. He was not in the mood to listen to their flatteries. He looked at Duanmushang and asked, "Is there any flying letter from Liang Province?" Duanmushang said, "7th junior brother has said that Liang Province is peaceful. I think there won't be any conflict in the short term. Besides that," he swallowed his words, but on their way back, the people of Lulan laid traps and ambushed them. Things might not be going well for them." When he heard this, Lu Zhou frowned slightly. He stopped stroking his beard and turned around. He asked, "Have they crossed heaven's moat?" I don't think so." Actually, the question was pointless. If they crossed heaven's moat, they would have been safe. With Si Wuya's abilities, It was impossible for them to not be brought back by now. However, things might be bad for them contained too many possibilities. Could mean death or injuries. In any case, none of the possibilities were good. Lu Zhou had not received any notifications of any of his disciples' deaths. He could not allow his disciples to die without a clear reason. Hua Chongyang. Your orders, Patriarch? Can I leave the divine capital to you? Hua Chongyang was taken aback. He was only a 7-leaf cultivator. How was he supposed to look after the divine capital? In the past, the divine capital was protected by the 8 great generals. It would be too difficult for him, a single 7-leaf cultivator, to take care of. The sect master was not here. Even if the 3 great protectors were healed, they would still need time to recover their cultivation base. A 9-leaf cultivator was like 10 8-leaf cultivators. The Patriarch seemed intent on leaving the divine capital. Without a 9-leaf cultivator looking after things here, it was only natural that Hua Chongyang did not feel confident. Zhao Yu bowed and said, Master, I'll stay in the divine capital. Lu Zhou nodded. Zhao Yu had royal blood in her, after all. It was beneficial for her to remain here. At this moment, Yi Tianxin bowed and said, Master, I'll stay here and guard the divine capital. Lu Zhou swept his gaze across the people present in the palace before he said, Zui Yushu, you're a Confucian elite, and you're skilled in formations. You'll stay here. As you command, brother. Hua Wudao, you're skilled in defense. You'll stay. Hua Yueshing, you're a skilled archer. You'll be a great asset to defend the city. You'll stay. Yes, Pavilion Master. Lu Zhou shifted his gaze away from Lung Luo and Pan Litian. He studied his other disciples. When Zhu Honggong saw his master's eyes on him, he bowed and said, Master, I'll always be at your beck and call. Zhu Tunyuan, who was standing next to Zhu Honggong, pulled his son aside and said, In that case, I'll go as well. Zhu Tianyuan had lost face throughout these few days. He no longer cared about what the others thought. All he wanted to do was to follow his son around. Lu Zhou said, Zhu Honggong, you'll stay here and look after the divine capital. Huh? You're not willing? No, no, no. Of course I am. Zhu Honggong kowtowed loudly. The 4 evil sky pavilion elders were giving him a thumbs up in their minds. The pavilion master's move is brilliant. With Zhu Honggong here, Zhu Tianyuan would also be restricted to this place. Zhu Tianyuan and the ancient saint cult were equivalent to an 8-leaf cultivator. They would be able to hold the fort in case of an attack. After assigning the different tasks to the different people, Lu Zhou said, Send word to Si Wuya. Tell him to send the cloud-splitting chariot over. Understood. Lu Zhou would bring the others with him. The 9 provinces were already settled. It was time for him to search for the crystal. Pan Litian and Leng Luo had experience in the lands of the other tribes. They would be beneficial to him if he brought them along. His other disciples seemed to have grown much stronger as well. They could help him deal with some minor problems. He had a feeling that some other secrets were contained within the memory crystal. In the afternoon of the next day, the cloud-splitting chariot departed for the Evil Sky Pavilion from the palace. At night, the flying chariot landed at the Evil Sky Pavilion and they rested for a day. The next morning, the flying chariot departed again for Liang Province. On the city walls of Liang Province City, Si Wuya stood by Jiang Aijian's side. Jiang Aijian stood with slouching shoulders, making him look lazy. Your thinking of driving a wedge between them was brilliant. Grand Shaman Bazir has died. Have your men ever sent you false information? After all, the hearts of men are easily swayed. There can't be false information. Did I tell you that I have only one source? Si Wuya asked. Jiang Aijian gave him a thumbs up. Si Wuya had experienced many similar setbacks when he established Darknet many years ago. Naturally, he had devised his own countermeasures. With this, he was very confident in the precision of his information. However, Bazir's death was slightly too sudden. No signs of him were left on the site. My men don't have the ability to observe the past like the shamans, Si Wuya said. What are you worried about? First, I'm worried that my second senior brother might be in trouble. At the same time, I don't think there are many in this world who can harm my second senior brother. Second, the longer this drags on, we'll be at a disadvantage. Rulians worship the Wolf King. Severing the lotus is beneficial to them, Wuxia said. We'll deal with them when they come. There's no need to fear them. As soon as Zhang Aijin finished speaking, a soldier shouted from the top of the city walls. A flying chariot is approaching. Wuxia turned around to look at the flying chariot. When he turned back, Zhang Aijin had already disappeared. Zhang Aijin had already leaped off the city wall and vanished into the crowd below. Wuxia shook his head helplessly. He had witnessed Zhang Aijin's skills firsthand during the time they spent together. He knew Zhang Aijin was someone who would try to avoid involving himself in matters that did not concern him. When Wuxia saw the long tail behind the flying chariot, he knew it was the Evil Sky Pavilion's sky-splitting chariot. Therefore, he ordered, "Welcome the flying chariot." When the cloud-splitting chariot reached Liang Province City, the cultivators and civilians in the city looked up. In the general's mansion, many cultivators took flight and formed a square formation in the air as they waited for the flying chariot to approach. Some with keener eyesight recognized the cloud-splitting chariot right away. They exclaimed in surprise, "Wonderful! It's the Evil Sky Pavilion's cloud-splitting chariot." With the Evil Sky Pavilion looking after things in Liang Province, there's nothing to worry about. The civilians leaped in joy. In the past, nobody would imagine that the civilians would welcome the force from the fiend path. People knew now there were righteous people on the fiend path as well. As Yu Zhenghai's helper, Wuxia knew what kind of sect Yu Zhenghai wanted to build. He had been instructing his members to keep the people close to their hearts. It was easy to conquer the country but difficult to defend it. Since they took over the divine capital, the Nether sect had decided that it would no longer be the Nether sect of the past. Inside the general's mansion, Lu Zhou took a seat as soon as he entered the general's mansion. He waved his hand dismissively when he saw the others were about to salute him. "No need." Wuxia asked, "Master, I thought you were planning to look after things in the divine capital. What brings you to Liang Province?" In his opinion, there would not be a problem with him looking after Liang Province. Moreover, the Penglai sect, the Blossom faction, the 10,000 Poison sect, the Fiend Temple, and other forces were stationed here as well. Lu Zhou looked at Wuxia and said, "I've read your letters. What's the current situation in Liang Province?" Wuxia explained Liang Province's circumstances to his master. Under his arrangements, Liang Province was making measured advances while maintaining a firm defense. He was exceptionally skilled at keeping spies out. Using his talent in research, he had assigned a unique number to everyone in Liang Province. When Lu Zhou heard this, he was reminded about personal identification numbers in the modern world. This disciple of mine can actually be compared to the Luo woman. After listening to his explanations, Lu Zhou nodded. Everything was stable. Carol had no opening to exploit. Lu Zhou continued with another question. "Do your sources in Lulan know where Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai are?" Wuxia shook his head. "I've sent my men to search for them over the past few days. I've lost many of them in the process. For now, I haven't got any clue." Pan Lydian said, "I've crossed Heaven's Moat before. On the northern side of the mountains, there's a 100,000-foot deep abyss about 5 miles to the west. Did you send your men there?" Wuxia nodded. "The abyss is in the territory of the Rulians. My men can't investigate there easily, but I've sent some of them there. They're heading north, skirting around Heaven's Moat, to investigate it." When Lu Zhou heard this, he ordered, "Do all you can to search for Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai." "Yes, master." "Understood." With that, the Evil Sky Pavilion continued searching for Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai. They started their search from Great Yen toward the eastern side of Heaven's Moat. They sent cultivators to sneak behind the Rulians. Then, they sent more cultivators to skirt around Heaven's Moat due north and investigate things there. Time passed by in the blink of an eye. Before they knew it, a month had passed. Throughout this month, the Evil Sky Pavilion used various methods, and even employed various agents to infiltrate the enemy's campground. They had also sent cultivators to infiltrate Lulan's ancient city and Roli's royal capital. They wanted to find information about Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai's whereabouts. Unfortunately, their efforts were in vain. Inside the general's mansion, Si Wuya and the other disciples lowered their heads. They dared not speak. Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he studied them. Throughout the past month, Pan Lydian, Lang Luo, Duanmushang, Mingshiryin, Little Yuaner, Conk, the Penglai sect, the 10,000 Poison sect, the Blossom faction, the Fiend sect, and the other cultivators did not manage to locate Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai at all. They did not even see the duo's shadows. The investigation had hit a wall. After a long pause, Si Wuya was the first to break the silence. He said, "Master, I have something to say. Let's hear it. We've searched the eastern and western sides of Heaven's Moat, and we found nothing. The allied army of Roli and Lulan is stationed to the east, but my agents reported that they didn't see eldest senior brother or second senior brother. The ancient city of Lulan and Roli's royal capital are too far away. It's not very convenient to transmit information over such distances. It's also not efficient to travel back and forth even if we're to send someone there. If something did happen to eldest senior brother and second senior brother, especially if they're being hidden, I'm afraid we won't be able to find them easily," Si Wuya said. "This isn't like you," Lu Zhou said. Was Si Wuya not very confident before? Si Wuya fell to one knee and said, "I know I'm in the wrong, master. If I'd known, I'd have gone to fetch second senior brother myself. I'm willing to accept any punishment." Jiang Aijin said, "Si Wuya can't be blamed for this, Senior Ji. The people of Lulan are skilled in witchcraft. His agents are low-rank cultivators. The information they can obtain is limited. That Carol is also a slippery one. My own agents had been exposed in less than 3 days. They had to flee for their lives. They could not summon their avatars, but it was difficult for a great Yen cultivator not to summon their avatars if they were attacked. This was even more true if they had weak cultivation bases." Pan Lydian wondered out loud. Could they have fallen into the abyss? The others looked at Pan Lydian at once. Si Wuya said, "That's possible. However, that abyss seems bottomless. Those who fall in there will die. Even 8-leaf cultivators won't recklessly jump in. Moreover, it's in the territory of the Rulians. Our men can hardly get in." At this moment, Mingshiryin said, "Master, I don't think there's anything they can do to second senior brother and eldest senior brother. Go on." Lu Zhou looked at Mingshiryin old fourth. Mingshiryin said, "You've all forgotten about Jiliang." The others smiled, hopeful. Under normal circumstances, their enemies should have had a hard time catching up to them since they had Jiliang. However, it was strange that they had not returned. "Jiliang understands our speech. If it comes back, we can surely ask it about what happened," Mingshiryin said. Lu Zhou nodded. Old Fourth never let him down. Then Lu Zhou tried to summon Jiliang. He called out several times. However, there was no reply. Usually, a mount would acknowledge its master like how a weapon would acknowledge its owner. There would be a unique tie between mount and master. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. He closed his eyes and moved his ears. He extended his power of hearing throughout Liang Province City. Power of speech. Ji Liang. Meanwhile, Ji Liang stopped halfway between Heaven's Moat and the quagmire. It hovered in midair. It had been diligently traveling back and forth between Heaven's Moat and the quagmire until it heard the call of its master. Nay! Ji Liang looked up. It no longer headed for the quagmire. Instead, it turned back to Heaven's Moat and sped toward Great Yen. Outside the forest west of Heaven's Moat, the Lulan border campground mourning the death of General Bazir. Many Lulan cultivators were attracted by Ji Liang's bright and crisp call. They looked up at the sky. Above the towering trees, Ji Liang's hooves shone with light as it galloped in the sky. "It's the Sword Devil's steed. Catch it." The witchcraft cultivators with keen sight recognized Ji Liang immediately. This was the very horse that led them on a wild goose chase. The death of the hero of the border, General Bazir, was connected to the master of this horse. For a time, many witchcraft cultivators gathered together. They had strength in numbers. There did not seem to be a high requirement for courage to face a single horse. Hundreds of witchcraft cultivators flew at full speed toward Heaven's Moat from the campground. At the same time, a large number of Rulians and Lulan nationals were stationed at the foothills on the eastern side of Heaven's Moat. The Lulan cultivators took flight and tried to surround Zhiliang. They rose higher at the same time. The witchcraft cultivators in the west formed a line that pushed forward while the witchcraft cultivators in the east formed a straight line as well. With this, Zhiliang would eventually run into the Lulan cultivators, no matter how fast it traveled. Nay! Zhiliang noticed the abnormality. It raised its hooves and stopped in midair. It saw the witchcraft cultivators blocking its way. Every cultivator held a purple orb in their hands. They were clad in purple hooded cloaks. Purple gas slowly flowed out of their palms. The purple spheres in their hands seemed to be connected by a purple chain. The witchcraft cultivators behind Zhiliang did the same. They had the horse in a pincer attack. It seemed that the beast had nowhere to run to now. Zhiliang was extremely intelligent. It made a swift judgment about its current situation and made a shocking move. It chose to rise higher in the sky. It looked up as it maintained its standing posture, hooves clopping away. It's no wonder Great Yan's sword devil managed to reach Roli from the heartlands of Lulan. What a rare and wonderful steed. We must capture it no matter what. If we can tame it, we can make it work for us. If we can't tame it, we'll just kill it. Roger! The shamans rose higher into the sky. 2 rows of cultivators followed Zhiliang in its ascent. 2 clouds of purple gas rose as well. They looked like purple sky curtains. It was a magnificent sight. Zhiliang was not flustered. It reached the highest point of Heaven's Moat with its legendary speed. This was not the southern part of Heaven's Moat. It seemed to know that it could not shake off the witchcraft cultivators at this altitude. Hence, it chose to climb further up. When it had reached the altitude it deemed suitable, the air thinned considerably and primal chi was scarce. It was stifling, constricting, and difficult to breathe. Stopped climbing up and flew straight ahead. We can't go any higher. Primal chi is too scarce here. If they went up further, they would not have access to primal chi. Without primal chi, cultivators were only slightly sturdier than mortals. It was the same for witchcraft cultivators. Zhiliang did not seem to be affected by this. It continued its flight. Shortly after, its trail drew an arc in the skies as it crossed over the barricade of witchcraft cultivators. Stop it! Attack! The row of witchcraft cultivators tossed their purple orbs out. A row of purple witchcraft circles was launched into the air. Zhiliang nimbly dodged and flew higher. Nay! The rare and precious horse had to control its altitude at this moment. Its eyes shone with a golden light as though they were burning. It advanced courageously. It only had one destination at this moment. Great Yen. Swoosh! Zhiliang crossed Heaven's Moat despite the witchcraft cultivator's effort to stop it. At its altitude, it was easy for Zhiliang to cross Heaven's Moat. Above Heaven's Moat, a snowstorm raged on. Roaring wind rang in Zhiliang's ears, and its vision was obscured by flecks of white snow. The Lulan shamans adjusted their positions and pursued the horse. After it. We can't let it get away. We must avenge Lord Bazir. Revenge. Their hatred soared. General Bazir was a grand shaman. In the eyes of Lulan's witchcraft cultivators, he was a hero akin to a god. The hundreds of cultivators gave chase in a square formation. They worked together well. They knew that Zhiliang was swift. Hence, they cast different spells that complemented each other. They advanced in a pointed formation. With their collective spells, their speed was on par with Zhiliang for a moment. Meanwhile, the Rulians looked at the sky from their campground. General Carroll was also intrigued by this huge commotion. He rose into the air and looked at the pursuing group of witchcraft cultivators in the distance. Shortly after, he sighed. Although I don't see eye to eye with Bazir and our tempers aren't the best fit for each other, I do respect and admire his character. The sheer number of people willing to avenge him is a testament to his charisma. I've lost to him in this sense. The moment he finished speaking, A subordinate beside him bowed and said, "General, before Bazir died, he personally led a team that pushed the Sword Devil to the lands of Roli. His objective was to frame you for the Sword Devil's death to sow discord between Roli and the Evil Sky Pavilion." "Is that so?" Carol frowned. "You may investigate this, General." He also said, "That Lulan doesn't need a." The subordinate stammered, unsure if he should finish his sentence. "Just say it. I won't punish you. A piece of trash like you. He can kill you Shangrong on his own." Carol's eyes narrowed when he heard these words. Flames of anger seemed to dance in his eyes at this moment. He scoffed. "He deserves to die then." After saying this, he descended. The subordinate followed suit. He had spoken the truth. Even if it were not, the dead could tell no tales. The group of witchcraft cultivators pursued Ji Liang wildly. Perhaps it had made too many trips between Heaven's Moat and the quagmire, and also due to the precarious altitude, Ji Liang's speed was slightly slower than usual. "Kill it! It won't last." Many witchcraft cultivators noticed Ji Liang's decreased speed. They poured more of their power into their spells. Their streamlined formation instantly sped up. "Nay!" Ji Liang continued galloping. It crossed the mountains, the rivers, and the forests. "Take it down." "Understood." The witchcraft cultivators channeled their witchcraft power forward. The purple gas converged before their formation. Then, a purple bow and arrow materialized in the hands of the person in the lead. "Livestock, let's see where you can run off to now." He let his fingers go and the arrow sailed in the air. Bam! It was breathtaking to see them pitch their spells together in this manner. The arrow seemed sure to hit its target. "Nay!" Ji Liang raised its hooves. The arrow was almost upon it. The others were certain the arrow was about to land when, whiz, there was a resonance in the air. "Who dares to attack my horse?" A figure appeared behind Ji Liang with a palm raised before himself. His fingers were shining blue as he caught the witchcraft arrow with one hand. He looked old, but his eyes were lively. The witchcraft cultivators from Lulan did not expect anyone to be capable of pulling off such a dangerous move. Their expressions changed. If they did not know better, they would have thought they were hallucinating. They were smart, so they knew how to differentiate between illusion and reality. The seemingly meek old man who caught the arrow was real. "Oh no, we've gone too far. Get ready to retreat." They suddenly realized that they had unknowingly entered Great Yan's territory, too preoccupied with the chase. "Emicham, calm down. Great Yan cultivators are our enemies to begin with. Maintain the formation and retreat to the campground. That arrow will keep him busy. Fall back." At the same time, they saw the old man who caught the arrow pushed his palm forward. Boom! The power gathered from hundreds of cultivators that manifested in the form of the purple arrow was shattered by a blue palm seal. The blue palm seal dispersed the purple witchcraft before flying toward the witchcraft cultivator. The shaman at the lead felt his hairs standing on end. He roared, "Block!" They thought that the witchcraft arrow was unparalleled. And yet, before the old man who suddenly appeared, it was unbelievably fragile. The blue palm seal exceeded their expectations. The hundreds of cultivators struck with their palms again. The witchcraft purple orbs shot forward again. Alas, the blue palm seal advanced unimpeded, destroying the purple orbs. The witchcraft cultivator at the lead widened his eyes in shock. He looked at the huge palm seal incredulously. He wanted to retreat and leave their formation, but it was already too late. Boom! The palm seal struck the shaman. The others behind the shaman looked up. They saw the palm seal hitting the shaman as though it was swatting a fly. Brain matter rained down. The shaman was immediately crushed into a meat patty. The witchcraft cultivators in the palm seal's path were injured and dropped to the ground. Even those who were lightly grazed by the palm seal were not spared. The others scattered like a platter of loose sand. This palm strike took out close to 100 individuals. The dense formation caused them to pay a heavy price. They rearranged themselves and looked up as they hovered in the air. The old man above them was looking down at them with an almighty air as he leisurely stroked his beard. They were filled with fear, wondering about the old man's identity when they saw many cultivators appearing behind the old man in a row. "Fall back," Lu Zhou said. "Take them down." "All right, I'll go first." Ming Shirin was the first to jump into action. He dove at the enemies at lightning speed. Soon after, Pan Litian, Lung Luo, Little Yuaner, and Duanmu Sheng followed suit. Conk stayed by Lu Zhou's side. She dared not attack since she did not know how to fight. The witchcraft cultivators were like a platter of loose sand. They were not a match for these people. Miserable cries rang in the air as the witchcraft cultivators plummeted from the skies. In less than 15 minutes, all the shamans were taken down. Most of them were dead. The captives numbered less than 100. Lock them up in Liang Province's prison. Seal their cultivation bases, Lu Zhou ordered. Understood. At this moment, Lu Zhou waved at Ji Liang. "Nay, nay, nay." Ji Liang obediently flew to Lu Zhou's side. Despite being clearly exhausted, both physically and mentally, it seemed happy to return to its master's side. Lu Zhou looked at Conk and said, "Ask Ji Liang the questions that I have." "Emicham." Conk walked up to the horse. She directed the questions to it. Ji Liang merely neighed. Sometimes its neigh was long, sometimes it was short, although the others could not understand what was said. The girl and the horse did seem like they were having a conversation. Conk was even laughing. "What did it say?" Lu Zhou asked. "To think that I need someone else to communicate with my own horse. This is awkward." Conk said, "Master, it said that it brought second senior brother to a place far away, but there were many who wanted to capture them. Hence, Ji Liang drew the enemies away and was separated from second senior brother." Lu Zhou asked, "Does it know where Yu Shangrong is?" "It said that second senior brother was still guarding the quagmire when it drew the enemies away. When it went back to look for him, he was no longer there. It doesn't know where second senior brother went." "It doesn't know?" Lu Zhou frowned. Conk said, "But it said that it knows how to find him. It's just that it doesn't want to tell me." No wonder that Conk laughed. Ji Liang knew how to withhold information as well. Lu Zhou looked at Ji Liang and said, "If you don't tell Conk, how am I supposed to save that rascal? Can your conscience live with it if that rascal dies?" "Nay, nay, nay." It said that it doesn't have a conscience. Lu Zhou frowned and said in a low voice, "Impudent." The sound wave was quite powerful when he reprimanded Ji Liang. Conk and Ji Liang started. Ji Liang huffed before it neighed. The others, naturally, could not understand it. Conk said, "It said that Bayan can find second senior brother. Bayan can follow his scent." "Bayan?" "Ji Liang doesn't like the big guy. Bayan. There could not be two tigers on a mountain, unless they were of different sexes. On top of that, these two were different species." Lu Zhou nodded and waved his sleeve. Ji Liang sped toward the forest of Liang Province, searching for a resting place. When Ji Liang was gone, Bayan arrived. At this moment, Si Wuya said, "Ji Liang's proposal of tracking down second senior brother by his scent is a good idea, but the Rulians and the people of Lulan stationed many of their soldiers east of Heaven's Moat. They're our greatest obstacle in our quest to cross Heaven's Moat. In that case, we'll clear the obstacles." In the Lulan campground, the hundreds of shamans had not returned, and the others were beginning to worry. Two generals were pacing outside a tent. "General, this is bad. The 300 shamans are all gone." "They're defeated?" The general was meant to replace Bazir. When he heard this, his old face fell. He ordered, "Retreat! Now!" Lulan's army retreated from the east of Heaven's Moat in less than an hour. They traveled north and returned to the west of Heaven's Moat through Roli. Inside Carol's campground. "General, we've received a report that Lulan's 300 shamans had given chase too far in and are completely annihilated." When he heard this, General Carol was not shocked. Instead, he guffawed and said, "They deserve it. Even Bazir didn't dare to venture too far into enemy lands. Them? The rest has pulled back from Heaven's Moat. They retreated?" Carol was shocked. At this moment, a subordinate came running in and said, "General, this is bad. Great Yan's Liang province's garrison general is challenging you outside the campground." Carol frowned. "How audacious! They should be grateful I didn't challenge them. How dare they challenge me? I'll go out and meet them." Carol walked out of the tent. Before he exited the tent, he could already hear the sounds of battle drums in the distance. This meant the Rolian campground was boosting up the morale of its troops. He walked out with an imposing and impressive air. When he stepped out of the campground, his 4 deputy generals bowed at the same time. "General, what's the situation? Someone's challenging you. Open the gates. We'll ride out to meet them." "Understood." They opened the crude gates. Carol and his 4 deputies leaped on their war horses and headed for the front lines. "Today shall be the day where I slay Great Yen. We'll follow you to our deaths, General." From the western campground, they sped eastward with the sun behind their backs. The hooves of the war horses stirred up clouds of dust. The front lines. Up to 10,000 Rolians wielded spears and rushed forth in groups. Yet, the group standing before them numbered less than 100. "Master," the provocation worked. Si Wuya walked up to Lu Zhou. "Good." Lu Zhou stroked his beard while the other hand rested on his back. His eyes were fierce as he looked ahead. The 10,000 Rolian warriors waited as they faced their enemies. "Great Yan's greatest elite. You think that you can face my 1,000,000 men army? That dog of a Great Yen strategist? Si Wuya. Come out. General Carol will be here shortly. I advise you to surrender now." Another officer from the other side taunted from the back. At this moment, a Rolian soldier ran to the front. He bowed and said, "General Carol is here." The 10,000 Rolian soldiers cleared a path immediately. From afar, General Carol spurred his steed forward as he advanced to the front lines, leaving clouds of dust behind him. The Rolian soldiers fell to one knee. "Welcome, General Carol. Welcome, General Carol." Roli's war god had arrived. The Rolian warriors and cultivators looked at their war god, Carol, with admiring looks in their eyes. Carol and his 4 deputies arrived in an imposing and impressive manner. "Nay!" The horses stopped and raised their hooves. Carol and his 4 deputies alighted from their steeds. Carol looked ahead and saw the insignificant group of people in front of him. "General, the old man is the one who wants to challenge you." A subordinate pointed at an old man who was stroking his beard and had a hand on his back. Carol projected his voice and said, "Challenger, what's your name?" Lu Zhou did not deign to reply to him. Instead, he waved his sleeve. Si Wuya understood and stepped forward. He calmly said, "General Carol, your reputation precedes you." Carol's gaze fell on Si Wuya. He saw the peacock plume in Si Wuya's hand. This matched the information he had. "Hence," he said, "the Evil Sky Pavilion's 7th disciple. Si Wuya, you're the strategist in Liang province." "I won't call myself a strategist. I'm just slightly witty," Si Wuya said with a smile. "I'm afraid you're the only one under the heavens who can come up with the method of controlling the masses by assigning numbers to them." "You flatter me." Carol looked at the few individuals behind Si Wuya. He shifted his gaze back to Si Wuya and asked, "We're at war, and you merely brought 100 men here to challenge us. Si Wuya, who gave you the courage?" Si Wuya said, "What matters is the quality of your soldiers, not the quantity." A millennium ago, the southwestern king, Sword Saint Zhong Li Dao, guarded the border on his own. Yet, even the 100,000-strong Lu Lan army dared not take a single step forward. "What's more, we have 100 men here." Carol said disapprovingly, "I'll have to correct you on 2 points. First, you're not the southwestern king Zhong Li Dao. Second, the times are different. Roli isn't what it was before." Si Wuya nodded. "You're right. I completely agree. Indeed, I'm not Zhong Li Dao, but Great Yen isn't the Great Yen of the past as well. It's meaningless to exchange words." Carol looked at the people behind Si Wuya dismissively. "Since you've presented your heads on a platter, it'd be rude for me to not accept them. Let's begin." The Rolian warriors behind him spread out. With a single order from General Carroll, they would charge forward without fear of death. Carroll raised his voice and coldly said, "I've always been direct with my words. Forgive me for being blunt. Aside from your master, I don't think much of any of you. You don't have the right to be my opponent." He waved his arm. His 4 deputies rode out from behind him. This meant that they would take the simplest form of battle, a general's duel. When 2 armies faced off, the duel between their generals would be called a general's duel. Each army would choose one capable general to fight. Wuxia shook his head and said in a clear voice, "My master has said that a battle can be avoided." My master has always been merciful. He doesn't wish to see the blood of the people flowing into a river, even if it's Rullian's. Hence, if you alight from your horse and surrender while the others retreat, my master will surely be kind and only punish you lightly. Upon hearing these words, Carroll's 4 deputies laughed uproariously, as though they had heard the funniest joke in the world, suddenly broke into a maniacal laugh. However, Wuxia's expression was solemn. Similarly, the Evil Sky Pavilion members' expressions were solemn. What was there to laugh about when they had a 9-leaf cultivator among their ranks? This was clearly a serious matter. Carroll said, "Everyone knows that you're cunning. I'm a disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. I will never lie in front of my master. My master is standing behind me." As soon as Wuxia finished speaking, the laughter of the 4 deputies stopped abruptly. They looked behind Wuxia at the same time, alarmed. However, Carroll said, "Don't think you can fool me. Your master is taking charge at the divine capital. He can't possibly leave. You've found a person who resembles him to challenge me here. Do you think I'll fall for that?" In a war, psychological warfare often played a prominent role. The more real it seemed, the greater the likelihood it was fake. Alas, Wuxia was truly not playing mind games right now. He shrugged helplessly. "Carroll, do you think a 9-leaf cultivator needs to resort to petty tricks?" At this moment, one of the deputies said, "Wuxia, do you really think that General Carroll is all brawn but no brains? I'll answer that question of yours." He took 2 steps forward before he continued to say in a loud voice, "It's only natural for the 9-leaf cultivator to stay in the divine capital. I'm not afraid to tell you this. As soon as the 9-leaf cultivator leaves the divine capital, there will surely be 8-leaf cultivators sneaking into the imperial city to kill everyone there. Before this, the divine capital was guarded by the 8 great generals and that dog of an emperor. How could the 9-leaf cultivator dare to leave? In any case, if there really is a 9-leaf cultivator here, all he has to do is to summon his avatar. We will surely retreat. There's no need to waste so many words." His words that were laced with primal chi traveled far, reaching the people at the back as well. Mingxirin turned and said, "Master, show them your avatar. Let's scare them witless." The others looked at Lu Zhou as well. They were looking at him expectantly, waiting for him to summon his avatar. In a war, the best scenario was one where they could break the spirits of their enemies without actually fighting. Lu Zhou glanced at Mingxirin from the corners of his eyes. Is this rascal starting to forget his place just because things have been going smoothly for him recently? I'm down to my last disguise card. Even if I use it, it won't be because you told me to. Do you take me as a joke? Mingxirin instantly knew what his master's look meant. He hastily turned around and shouted, "Bullshit! Who do you think you are to witness my master's avatar?" "Master, I request for permission to fight." Lu Zhou said nothing. He merely waved his sleeve. Mingxirin leaped out after he obtained his master's permission. The minds of men were strange. The more one acted like this, the more they would think one was lying. The deputy general guffawed. "Are you infuriated from the shame of being exposed?" "General, I request for permission to engage in battle." "Go. Make it quick." "Understood." The first deputy charged forward. Wuxia shook his head helplessly and stepped aside. He had done his best to negotiate. Lu Zhou could have made a move. However, if there really was a 1,000,000-men army on the other side of Heaven's Moat, how could he wipe them out? That would take too much extraordinary power. The better way to go about this was to take out their leader. That was how wars were fought. The deputy was halfway into the battleground when he pushed away lightly from the ground and launched himself into the air. He advanced to meet Mingshi in the air. Whiz! Mingshi summoned his avatar. A two-leaf golden lotus spun in the air. When he saw the two-leaf golden lotus, the deputy scoffed and jeered. That's it? I'll take you out with one strike. He folded his palms together. An axe-shaped energy seal shot toward Mingshi. With the agility increase from his two-leaf golden lotus, Mingshi held his separation hook in a backhand grip and pressed forward. He slashed at the shining golden axe. Carol shouted, "Don't underestimate your opponent." The deputy understood. He said gruffly, "I know you're concealing your strength. Die!" The axe suddenly enlarged to thrice its original size. At the same time, the Wolf King's arms appeared on the deputy's arms. The avatar merged with him instantly. There was no golden lotus. Mingshi was surprised. He continued swinging his separation hook. "Fourth brother. Mr. Fourth." Bam! The separation hook drew across the axe. At the same time, the axe moved toward Mingshi avatar. The two of them shot past each other in just an instant. A crisp sound rang in the air. Who managed to land a blow? The two opponents' backs faced each other. The battle had ended with a single strike. Everyone's eyes were trained on the two opponents, waiting for the outcome. Who won? Mingshi did not move. His back was still turned on the Rolian Deputy General. The Rolian Deputy General turned around and laughed. "You think you can defeat me? What a joke." He turned around. His Wolf King avatar disappeared. "Fourth senior brother." Si Wuxia cried out. Si Wuxia was about to step in when a cracking sound rang in the air when the Deputy General took 2 steps forward. Soon enough, his cracked armor fell to the ground. Blood gushed out from a wound. "You!" The Rolian Deputy General raised his arms and looked at Mingshi shoulders. Mingshi wiped his separation hook with his sleeve. From the Rolian Deputy General's viewpoint as he dropped forward, he could see a miniature golden lotus in Mingshi sleeve. It only lasted a second since Mingshi had suppressed it. He did not know the exact height or the exact number of leaves, but he was sure there were at least 6 leaves. Soon after, a gurgling sound rang in the air as blood continued to surge out from the wound on his throat, and he fell forward on the ground. Thud! The Rulain Deputy General was no longer breathing. Mingshi cleaned his separation hook. He looked up and said tonelessly, "Next!" "Jolie!" Carol cried out in a hoarse voice. The Deputy General lay unmoving on the ground, clearly dead. Blood continued to gush from the wound on his throat. This was enough proof that the brave Deputy General, who was skilled and experienced in battles, had his throat slashed with a single strike. A single strike. The 3 remaining Rolian Deputy Generals stared at Mingshi with flames of fury dancing in their eyes. The members of the Evil Sky Pavilion who had been worried earlier were relieved when they saw this. "That was amazing, fourth senior brother." Little Yuaner clapped her hands. Conk chimed in. "I thought fourth senior brother was going to die. That was scary." Mingshi. That sounded wrong. I think she has been influenced by ninth junior sister. Pan Lydian said. Actually, I knew Mingshi would most likely win from the start. Lung Luo said. The waves behind drive the ones before. We're getting old. The younger generation will one day surpass us for sure. This time, the duo did not argue. It was a rare moment for them to reach a consensus. Lu Zhou stroked his beard calmly. He looked at Mingshi back. Just how much of his actual strength did this rascal hide? The technique moments ago seemed simple, but it was extremely dangerous. With Mingshi personality, he would never bet with such a skill. He would have died if he had been slightly careless. In other words, Mingshi was very confident. It was likely that he had already reached the 7-leaf stage. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Mingshi had been the disciple he liked the least when he first transmigrated over. However, he found Mingshi growing more and more to his liking now. 1,000 merit points were credited to Lu Zhou. Ming-Shi looked at the remaining 3 deputy generals. He said in an unconcerned tone, "I said next. What are you waiting for? Requesting permission to engage in battle. Requesting permission to engage in battle. Requesting permission to engage in battle." The remaining 3 deputy generals cupped their fists and spoke in unison. Carol studied Ming-Shi before he said, "Stand down. General." I said, "Stand down." The 3 of them sighed heavily and retreated, clearly unwilling. Carol brought his steed forward. He looked at Jolie's corpse on the ground indifferently and said, "Take him back. Bury him with Rolly's greatest ceremony." "Understood." "Wait." Ming-Shi raised a hand. "You're going to stop us?" Carol was puzzled. "No, no, no." Ming-Shi waved his hands. "There's no need to drag him away right now. I meant you should wait. With that, you'll only have to make a single trip, regardless of the number of corpses." Carol frowned slightly. His instincts told him that this person was much more difficult to deal with compared to Si Wuya. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to Si Wuya's various tricks after dealing with Si Wuya for so long. He felt a sense of foreboding now that he had to deal with someone new. However, he did not wear his heart on his sleeve. Instead, he said, "You. Oh no. A piece of trash like me isn't capable of pulling that off." Ming-Shi pointed behind him with his thumb. He was pointing at Lu Zhou. Carol looked behind him and shouted, "Even if old villain Ji were here, he wouldn't be so bold as to act so recklessly." He pushed away from his steed and leaped into the air. He wasted no time in unleashing a burst of energy. Boom! When he landed, the airwave rolled out in a radiant circle. Ming-Shi, clearly unimpressed, said, "That's a wonderful entry. I mean, it's flashy, but ultimately useless. Since you chose to have a general's duel, we'll duel like this. We can each cut our losses like this. If I lose, Rolly loses. If I win, Great Yen will submit. Do you dare to make the wager?" Carol placed his hands on his back as he looked at Ming-Shi. Ming-Shi's gaze turned fierce. He was confident he would be able to take down the 4 deputy generals. However, the main general was no pushover. Since the dawn of the Lotus-Severing era, no one had seen Carol make a move. This meant that nobody knew what Carol's cultivation base was. In the end, he shamelessly replied, "I don't." How vexing. Flames of fury rose in Carol's heart. However, he maintained a general's appearance, keeping his calm and arrogant front. Ming-Shi said, "Did you catch your head in a door or something? My master's behind me. Why should I wager with you? If I agree to it, I'd be a fool. You're looking down on my intelligence. I feel that you don't have the right to fight with me." After saying this, he turned around and left. "You're making this unnecessarily complicated." Carol struck. Naturally, the other deputy generals wished that Carol would make his move as well. That way, they would not have to wait anymore. There were already 8 leaf cultivators lying in wait outside the divine capital. There was only one old villain Ji. No matter how they went about it, Rolly would benefit from this situation. Boom! Carol stomped his foot on the ground and leaped into the air to strike Ming-Shi. He pushed both palms forward, launching an oval energy seal. Ming-Shi leaped into the air. At the same time, he launched several palm seals in the air. However, the oval energy seal seemed to be locked onto him. It adjusted its direction immediately and continued shooting toward him. Ming-Shi descended. He raised his arms, forming a thick energy seal to defend himself. Bam! Ming-Shi slid backward. His palm seals struck Carol's protective energy seal as well. Carol took a step backward. He said, "No wonder you're so confident. Since you can withstand this strike of mine, you must have a 7-leaf cultivation base." "Wow, I'm exposed. All right, I'll give up on hiding then." Ming-Shi advanced instead of retreating. He stepped forward and held his separation hook in a backhand grip as he sped toward his opponent. Carol scoffed. "You have a death wish." He spread his arms. An oval energy seal zone surrounded him immediately. When Ming-Sher-In was almost upon Carol, whoosh, Ming-Sher-In disappeared out of sight. In the next second, he appeared behind Carol's energy seal. His separation hook was gleaming coldly in his hand. Boom, 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 boom. Ming-Sher-In moved at top speed. Only a flurry of dazzling movements could be seen as he struck relentlessly at the layer of energy. Carol glanced at Ming-Sher-In and scoffed. Is that all? I'm sorry, but you've underestimated your opponent. Whiz! A 7-leaf avatar appeared. Boom! The separation hook shone with a blinding light at this moment. Compared to this, all his previous moves seemed superficial. The separation hook instantly sliced through Carol's protective energy like a hot knife through butter and moved down on Carol's back. Bam! Carol's rich combat experience was apparent at this moment. He suddenly punched to the side. This punch landed on Ming-Sher-Yin's avatar. Both of them slid backward half a step. Carol turned to the side, avoiding the strike from Ming-Sher-Yin's hook. However, Ming-Sher-In was not a weakling. His separation hook moved with great agility. It changed directions immediately and cut sideways. Bam! Carol staggered back. Ming-Sher-In moved backward as well. However, he was dropping. What a sturdy body! Ming-Sher-In did not expect his heaven-grade weapon, the separation hook, was incapable of slicing Carol's body. Carol looked down at the mark on his body. Soon enough, the pale mark faded away. However, there was now an opening on his armor. Technically, he was at a disadvantage after this exchange. Pan Lydian praised, I didn't expect Mr. Fourth to have such skills. I've truly underestimated him. Leng Luo. Since when did he start referring to Ming-Sher-In as Mr. Fourth? Carol looked down in the air. I admire you. Alas, you must die. Then he dove. His gaze showed that he was serious now. It seemed likely that Ming-Sher-In would suffer a great blow. However, everyone had been greatly surprised by Ming-Sher. They wanted to see just how much of his strength he had concealed. Lu Zhou shared the same thought as well. He stroked his beard as he watched Carol dove toward Ming-Sher-In. Ming-Sher-In summoned his avatar again. A 7-leaf golden lotus avatar rose into the air. Bluewood grew under it. Bluewood Heart Technique. Spring upon 1,000 vines. This was Bluewood Heart Technique's grand technique. In the past, Ming-Sher-In had to be in a forest to increase his strength. However, Spring upon 1,000 vines could boost his strength without him having to be in a forest. Lu Zhou did not expect Ming-Sher-In to have mastered Spring upon 1,000 vines. Based on the way Ming-Sher-In used the technique, it was likely that Ming-Sher-In had mastered it some time ago. Ming-Sher-In swung his separation hook up. At that moment, everyone felt that the 7-leaf Ming-Sher-In could kill the 8-leaf Carol. Awoo! Carol's avatar appeared. There was no lotus. Carol merged with his avatar. Bam! After merging with the Wolf King avatar, the silhouette of a Wolf King shrouded Carol. Is that a new Rolian method of using the avatar? Si Wuya wondered out loud when he saw this. No wonder Roli wasn't attacking Liang province before this. So, you've recultivated long ago. Bam! Carol raised his hand and pressed down. Before this, avatars were thought to be rigid, like statues that could fly. At most, it could be used as a battering ram. However, now it could pull off many unbelievable moves. The Wolf King avatar was like a wild beast. It brought its claws down again. Bam! It struck Ming-Sher-Yin's avatar. Ming-Sher-In dropped down half a meter. After 3 claw strikes, Ming-Sher-In frowned. Carol had the upper hand here. He hovered in the air with his fists raised, effectively raising the Wolf King avatar's paws as well. Then, he brought his fists down at the same time. Ming-Sher-In suddenly turned upside down. His avatar turned as well. The golden lotus was now facing up. Boom! The claws struck the golden lotus. Ming-Sher-In managed to withstand the attack. He quickly retracted his avatar and descended. He fell into the bluewood pile. Carol looked down at the bluewood pile. He said incredulously, "So tenacious?" His gaze became fierce as he dove toward the bluewood pile. Crash! At this moment, Mingshi emerged from the bluewood pile noisily with the separation hook in his hand. He slashed at Carol. The miniature seven-leaf avatar in his sleeve moved up as well. Carol shouted, "Did you forget that I have lotus leaves as well?" "Oh no!" Mingshi stopped his attack. His avatar expanded. The Wolf King tossed 8 golden leaves into the air toward Mingshi. Bam! When the first leaf hit Mingshi avatar, he grunted as his blood essence surged. "You're powerful. But alas, it's not enough." Carol pushed his palms out. His avatar left his body. He charged toward Mingshi with the remaining 7 leaves. He wanted to take Mingshi out with a single strike. At the final moment, Lu Zhou tapped the ground with his feet and flew out. "Pavilion Master? Did I miss the chance to perform? How can we let the Pavilion Master do the hard work?" Lu Zhou immediately activated his grand technique and appeared behind Mingshi. He raised a palm. The Fiend Monk's hand seal. Bam! The hand seal caught the Wolf King. Carol frowned. He looked at the old man who suddenly appeared and said gruffly, "If you're really old villain G, I'd like to experience the strength of a 9-leaf cultivator here. If you're not, I'm sorry, but today will be the day of your death." Carol flew forward. "You're formidable, General." The Rulians were riled up. They were excited. Lu Zhou's deep-set eyes watched as Carol sped toward him. He struck again with his Fiend's Monk hand seal. Boom! The Wolf King flew up. The higher the Wolf King was, the greater its momentum as it dove. Could it be that the human cultivator has forgotten this? Carol scoffed. Is that all? He felt that the Fiend Monk's hand seal merely contained the power of a 6-leaf cultivator. After his avatar was freed, his sense and perception of power were more precise. Carol sped into the Wolf King avatar. Lu Zhou calmly said, "I was just waiting for you to get in." Carol merged with his Wolf King avatar again. At this moment, Lu Zhou struck with his palm. Unlike the Fiend Monk's hand seal from before, this time, it was a blue palm seal. Heaven Writing's extraordinary power. Everyone born into the world had a name and race. They would eat, drink, experience happiness and sadness. Originating from nothing, and from it comes everything. Living in samsara and learning from it. The power of past lives. He struck upward. This palm seal was the Taoist Great Blitz treasure seal. It was a simple palm seal. It was neat and thorough. Boom! It struck the Wolf King avatar. The avatar and Carol were sent flying by the palm seal. Do you think this is the end? Carol dropped with his avatar. Lu Zhou raised his palm again. He launched another Great Blitz treasure seal. As the seal rose, it resembled the scene where he propped up the island with a single hand in Penglai Island. The palm seal traveled at top speed. It landed on Carol and sent him flying up again. The others were awestruck. What was happening? Was this old man truly a 9-leaf cultivator? General Carol was powerless to fight back? When Carol fell again, Lu Zhou raised his hand and launched the 3rd palm strike. Great Blitz treasure seal. This scene resembled a person hitting a ping-pong ball where the ball's movements were slow as it rose and fell. After 3 palm strikes, Carol was no longer stubborn. He chose another spot to land. The Rulians looked on in fear. Why was General Carol so insistent on descending? Lu Zhou knew the answer. He moved swiftly. The 4th palm strike. Did I allow you to land? The others were stunned. Boom! The 4th palm strike hit its target. This time, Carol spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood shocked the Rulians. Their war god, the undefeated Rolian general, was powerless to fight back against an ugly old man. Realization suddenly dawned on them. They understood now why Great Yen sent less than 100 men to challenge them. The importance of ordinary soldiers in a war could not be discounted. In an era where primal chi was abundant, many soldiers had physiques that were tougher than ordinary mortals. With some training, they could strengthen their bodies further. During a battle, cultivators would usually fight against cultivators, who were, more often than not, evenly matched. The ordinary soldiers were the ones who would decide the outcome of the battle. Naturally, These instances did not include one-sided battles. It was clear that the situation now was not one of those instances. They were in a one-sided battle now. Even with only 100 men, Great Yen could easily crush them. In a one-sided battle, the number of troops was unimportant. After Lu Zhou's fourth palm strike hit Carol, blood rained down on the ground. The cultivators activated their energies to keep the shower of blood at bay. Unfortunately, those who were not in the mystic enlightening realm yet could only put up being drenched by the shower of blood. Lu Zhou had controlled his strength well when he attacked. He had intended to severely injure Carol with a palm strike and render Carol unable to fight. He was rather taken aback that it took 4 palm strikes before he managed to injure Carol. It seemed like Carol had a few tricks up his sleeve. Meanwhile, Carol was greatly shaken. He bit back the pain and rose into the sky and ordered, "Retreat!" The 3 remaining deputy generals who heard the order turned their horses around and shouted, "Get ready to retreat!" With the order, the 10,000 Rulians turned around. Lu Zhou pushed away from the ground with movements as light as a swallow. At this moment, Carol displayed his impressive endurance. He quickly descended like a 1,000 caddy rock. Boom! General! Carol panted heavily as looked up at Lu Zhou, who was hovering in the air. Now that he was on solid ground, he felt much more at ease. Lu Zhou did not strike. He wanted to see what Carol was trying to do and why Carol suddenly decided to descend to the ground. Carol managed to endure 4 palm strikes. He was clearly not an ordinary 8-leaf cultivator. Carol's stubbornness was comparable to Yu Zhonghai. No wonder Carol was confident about guarding the border. Carol looked at Lu Zhou and wiped the blood from his mouth before he said, "You're truly the Patriarch of the Evil Sky Pavilion." Upon hearing these words, the 3 deputy generals widened their eyes. Their eyes were the size of a cow's eyes at this moment. Carol was finally convinced the old man was the Evil Sky Pavilion's Ji Tiandao. In his opinion, only a 9-leaf cultivator's palm seal could render him powerless to fight back. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and asked indifferently, "Since you know who I am, why aren't you running away?" Carol endured the pain and said, "Jolie didn't lie to you. I did station an 8-leaf cultivator outside the divine capital. That 8-leaf cultivator is the greatest assassin in Roli. Since you've left the divine capital, the people in the imperial city will meet their demise." A fervent look appeared in his eyes as he said in a lowered voice, "Truth be told, I've always been fearfully respectful of experts. Why would I run away? A man of the battlefield would never fear death." Carol's arms shook. Soon enough, the Wolf King's arms appeared. Then, red lines rose from the back of his warehouse. It seemed as though he was calling to the red lines as they swirled around his body. Everyone was puzzled when they saw this. However, Lu Zhou finally discovered the source of Carol's confidence after he saw the red lines swirling around Carol's body. This reminded him of the former emperor, Lu Gu. Unlike Lu Gu, the red lines only swirled around on the surface of Carol's skin. They did not stick to his skin like Lu Gu. For this reason, Carol did not look as terrifying as Lu Gu did. Lu Zhou stroked his beard. He finally understood why Carol was in such a hurry to land. He asked, "So this is why you're so confident?" Carol looked up at Lu Zhou and said, "Senior G, although I'm an 8-leaf cultivator, the difference between a 9-leaf cultivator and I is as great as the difference between the heavens and the earth. I won't be a worthy opponent for you. However, with these runes, I'll be able to fight against you. Naturally, I'll be paying a corresponding price, but it's worth it." "Where did you get these red runes?" Lu Zhou asked. "There are many wonders in the great wide world. Alas, I cannot tell you." Carol spread his arms, and the red runes swirling around his body shone again. The faint red light reminded Lu Zhou of Yu Shangrong's longevity sword. He shook his and said, "Do you think you'll be able to defeat me by relying on external forces alone?" "We'll know after our battle," Carol said. "If I win this battle by some stroke of luck, Great Yen would lose completely. The 12 allied nations will divide Great Yen and devour it." Lu Zhou's voice deepened as he said, "I'll wait and see." Bam! Lu Zhou walked on air as though there were rock slabs beneath his feet. Loud thuds could be heard as he charged forward. The others held their breaths as they looked at Lu Zhou. After all, this was a battle between the strongest person in Great Yen and the strongest person in Roli. This was a decisive battle. Lu Zhou appeared above Carol. He raised a palm and mobilized his qi. A familiar scene appeared. His fingers glowed with a blue light, and the words "abandon wisdom" appeared above his fingers. Then he pushed his palm downward. Carol looked up and raised his arms. The red runes shone at the same time. Whiz! The Wolf King avatar appeared and merged with Carol. The leaves spun up and swirled around his fist. 8 leaf and a half? See, Wuxia was standing closest to the battle, so he had the best view. He was shocked. Carol had 8.5 leaves? Carol stomped his feet on the ground and shot upward. His arms glowed red as he charged toward the palm seal in the air with his lotus leaves. Soon after, he swung his fist. Boom! The scripts of abandoned wisdom dropped down, and the blue palm seal's power collided with Carol's right fist. Carol dropped 5 meters. Heaven and earth shook. The sound seemed to resound thunderously in the air. Under the attack of the blue palm seal, the power of the red runes on Carol's body seemed to have come to life. His arm shone with a red so dark that it seemed black. When Lu Zhou saw this, he wondered if his extraordinary power had activated the power of the red runes. The others held their breaths as they stared at Carol incredulously. Carol had successfully withstood this attack. Senior, what do you think? Carol's eyes shone with excitement. The general stopped the palm seal from a 9-leaf cultivator? General! The Rolians' morale rose through the roof at this moment. The Evil Sky Pavilion side was slightly shocked when they saw this. In the past, the Pavilion Master had always ended a fight with a single palm strike, after all. It was only natural for one to be instantly crushed by a strike from a 9-leaf cultivator. They truly did not expect Carol to be the first person capable of blocking the blue palm seal. No wonder the Rolians were confident. Regardless if the Pavilion Master was the real deal or not, Carol was confident. For an 8-leaf and a half war god with red runes, he was on par with a 9-leaf cultivator. In fact, he even wished Ji Tiandao was truly here. Who knew his wish would come true? Lu Zhou looked down at Carol and said in a gruff voice, "You know nothing about power." He flipped his palm up before flipping it back down. The blue light shone even brighter than before as a blue lotus appeared under his feet. A palm seal that resembled Mount Tai shot out. Carol used the same technique again. His arms were like red-hot molten iron. The red runes shone brightly as he charged toward the palm seal that resembled Mount Tai. The palm seal dropped down, and Carol's 8.5 leaves spun up. Carol was confident he could deflect the palm seal just like before. Alas, crack. A crack could be heard on his arm before his right arm broke. The palm seal continued to press down. No! Boom! Carol's final cry seemed to be caught in his throat. It was drowned by the sound of the palm seal hitting the ground. He crashed to the ground, leaving no doubt about the outcome of the battle. When the palm seal landed on the ground, the earth and mountains shook from the impact. Have you ever seen a palm strike descending from the sky? How do you feel now? The Rolian soldiers stared at the palm-shaped pit on the battlefield in stunned silence. There was no donut that Carol was powerful. He was comparable to Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. He was even confident he could defeat the Evil Sky Pavilion Patriarch. His 8.5 leaf stage and the red runes were rather powerful. It was unfortunate that his opponent was an even more terrifying force. The Rolians had imagined the majestic power of a 9-leaf cultivator. They had also heard about the 9-leaf stage from Great Yen. However, to witness it with their own eyes was still shocking. The power of a 9-leaf cultivator was beyond their imaginations. After a brief pause, Lu Zhou leisurely stroked his beard and pointed at Carol, who was lying inside the pit. He had spent 1/3 of his extraordinary power in this palm strike. It should be known that this was 1/3 of his full capacity after obtaining the Open Earth Scroll and the System Authority's upgrade. Clearly, he did not hold back. Since he had completed his objective of taking out the enemy's leader, He did not feel it was a waste even if he had to use all his extraordinary power. He was even willing to use a deadly strike card to complete his objective. Lu Zhou descended on the ground, eyes still trained on the pit. He did not hear the system's notification. This Carol was truly tough and tenacious. At this moment, Carol suddenly sat up in the deep pit before spitting a mouthful of blood skyward. Everyone, including the Rullians, took a step back from fright. Carol seemed as though he had been slightly flattened by the palm strike. His appearance was rather wretched. His eyes were bloodshot as he said in a hoarse voice, "I don't believe this. What don't you believe? I should have been able to withstand a 9-leaf palm seal. Why? Why?" Carol had yet to accept the fact that he had lost. "There's no reason." Lu Zhou asked nonchalantly, "Where's the owner of the red runes?" Carol lowered his head and said, "Remain silent." Lu Zhou added, "If you're unwilling to tell me, I'll ask each and every one of the Rullians. One of them is bound to know the answer to my question." Carol shivered. He understood the implication of Lu Zhou's words. Lu Zhou was threatening him with the lives of his countrymen. Carol crawled out of the pit with great difficulty. He flipped over when he reached the top and sat up. He tidied his armor and wiped the blood from his face. Then he tapped on his Dantian Sea of Qi to seal his meridians. He took a deep breath, colors returning to his face. "General!" Carol's 3 deputies alighted from their horses and fell to their knees. They did not retreat. Upon seeing this, the Rolian soldiers followed suit and fell to their knees as well. They cried out, "General!" Carol looked at Lu Zhou and said, "Spare them." Lu Zhou shook his head. "You have no right to negotiate. How could it be possible to allow the tiger to return to its mountain?" Pan Lydian, who understood Lu Zhou's intention, shot the others a meaningful look. The members of the Evil Sky Pavilion took flight immediately and summoned their avatars. Mingshi Yin had 7 leaves. Similarly, Si Wuya was at the 7-leaf stage as well. Little Yuaner had 6 leaves. Pan Lydian, Lung Luo, who had severed their golden lotuses, had cultivated 5 leaves. Pan Zhong, Zhou Jifeng, who had also severed their golden lotuses, had 2 leaves. Upon seeing this, the Fiend Temple's Duan Xing felt slightly ashamed. However, he could not possibly stand still without doing anything in this situation. He was also without a golden lotus and had 2 leaves. The Blossom faction's Zhang Feng had 6 leaves. The 10,000 Poison sect's Sun Simiao had 5 leaves. Huang Shiji had 8 leaves. Jiang Aijian had 6 leaves. Li Jingyi had 7 leaves. On the other hand, the remaining disciples who were in the Divine Court realm and below rose in the air and flew toward the Rullians as well. The Rullians did not dare to recklessly make a move. After all, with so many nascent divinity realm elites and such overwhelming force, who would dare to move? The avatars resembled sky lanterns in the sky as they surrounded the 10,000 Rolian soldiers. The avatars were like metaphorical slaps that mercilessly hit Carol's face. Soon enough, the others retracted their avatars, and the avatars in the sky faded away. Carol smiled forlornly, hit by a sudden understanding. He finally understood how the Nether sect managed to successfully invade the divine capital and why Yu Zhenghai could laugh at the world. He understood now it was all because Yu Zhenghai's support, the Evil Sky Pavilion, was so powerful. Si Wuya seemed to understand Carol's thoughts. He said, "Carol, what you see now is only a small part of our force. Eldest senior brother and second senior brother had become 8-leaf cultivators a long time ago. They're peerless among 8-leaf cultivators. My 6th senior sister, Yi Tianxin, is also an 8-leaf elite. Didn't you station an assassin outside the divine capital? My senior sister will deal with him. We also have senior Zhou Yushu, who was a genius Confucian cultivator 500 years ago, on our side. The ancient Saint Cult's master is also aiding us. I hope your 8-leaf elite will be able to put up a good fight." When Carol heard this, his blood essence surged. He grunted as blood trickled out of his mouth. He clenched his fists. He had thoroughly lost. Carol took a deep breath. He closed his eyes and exhaled before he said, "The red runes were left behind in a red coffin. Great General Lanny, who guarded the north, discovered it at the northern borders. The red rune's power was contained in the red coffin. General Lanny gave the coffin to me. Goosebumps rose on everyone's skin when they heard this. Lu Zhou naturally knew about the red coffin. Lanny has already met me with the red coffin a long time ago. Were you and Grand Shaman Bazir trying to verify if I'm truly at the 9-leaf stage? Lu Zhou recalled the time when Tiango attacked the evil sky pavilion. Tiango had lost control all too suddenly. Also, with Lanny's brains, he would not have rashly attacked the evil sky pavilion. However, if it was all plot by the Grand Shaman, then everything made sense. Yes, Carol admitted. He opened his eyes and said, Lanny's ambition was too great. The existence of the red coffin made him lose himself for a time. He firmly believed in the 9-leaf stage. He resorted to unscrupulous methods to reach the 9-leaf stage. There was no place for personal gains while we work for the good of our nation. He deserved to die on foreign lands. At least that way he would make his ancestors proud. Lu Zhou could not have cared less. He continued, What else was in the red coffin? Carol mustered up his courage to say, Losers have no right to negotiate, but if you want me to answer your question, I hope that you'll spare the others, Senior. The Rolian warrior's eyes were wet upon hearing this. Lu Zhou said indifferently, It's not my style to allow the tiger to return to its mountain. But I'm not a person who massacres unnecessarily as well. They'll become captives in Great Yen. If you refuse to answer my questions honestly, they'll be executed right here. Carol clenched his fists again. His knuckles whitened. After a moment of consideration, he said, The Bonner family. Lu Zhou nodded and asked, My second disciple, Yu Shangrong. Have you seen him around? Carol shook his head. Lu Lan's Grand Shaman Bazir laid traps for him. He ordered his men to disguise themselves as Rulians to frame Roly. Nothing remained of him after his death. Only a 5-mile stretch of witchcraft trap was left near the abyss. I've dispatched my men to investigate. There were faint traces of witchcraft in the air above the abyss. They must have fought there. With Bazir's ability, I'm afraid they must have fallen into the abyss. The members of the Evil Sky Pavilion looked worried upon hearing this. Lu Zhou continued, If Yu Shangrong fought with all his might, not even you could defeat him, let alone Bazir. Do you think he'll fall? Bazir isn't an ordinary Grand Shaman, Carol said. My men have searched 100 miles around the abyss up to the western side of Heaven's Moat. There's no sign of the sword devil Yu Shangrong. Bazir's troop of several hundred shamans were all dead as well. Their corpses should have been strewn on the ground. So, there's one possibility. He did not say the one possibility was they had fallen into the abyss. Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he looked at Carol. Then, he waved his sleeve and said, Lock them in prison. Evil Sky Pavilion disciples, stay. Understood. The disciples from the Blossom faction, the Fiend Temple, the Penglai sect, and the 10,000 Poison sect started moving. The 10,000 captives were being sent to Liang province. Lu Zhou returned his gaze to Carol, but he said nothing. One would wonder what Carol felt as he looked at the 10,000 Rolian warriors being led away. After being in a daze for a long time, a contented expression appeared on Carol's face. He turned around with great difficulty and faced Roly. Then, he raised his left hand and tapped his Dantian Sea of Qi. His remaining primal Qi and damaged Dantian Sea of Qi were drained. His body deflated swiftly as blood gushed out. During the entire process of his life leaking away, he kept his back straight as he looked in the direction of Heaven's Moat. Then, he hastily extended his arm and held the armor up. In just a blink of an eye, his body stiffened. Ding! Killed a target. Reward, 2,000 merit points. Lu Zhou no longer looked at Carol. He called out, Bayan. Bayan came running. Lu Zhou rose into the air and looked at Heaven's Moat. The others understood Lu Zhou's intention. They rose into the air as well. Mingshi said, With Bayan here, we'll find second senior brother in no time. MHM, I believe that eldest senior brother and second senior brother are fine. Little Yuaner nodded. When the Rolian's war god, Carol, died, to the west of Heaven's Moat, the fire from a round purple candle in the Rolian campground went out. The guards who were stationed outside Carol's tent saw the candle being extinguished and widened their eyes in horror. Men! Here! Notify everyone west of Heaven's Moat to retreat. Make haste! Understood. After the Rolian cultivators and soldiers received the news of their war god's death, their morale took a huge blow. They followed their orders and retreated to Roli. Since then, the western side of Heaven's Moat had quietened down. Meanwhile, the evil sky pavilion had sped across Heaven's Moat under Lu Zhou's lead. The top of the towering Heaven's Moat could not be seen from its base. When they were halfway across, they encountered a snowstorm, and the temperature dropped drastically. The cold wind slashed at their protective energies like blades. Panlydian had crossed Heaven's Moat before, so he had experienced this before. He activated his energy to keep the endless snowstorm at bay. He said loudly, "This isn't the worst. I've crossed the southern part of Heaven's Moat in the past. That's where the seemingly insurmountable part is. When we reach the top, stay close to each other. We can take turns in using our protective energies." Naturally, collective power was greater than individual power. Mingxirin asked, "How did the Rolians get here?" Panlydian said, "There are 3 ways. The first one is to skirt around the mountains from the north. The second one is to cross it on a flying chariot. The third one is through a tunnel in the center of Heaven's Moat. It was used to transport goods before, but the wars gradually cut the path off." "I'm enlightened," Mingxirin said. As they spoke, the wind roared louder and louder. The others looked up. "I'll go first." The golden gourd bottle shone brightly as a 5-leaf avatar spun upward. The conical golden energy shielded the others from the snowstorm as the avatar rose above Heaven's Moat. The others flew after the avatar. After that, they took turns summoning their avatar. Conch was the only one whose avatar was still at the 10-world stage. Thus, she could only struggle and stay by Lu Zhou's side. She could hardly keep up with all these elite cultivators. She seemed troubled by this. "Little junior sister, let's go. Little junior sister. Haha. Little senior sister, before you get stronger, I should get on your good side. I'll help you." Duanmushang, Mingxirin, Wuxia, Little Yuaner, and the others released their energies and shielded Conch from the unrelenting snowstorm. "Thank you, seniors." Conch sighed with relief. She made up her mind to quickly get stronger. They could hardly make out the mountains and rivers at the end of the north of Heaven's Moat due to the blizzard that painted everything blue. It was like this all year round. When they looked south, they could not see how high Heaven's Moat was. It was as though they were walking on the mountain's ridge. Soon after, the Evil Sky Pavilion members arrived above Heaven's Moat and landed. They took in the beautiful mountains and rivers in their surroundings. Bayan had arrived at the top of Heaven's Moat earlier. It was sitting and gazing into the distance like a stone lion. "May I one day ascend the summit of all peaks, for there the mountains are dwarves," Lu Zhou exclaimed emotionally. "What a good poem!" Mingxirin clapped his hands. Duanmushang turned to look at Mingxirin, and Mingxirin immediately shut his mouth. Even if he was at the 7-leaf stage right now, whenever he remembered that his 3rd senior brother had already recultivated to the 4-leaf stage, he lost intention to argue. Duanmushang turned and said, "Nice poem, Mingxirin." Panlydian said, "The people say that the Pavilion Master's sole virtue is his cultivation base, that he's brave but without brains. Looks like those are nothing but slanderous words. This is indeed a good poem." Wuxia turned around and asked, "Do you know much about poems?" "Just a little." "What are you bragging about?" "I'm speechless." After enjoying the scenery for a while, Lu Zhou said, "Let's get down." The others nodded. They leaped off Heaven's Moat and sped downward. After what seemed like hours, they finally landed. Lu Zhou, "Everyone, apart from Conch, spread out and search. Prioritize your own safety if you run into danger." "Understood." The others flew and spread out. Without the Rolian and Lulan camps, the western side of Heaven's Moat was now peaceful and quiet. 10 days passed in just a blink of an eye. east of the 100,000-foot-deep abyss, and north of Heaven's Moat. Cloud Rage River snaked through the entire continent. Many villages were built around the river. In Guluo village, a Rolian old man was describing the condition of the village to a man in fine robes. "My lord, there are more than 20 children around the age of 10 in this village this year. They're all obedient. Please accept them. All of them have a high potential to become great cultivators in Roli. They have the makings of a great warrior." The man dressed in fine robes shook his head and said, "I've checked their constitutions. They're not suitable to cultivate. Do you have any other children for me? My lord, would you like an older child? I'm sure I've met the older children before. Forget it, I'll head to the next village," the finely dressed man said before he prepared to take flight. At this moment, 2 young men from the village were prodding a young man in tattered robes, forcing him back to the village. "Adong," one of the young men said. "Ahai, stop looking around. We won't beat you up if you return the things. Don't even think of running away. It's chaotic outside. You'll only starve to death like this." The 2 young men took turns bullying the young man whom they addressed as Ahai. When the finely dressed man saw Ahai, he asked in confusion, "Who's this?" The old man replied, "My lord, he's a slave in our Guluo village." "A slave?" The old man beckoned Ahai over. "Ahai, come here." Ahai placed the things he was carrying on the floor and walked over. The finely dressed man appraised him. He saw wounds on Ahai's body and the unconcealed hostility in Ahai's eyes. "A child from Great Yen? That's right. We've always captured Great Yen citizens and used them as slaves. This brat is strong and stubborn. Ordinary Great Yen slaves couldn't endure this and would have taken their own lives long ago. However, this brat is still alive until now," the old man said. The finely dressed man waved his hand. An energy blade slashed at Ahai's garment, revealing obvious and terrifying marks on his body. He sighed and shook his head. "He has a great talent and foundation. Alas, he's not a Rolian." Adong smiled and said, "Heh, I didn't know Ahai is suitable for cultivation." The old man shook his head. "Unfortunately, he's a Great Yen citizen." An idea appeared in the finely dressed man's mind. He said, "It's not entirely impossible." The old man remained silent, but he seemed to understand the finely dressed man's meaning. Turning a Great Yen citizen into a warrior who would die for Roli while fighting against Great Yen. This was not unprecedented. Ahai knew about this as well. In Guluo village, the pain he endured was only physical. If he could endure it, he would one day be able to find a chance to escape. However, if he fell into the hands of a cultivator, his life would be hell. Without any hesitation, he turned around and ran. Adong scoffed and said, "Running away again. See that? The people of Great Yen are as dumb as pigs." He raised his hand and whistled. The strong men from the village and the wolf dogs dashed out. Ahai had been injured and could barely walk straight. It was impossible for him to escape. Swoosh! Someone fired a slingshot. Bam! It struck Ahai's calf, causing him to fall on the ground. A few villagers swarmed toward him and started to rain down blows on him. Ahai shielded his head and kept quiet. For some reason, he found this scene familiar. Every time he tried to recall, his memories would always turn up blank. Life was a cycle. If one did not seek change, one would be repeating the same things all over again. The finely dressed man raised a hand. "Stop." The Guluo villagers spat at Ahai before stepping backward. "The people of Great Yen are all trash." The finely dressed man walked over and said, "You'll kill him like this? That's too good for him. Our people have been bullied by them all the time. 6 out of my family of 10 had died at the hands of Great Yan soldiers. When that dog of an Emperor Yongshou launched his West campaign, how many of us lost our lives? He's lucky if he dies." "That's right. Killing him is doing him a favor. We should keep him as a slave in our village. When he dies, we'll chop him up and feed him to the dogs." The finely dressed man ignored the villagers' anger. He regarded Ahai coldly as he said, "I can give you an opportunity to stand up again. Will you come with me? Ahai looked up and met the eyes of the finely dressed man. He remained silent. The finely dressed man continued to say, I can give you a Rolian identity. The Guluo villagers won't be giving you any more trouble. What do you think? Are you really willing to be a slave here for the rest of your life? Ahai spat in response. The finely dressed man was not angered. He only shook his head and said, I'll ask you one last time, will you come with me? A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. At this moment, roar! A strange cry reached the village from the west. The villagers who hunted for a living looked in the direction of the sound. A beast! My lord! It's a beast! The finely dressed man wondered out loud. This is a remote place, isolated by the 100,000-foot abyss. How can there be a beast here? As soon as he finished speaking, an imposing beast that resembled a tiger flew into view from the west. It stared at them in the air as it held a scabbard stained by mud in its mouth. At the same time, a few individuals emerged from the forest. At the forefront, the old Lu Zhou carried the air of an immortal as he stood with his hands on his back. The others followed closely behind him. All of them were following the beast that was carrying a scabbard in its mouth at a leisurely pace. The beast was not moving fast as well. Its speed was only slightly faster than if one were to walk. The sun shone through the canopy of the forest and illuminated these people. Before long, the beast descended at the entrance of the village. When Lu Zhou arrived, he swept his gaze past Guluo villagers and the sticks and rods in their hands, the finely dressed man, and the two large wolf dogs before his eyes finally landed on the young Yu Zhenghai, who was curled up on the ground with his hands shielding his head. It was understandable that Lu Zhou's other disciples and the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion did not recognize the young Yu Zhenghai. However, as his master, how could he not recognize him? Yu Zhenghai's youthful appearance brought Lu Zhou's memories back to 300 years ago. Lu Zhou looked at the Guluo villagers again. With his current cultivation base, he could easily wipe out the entire village for his disciples' sake. But he did not. There were better ways to go about this. Since Lu Zhou remained silent, the others did not speak as well. Lu Zhou walked up to Yu Zhenghai. When he saw the confused expression on young Yu Zhenghai's face, realization dawned on him. He asked gently, "What's your name?" Lu Zhou had asked the same question to the same person 300 years ago. He wondered if this would trigger young Yu Zhenghai's memories. Young Yu Zhenghai looked around, bewildered, before he answered, "Hi." Lu Zhou looked down and extended his wizened but strong hand to young Yu Zhenghai. Everyone only watched in confusion. They did not know what Lu Zhou's intention was. Lu Zhou's disciples were equally as confused. They did not understand why their master would treat an unknown young man in such a manner. Si Wuxia, who had spent considerable time with his eldest senior brother, was confused. When he met the dirty young man's eyes, he felt stifled and uncomfortable in his heart. Nobody moved. With Lu Zhou here, everything would be fine. Lu Zhou kept his arm extended, waiting for young Yu Zhenghai to take his hand. Lives were exchanged in the endless world of mortals. Each was given his lot in life in the cycle of karma. It was rare to be reincarnated thrice. Would the past become naught after a long time? Yu Zhenghai raised a trembling hand. When Lu Zhou saw the confusion on young Yu Zhenghai's face, he smiled faintly. Then he pulled young Yu Zhenghai up to his feet. When Yu Zhenghai's hand made contact with Lu Zhou, several blurry images flitted past his mind before chaos descended in his mind. Blurry figures appeared in his mind, and he was filled with a sense of déjà vu. Who's this old man? At this moment, the finely dressed man finally said, "Hold on." Lu Zhou glanced at him and said indifferently, "A Rolian cultivator? This is the land of Roli. It's only natural for the people here to be Rolians." The finely dressed man said, "I'm Gailong. I've taken an interest in this young man. I'm planning to accept him as my disciple." "Accept him as your disciple?" Gailong nodded. "He has a good foundation and is talented. He's a promising candidate for cultivation." "You have a good eye for talent as well," Lu Zhou said. At this moment, Dong, who was standing at the village's entrance, said, "My lord, they're all from Great Yen. Let's get rid of them." The villagers had witnessed Gailong's strength before. Alas, Jilong ignored them. Instead, he looked at Lu Zhou and the others and said, "I'm taking this young man with me. Let's see if you're able to." "What's that supposed to mean?" Gailong asked. He was about to attack when he sensed the mysterious auras from behind the old man. The cultivation bases of the people at the back were unfathomable. The villagers, naturally, could not sense the cultivation bases of these visitors. They only wanted to watch a show. Lu Zhou ignored them. Primal Qi surged from his wizened hand at this moment and entered Yu Zhenghai's body to examine Yu Zhenghai's Dantian's sea of qi. "He's a cultivator." Yu Zhenghai's eyes widened. His instincts told him he would be saved. Lu Zhou looked at young Yu Zhenghai. He stroked his beard as he pointed at Guluo village and the finely dressed man before he asked, "Do you want to defeat them?" Yu Zhenghai nodded vehemently even though he was confused. He did not know what Lu Zhou was planning to do. He wanted to defeat these people more than anything else. Defeat is too soft a word. He wanted to kill them all. "I do," young Yu Zhenghai replied. "All right," Lu Zhou said calmly. "You should learn to deal with your matters. I'll teach you a killing method. Are you willing to learn?" Young Yu Zhenghai nodded. "I am. There are many in the world who wish to learn from me. If you want to learn, you'll have to become my disciple. Are you willing?" The Evil Sky Pavilion disciples who were clueless were, naturally, shocked. What was wrong with Lu Zhou today? Why did he suddenly accept this unknown young man as a disciple? Why? Young Yu Zhenghai met Lu Zhou's gaze. The old man and the young man locked eyes. 300 years ago, Ji Tiandao did not ask this question. 300 years later, Lu Zhou fulfilled Yu Zhenghai's wish in Ji Tiandao's stead. Perhaps it was due to a fuzzy sense of familiarity. Yu Zhenghai's instincts trusted the old man before him. Moreover, he wanted to leave this place as soon as he could. He wanted to agree to Lu Zhou, but he was also hesitant. This was because his senior brother, Yu Shangrong, had told him he would have a better master waiting for him in Great Yen. In the end, he said, stumbling on his words, "But I already have a master." Upon hearing young Yu Zhenghai's words, a few villagers laughed. Dong snickered. "Useless piece of trash. Ahai, how could someone like you have a master? You can't even defeat me. You take forever just to move some objects. The Lord said that you're talented and have a good foundation, but I think you've let it go to your head. You can't even defeat 2 wolf dogs in Guluo village." Lu Zhou said gently, "That's all right. If you can defeat them, I'll help you find your master. I'm your master, after all." Young Yu Zhenghai was overjoyed. He no longer hesitated. He kneeled with a thud and kowtowed loudly thrice. He kowtowed so sincerely that the dirt on the ground stained his forehead. The others were baffled. Only Si Wuya had trouble suppressing the complicating emotions rising in his heart. The Rolyan villager, Dong, laughed again and said, "Him? If he can defeat me, I'll chop my head off." Lu Zhou ignored the villagers. He looked at young Yu Zhenghai who was getting to his feet. He placed a hand on his shoulder. "Deal with your matters on your own." "Yes, master." Lu Zhou looked at Yu Zhenghai. Then he extended his arm to the side and said, "Bring me the saber." "Ha!" Pan Zhong was puzzled. Si Wuya waved his sleeve. Pan Zhong walked up and placed the jasper saber he was carrying in Lu Zhou's hand. Lu Zhou said, "Since you've become my disciple, I'll give you this saber. Wield it well." Young Yu Zhenghai was bewildered. The saber was cold to the touch. At this moment, he felt a strong sense of familiarity from the saber. The saber felt like an extension of his body. This feeling caused him to tremble. He looked at the saber speechlessly, clearly shocked. Lu Zhou flipped his palm. A wooden rod fell into his palm. He slowly said, "I'll teach you a set of saber techniques now." The villagers laughed even louder. Yu Zhenghai nodded. "MHM. Listen carefully." Lu Zhou turned around and stepped into the empty space. This saber technique begins by accumulating the force of 1,000 blades. With a flick of your fingers, he brandished the rod where he stood. He brought it to his left and right. The rod spun in his hand. His movements were fluid, neat, and thorough. The others looked on with fearful respect as Lu Zhou taught the young man one of the most powerful saber techniques in the world. They stared at his movements. Young Yu Zhenghai's jaws dropped from shock. Both the saber and the technique seemed familiar to him. It was embedded in his blood and soul. He instinctively followed Lu Zhou's movement with his jasper saber. Lu Zhou seemed pleased by this. He continued brandishing the wooden rod. The silent wind, qi as still as a lake, the shadowless light, the swift swing of the blade. The villagers were increasingly convinced that the old man in front of them was insane. Perhaps it was due to the lack of primal qi. The old man looked comical and unimpressive as he waved the rod about. Even the Rolian cultivator, Gailong, was baffled. What's this old man doing? Why is he teaching a young man he just met? 100 rivers south of the sea. Lu Zhou moved more quickly and lunged forward to stab a tree with the wooden rod. Bam! The rod pierced the tree, leaving a hole in the trunk. The others widened their eyes. Merge into one. Lu Zhou tapped his foot, releasing a little primal qi. He tried to slow his movements and made them as detailed as possible. Then he released his primal qi and leaped into the air. He tossed the wooden rod out as he said, "This is the great dark heaven memorial." The wooden rod released densely packed small spinning energy blades that shot down. Bam! 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 The trees dozens of meters around them were instantly felled by dark heaven starlight. The wind stopped, and the energy blades continued to fall. Silence descended on Guluo village. This was the great dark heaven memorial, the dark heaven starlight. All saber techniques under the heavens paled in comparison. The villagers widened their eyes, in awe by the old man's feat of clearing the forest with a wooden rod. They did not know the great dark heaven memorial or any saber techniques, but they knew it was impressive. Guluo village was isolated from the world by the 100,000-foot abyss. It was exceptionally difficult to locate this place without understanding the geography. Zhilong, a cultivator, looked at Lu Zhou incredulously. He was considering fleeing at this moment. "The great dark heaven memorial," young Yu Zhenghai murmured. A feverish look burned in his eyes. He had never heard of these words, but he repeated them over and over again. He felt as though he had uttered these words and unleashed this skill countless times in the past. Memories might be difficult to trace, but this saber technique had been ingrained in his marrow after years of training. In his life, aside from his obsession, all he had was this saber technique, the great dark heaven memorial, that he had practiced over and over again. Young Yu Zhenghai felt his blood boiling. All of his muscles and movements were guided by the familiar saber technique. He learned quickly, unbelievably so. The observers around him were stunned. Lu Zhou had perfectly demonstrated the saber technique. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. There were no wasted motions. However, it was an extremely complicated technique. How could it be learned by just watching it once? However, young Yu Zhenghai's performance stunned the others. It felt as though he had practiced this countless times, based on how familiar he was with the technique. Young Yu Zhenghai was engrossed in learning the saber technique that he forgot about everything else. The villagers looked at young Yu Zhenghai in disbelief. They remembered what Lord Gailong said earlier. They could not help the ominous feeling that rose in their hearts. Was this slave truly a promising talent for cultivation? When Yu Zhenghai unleashed the dark heaven starlight, he instinctively tossed his jasper saber out. Bam! The jasper saber spun twice in the air before it stabbed into the ground. The intended effect did not occur. Young Yu Zhenghai woke from his dreams. There was no fluctuation of primal qi, no great dark heaven memorial, no dark heaven starlight, not even the weakest energy saber could be seen. The villagers sighed in relief. The piece of trash was a piece of trash after all. To think that he fantasized about wielding a saber and defeating them with a technique he was learning for the first time. He's born to be a slave. They were disdainful, but they, naturally, did not dare to show it on their faces. After all, the old man had cleared the forest with just a rod. This proved the old man was not someone to be trifled with. Fortunately, Lord Gaelong was still here. In the end, they decided to endure this for now. When the old man left, they would hang this piece of trash up and flog him for 10 days. Young Yu Zhenghai looked at the jasper saber stuck in the ground. He said sheepishly, "I really am a piece of trash." However, the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion found it too shocking enough that he was able to pull all those moves on his first try. All he lacked was him to primal chi. Experts would pay attention to the methods, while those who were ignorant would only pay attention to fanfare. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "Remember the essence, not the appearance. This is only your first try. Why are you in a hurry?" Lu Zhou opened his palm, and the jasper saber flew into his palm. Then he sent the saber to Yu Zhenghai. Young Yu Zhenghai looked at the jasper saber and nodded as he received it with both hands. The second demonstration. Lu Zhou did not show young Yu Zhenghai the moves again. Instead, he stepped aside and watched. After the first try, young Yu Zhenghai seemed more familiar with the technique. The members of the Evil Sky Pavilion were further shocked. The third time, fourth time, fifth time, young Yu Zhenghai improved with every repetition. The force behind his swings increased as well. Young Yu Zhenghai increasingly felt that the jasper saber was a part of him. It was as though it was a part of his blood. He swung the saber with impressive might, his swings growing stronger and wilder. Bam! The saber hit a tree stump and cracked it open. The demonstration was over. Young Yu Zhenghai took several deep breaths. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and calmly said, "Good." In other words, there was no need to repeat it anymore. Lu Zhou pointed at the villagers and said, "Make your choice." Yu Zhenghai felt the chilling sensation from the jasper saber. A surge of confidence he could hardly explain welled up within him. He pointed at Adong, one of the villagers. "You." Adong was taken aback. "Me?" Lu Zhou said, "I won't meddle in your affairs. Anyone who defeats him may live." Young Yu Zhenghai gripped his jasper saber tightly and stepped forward. Adong frowned. He turned around and picked up an iron hoe. He said, "Fine, you're seeking death." After saying this, he rolled up his sleeve, exposing his muscles. Rullians were born brave, and their constitutions were like those of wild beasts. Adong's eyes glinted coldly as he charged forward with the iron hoe in his hands. Young Yu Zhenghai took a step backward reflexively. Lu Zhou said, "If you retreat, you'll die. If you advance, you might live." Young Yu Zhenghai felt his hair stand on end. What was he afraid of? With a cry, he gripped the jasper saber tightly and charged out. Adong brought the iron hoe down. "Die!" Swoosh! Young Yu Zhenghai raised his hand. The jasper saber was above his head. Bam! Yu Zhenghai staggered 3 steps backward before he stabilized himself. Adong snorted. "Is that all?" He raised the iron hoe again. This time he seemed to put more force into it. His movements were also exaggerated. Then he charged again. Young Yu Zhenghai stared at Adong. His knuckles were white as he gripped his saber tightly. "Relax." Lu Zhou's voice rang in young Yu Zhenghai's ears. Young Yu Zhenghai realized that he was too nervous. He took a deep breath and calmed down. Perhaps it was due to his master's constant reminders and pointers, he quickly relaxed. His blood surged. Swoosh! Adong brought the iron hoe down. Young Yu Zhenghai advanced. When the iron hoe fell, he sidestepped it reflexively and rammed his shoulder into Adong. Bam! Adong was knocked back. What happened? The villagers rubbed their eyes. They thought they were hallucinating. The way young Yu Zhenghai had sidestepped that attack was so smooth that it was as though he was incredibly familiar with it. He had moved like an elite. How did that happen? Gaelong frowned slightly. This young man was truly a rare genius cultivator. Adong could not accept this outcome. He raised the iron hoe and charged at his opponent again. Young Yu Zhenghai was calmer now. He saw Adong charging toward him. He seemed to have turned into a different person as he spat out a word. Weak. He raised his saber with a single hand and charged forward. Bam! 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 He made 3 consecutive slashes. The iron hoe was cut into 3 sections and fell to the ground. Adong's eyes widened. He stared incredulously at the iron hoe that had been split into 3. When he looked up again, young Yu Zhenghai was already standing before him before he realized it. The jasper saber was raised and brought down diagonally. The villagers were shocked. They regarded Yu Zhenghai fearfully as though he was a fearsome monster. Young Yu Zhenghai raised the saber again and swept it horizontally. Bam! A single strike. Bam! 2 strikes. Bam! 3 strikes. Bam! 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 3 consecutive strikes at Adong's shoulder. Fresh blood gushed out and stained his chest. He could not feel any pain at all, only intense fear. It was as though he was seeing the god of death. Apart from fear, only despair could be seen on his face. He did not expect the young man to be capable of unleashing such power. Every single slash of the saber hit his heart. A wolf always had a reason for turning back. It was either to repay kindness or to exact revenge. This young man was not a wolf, but he was sharper and more terrifying than one. Adong's gaze fell on young Yu Zhenghai's chest. The blade scars on his chest could be clearly seen. He remembered that 10 of them were his doing. Realization dawned on him as he fell to the ground. Young Yu Zhenghai brought his saber down again and again. Bam! 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 Another 3 strikes landed. Soon enough, a head rolled over to the feet of the villagers. The metallic tang of blood permeated the air. Young Yu Zhenghai raised the saber in one hand and pointed it at the villagers. His back was straight as he looked at them murderously. The villagers swallowed. They could not stop shaking as they retreated. The sun shone glinted off the jasper saber. Without any interference from primal chi, everything seemed primal and straightforward. Blood dripped off the blade. Sweat and blood mingled on young Yu Zhenghai's arms. He seemed to be used to seeing such scenes. Kill him! The 2 wolf dogs on the side barked and pounced at Yu Zhenghai. At this moment, young Yu Zhenghai seemed to be possessed by an elite. He pirouetted slightly and swung his jasper saber furiously. Like before, he did not retreat but advanced. His jasper saber moved with merciless speed and precision. The blade slid across the waist of the 2 animals. Due to the excessive force and precision of the wounds, the 2 wolf dogs did not even wail when they were cleaved into 2. The villagers kept retreating. The strong men of the village came running out. Many of them were unaware of what had happened. When they saw young Yu Zhenghai covered in blood with the jasper saber in his hand, they pointed at him and cursed, "You dog! Are you trying to rebel?" Aurelian charged toward Yu Zhenghai. In the past, he would have slapped Yu Zhenghai across the face, spat on him, and given him a few kicks for good measure. However, today he hurled his fist toward Yu Zhenghai, clearly not having any intention to hold back. The jasper saber stabbed cleanly into his chest. It was a straight and forceful stab. There were no flashy moves. This was the simplest and most primitive killing move. The villager's body stiffened. He looked down incredulously as his life slipped away in front of his eyes. Young Yu Zhenghai raised his left hand and pressed the villager's forehead. Thud! The villager fell backward. Yu Zhenghai continued to advance. The villagers finally realized how dire the situation was. The weak and meek great Yen slave in the past, that piece of trash Ahai, had killed someone. Get him! The villagers were of the opinion that if they joined forces, they would emerge victorious. This gave them a boost of courage. They charged collectively. Young Yu Zhenghai was not afraid at all. He wielded the saber with both hands and charged into the mob. He slashed at his left and right. He put his back into every swing of his blade. Every blade saw red. The peculiar thing was, he somehow managed to dodge the attacks of the villagers at the perfect moment. He was like a lunatic at this moment. His movements were wild, frenzied, and chaotic as he swung his jasper saber about. The dismembered heads, arms, and legs flying everywhere deeply moved the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion. The cultivator, Gailong, was at a loss for words. He could not believe that an ordinary person could obtain the power to fight against a crowd after a brief training session. He did not believe such a genius could exist in the cultivation world. How did that young man master a killing technique in such a short time? The peerless saber shone on the snow and was so sharp it could slice through the air. Where the wise blade was swung, heads would roll. It was either kill or be killed. Guluo village was in chaos. For what seemed like hours, the sounds of crashing, howling, and swords being drawn rang in the air before they finally died down. The remaining villagers were in shock. That slave, Ahai, whom they were trying to bring down, was still standing with a straight back. The jasper saber in his hand was completely covered in blood. The Rulians around him fell down one after another. Young Yu Zhenghai was the only one who remained standing among the corpses. He stepped forward with a determined look in his eyes. Perhaps he was too exhausted from swinging the saber. He staggered before he quickly stabbed the saber into the ground to stabilize his footing. He was drenched in sweat. At this moment, enough! Gailong stomped his foot. He unleashed his primal chi, leaped into the air, and struck with his palm. The hope in the villagers' hearts was rekindled as they looked at Gailong reverently. The palm seal shot toward young Yu Zhenghai. He instinctively drew his saber to parry it. Bam! He held onto the back of the saber tightly as he slid backward, leaving 2 shallow ditches. However, he did not fall. He looked up and stared at the Gailong in the air. He took another deep breath. He wanted to shout for help from this temporary master. However, for some unknown reason, the word help was stuck in his throat. Gailong Dove. Young Yu Zhenghai chanted a familiar sutra in his mind. The soundless wind and the chi are as still as a lake. The shadowless light and the saber that leaves no trace. Gailong struck with his palms. A mortal is a mortal after all. Die! Young Yu Zhenghai raised his saber again as he fought back valiantly. 100 rivers returned to the sea. Bam! The instant they collided, young Yu Zhenghai flew backward. His arms went numb from the impact. Gailong was pushed back by the saber. His palm seal dissipated. After sliding backward for half a meter, he came to a halt. How was this possible? He was shocked. Heaven grade. Gailong felt contemptuous. He stomped his feet and leaned forward. He kept striking with his palms. Several palm seals flew forward. Young Yu Zhenghai was in an extremely excited state. He gripped his jasper saber tightly. Whiz! The jasper saber was vibrating. Young Yu Zhenghai felt stunned. He did not have the time to think about the reason behind this as he swung to parry the incoming attack. Merge into one. Shadows shot out from the jasper saber and collided with Gailong's palm seals. Bam! 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 Yu Zhenghai's attacks increased in speed. When the villagers saw this, they looked at each other meaningfully. As though they had come to a tacit agreement, they picked up their hoes and charged at the same time. Kill! If he lives, we'll die. Kill him! The remaining villagers raised their weapons, stepped over the corpses with bloodshot eyes, and charged toward young Yu Zhenghai. The more young Yu Zhenghai swung his jasper blade, the more he felt that he was becoming one with his saber. More of his potential seemed to be unleashed at this moment. Goosebumps rose on his skin as he continued to swing his saber. Gailong's attacks rained down like a storm. When Yu Zhenghai swung his saber again, the jasper saber left his hand and flew into the air. Everything seemed to slow down. The moment the jasper saber left his hand, a sneer appeared on Gailong's face. It's time to end this. The jasper saber spun in the air, drawing an arc in the air before it fell. Shortly after, the jasper saber buzzed as energy sabers burst forth. The miniature energy sabers spun and descended on the Rulians. Bam! 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 Great Dark Heaven Memorial. The Rulians fell down almost instantly. Their corpses piled up. Bam! The final energy saber stabbed Gailong's heart. Then the jasper saber returned to young Yu Zhenghai. The coldness of the blade was biting. Its majesty was obvious. The sounds of the battle ended abruptly. Gailong looked at his gaping chest. When he looked at the young Yu Zhenghai, who was barely a foot before himself, his lips trembled. Impossible, impossible. When he dropped to the side, He was still mumbling the word, impossible. He shuddered before he took his last breath. A gust of wind blew the smell of blood away. Young Yu Zhenghai sat limply on the ground. The jasper saber was in his embrace. He had a wild look on his face. He was shocked, flustered, and at a loss. He could not believe it. Was this all my doing? His clothes were torn from the impact of Gaelong's palm seals. The sun revealed his body that was riddled with scars and bruises. It formed a stark contrast with the corpses before him and the stinging scent of blood. The members of the Evil Sky Pavilion were stunned. Nobody questioned his ability, his personality, his experiences, his past. This was only normal. He was bound to end up this way. A genius. He's more of a genius than Conk. It's no wonder the pavilion master wishes to recruit him as a disciple. Pan Zhong broke the stifling silence. Although he did nothing all this time, he felt as excited as though he was fighting the battle himself. The pavilion master has a great eye for talent. I can hardly believe that such a person exists. Lu Zhou looked ahead with a satisfied gaze. He looked at young Yu Zhenghai, who was sitting on the ground, looking confused. At this moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the village. How dare you kill my disciple? I'll kill you. The figure moved at lightning speed. His cultivation base was clearly a few levels higher than Gaelong's. This was bad. Nobody expected there to be more elites. Grand technique? The black figure flew out with his body straight. His palm seal brought with it a momentum that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. Bam! Young Yu Zhenghai was completely worn out. He could only close his eyes. There was a sound of a collision. Yu Zhenghai was sure he was going to die. However, after a moment, he discovered he did not feel any pain. He opened his eyes tentatively. He saw an old man standing before him, looking as lofty as Mount Tai. The palm strike did not land on Yu Zhenghai but on the old man's chest. The black figure's heart sank. He looked up. He saw Lu Zhou stroking his beard with one hand while the other hand was on his back. Lu Zhou said, I hate despicable men who use sneak attacks the most. Get lost. A surge of energy fanned out before Lu Zhou. The sound wave was like a substantial energy seal as it struck the black figure's face. He was sent flying, and his internal organs were grievously injured. His face contorted from the pain as he fell to the ground. Everything ended with just a strike. With the attack from the power of speech, the battle ended just like that. This black figure must have been the master of the Rolian cultivator, Gaelong. He was a nascent divinity realm elite. Gaelong was in the Brahman Sea realm, so his meridians were not connected. For the resurrected young Yu Zhenghai, he could not even compare to Gaelong, let alone this nascent divinity realm cultivator. You! Gaelong's master, who had fallen to the ground after failing to launch his sneak attack, looked up at the old man who foiled his plans. With the sun behind him, Lu Zhou, who was dressed in a long robe, looked tall and slender. Gaelong's master could not see Lu Zhou clearly. He asked furiously, Who are you? Lu Zhou did not answer him. Instead, he asked, Are you Gaelong's master? Yes. In that case, you deserve to die. This young man is my disciple. Lu Zhou pointed at young Yu Zhenghai, who was sitting limply on the ground behind him. Gaelong's master widened his eyes in his surprise. Then he surveyed his surroundings. Corpses and limbs were strewn everywhere on the ground. He saw his disciple, Gaelong, lying lifelessly on the ground as well. When he shifted his eyes to look behind the old man, he saw other cultivators looking at him. All of them had profound auras. Apart from that, a fierce beast holding a scabbard in its mouth rested on the ground as it watched the proceedings. How did these powerful people come to Little Guluo village? Lu Zhou no longer paid any attention to Gaelong's master. He did not even want to ask for his name. For a cultivator who was not even at the 5-leaf stage, he had many ways to kill him without using the extraordinary power. Gaelong's master's internal organs were injured beyond repair. His extraordinary 8 meridians were also torn shredded, and his primal chi inside his Dantian sea of chi had completely dissipated as well. He lay limply on the ground, staring at the sky, as he gradually stopped breathing. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 1,000 merit points. At this moment, young Yu Zhenghai got up with difficulty and kowtowed at Lu Zhou. Thank you, my savior. Lu Zhou turned around slowly. What did you call me? Young Yu Zhenghai felt embarrassed and quickly changed his words. Master. Get up. Young Yu Zhenghai's current posture, kneeling after sitting limply on the ground, was not befitting of the Evil Sky Pavilion's first disciple. Young Yu Zhenghai slowly rose to his feet. Lu Zhou appraised his first disciples again. Throughout the passage of time and the movement of the stars, there was always a cycle in destiny. Time would cause them to age, but it did not reverse their relationship as master and his disciple. Lu Zhou was also amazed by the special characteristics of the Wuxia tribe. He did not expect Yu Zhenghai to be restored to his youth. Unfortunately, Yu Zhenghai's memories and cultivation base seemed to have been sealed because of his obsession. Moreover, Yu Zhenghai's life was running out. It was just as Si Wuya had said. Even if Yu Zhenghai was successfully resurrected, he would not have long to live. In other words, Yu Zhenghai might die at any time. Yu Zhenghai looked up and said, I thought that you came up with a temporary excuse to save me. This saber is too precious. I'll return it to you now. He lifted the jasper saber with both hands above his head. When the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion heard this, they nodded. They were pleased this young man was tactful. After all, this was the prized saber of the Evil Sky Pavilion's first disciple. Yet, Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, This saber is called Jasper Saber. It's a heaven-grade weapon. From this day onward, it's yours. Although young Yu Zhenghai was excited, he looked at Lu Zhou in disbelief. He knew how precious a heaven-grade weapon was. Who would be so generous as to present a heaven-grade weapon as a gift to a young man whom he just met? Especially when said young man was so weak that he could not even protect himself. Apart from Si Wuya, the others from the Evil Sky Pavilion were taken aback. Is the pavilion master serious? Duanmu Sheng bowed and said, Master, you mustn't. Please reconsider, Pavilion Master. If he gave this weapon to someone else, did it not mean that he was giving up on Yu Zhenghai? This was crueler than taking Yu Zhenghai's life. Yu Zhenghai had a hard life as it was. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. He said sternly, Do I need you to tell me what to do? We dare not. The others lowered their heads and no longer dared to say anything. On the contrary, Si Wuya said, I support Master's decision. Did Mr. Seventh forget to bring his brains out today? This situation was akin to where existing members would not object to new members joining their team. However, if the newcomer was meant to replace the old members, it would surely disgust the existing team members. It was only natural the Evil Sky Pavilion disciples were unhappy that their eldest senior brother's possession was being gifted to a new member. Lu Zhou looked at young Yu Zhenghai and said, Keep it. Young Yu Zhenghai hesitated when he saw the way the others looked at him. However, when he saw his master's serious expression, he knelt and kowtowed as he said, Thank you, Master. Good. Lu Zhou replied curtly. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng approached Yu Zhenghai and said, Greetings, Mr. 11th. And Mr. 11th? Young Yu Zhenghai was slightly overwhelmed by the favor from his superiors. Pan Zhong smiled and said, You're lucky. This Jasper Saber was Mr. First's prized heaven-grade saber. Now that it's in your hands, make sure you don't tarnish its reputation. And Mr. First? At this moment, little Yuaner leaped out and said, Since Master has accepted you, that makes you little junior brother, right? The most junior one. Little junior brother. Conk chimed in. Ming-Shi shook his head. He said without much care, Little junior brother. Young Yu Zhenghai was the latest addition to the Evil Sky Pavilion. It was normal for them to address him as little junior brother. Duanmu Shang was more candid. He walked over and patted young Yu Zhenghai's shoulder as he said, Master has accepted you as his disciple, but you shouldn't let it get to your head. We've yet to see if you're worthy of wielding this saber. Si Wuya. The two elders greeted young Yu Zhenghai perfunctorily as well. Now, it's your turn to greet everyone else. Yu Zhenghai stepped over two corpses. He was about to bow when... Impudence! Lu Zhou's voice was so loud that it made the others tremble. They were taken aback. What was wrong with the pavilion master? Was he getting crankier with his age? Lu Zhou stood beside Yu Zhenghai and said, "Know your place. Hurry up and greet your eldest senior brother." The members of the Evil Sky Pavilion were stunned. They remained as still as wooden chickens. See, Wuxia explained, "It's the characteristics of the Wuxia tribe. Eldest senior brother didn't have much luck, and he was resurrected to the state when he was a youth." Realization finally dawned on the others. They were so shocked that their mouths fell open. Pan Zhong's expressions were a sight to behold. He looked as though he had eaten a fly. "I must salvage this. There must be some way." Without a second word, Pan Zhong removed his outer robe, stepped forward and said, "No wonder. I was thinking that you look familiar. Mr. First, I was joking earlier. Please don't hold it against me. I have a small frame, but please wear this. You can throw it away when we return." Thud. Pan Zhong fell to his knees and presented his outer robe to Yu Zhenghai. Zhou Jifeng was speechless. "Have you ever met Mr. First prior to this?" "Familiar, my ass. You deserved it." "Fortunately, I held my tongue." Mingshi Yin regarded Yu Zhenghai with a complicated look in his eyes. Although he had difficulty believing this, all things considered, it seemed like this young man was truly Yu Zhenghai. Then, he wasted no time in stepping forward and hugging the young man. Eldest senior brother. How I missed you." Yu Zhenghai frowned from this gesture and shrank back slightly. Duanmu Shang's expression was rigid. He bowed awkwardly and said, "Please don't be frightened by this, eldest senior brother." Lung Luo and Pan Litian said almost in unison, "Mr. First." They had suspected this from the beginning when Yu Zhengtai demonstrated the Great Dark Heaven Memorial, but they did not dare believe it. No wonder the young man had picked up the technique so quickly. No wonder he understood the essence of the Great Dark Heaven Memorial in an instant and could even use it to kill. Yu Zhenghai pushed Mingshi Yin away. Although the others were treating him the way he should be treated, he was still reserved and at a loss. Little Yuaner skipped over and said with a smile, "Oh, it's you, eldest senior brother. You won't blame me for that transgression, right?" "No, I won't." "What about me, eldest senior brother?" I won't." The others sighed in relief as though they had avoided a great disaster. Lu Zhou nodded and said, "I know that you have questions of your own. You'll understand them soon." Bayan flew over. The scabbard in its mouth fell to the ground. Yu Zhenghai exclaimed in surprise, "Senior brother's scabbard? HM? What senior brother was he talking about?" The others were stunned again. Eldest senior brother had the highest rank among the disciples, right? Whose rank could be higher than eldest senior brother? Yu Zhenghai picked the scabbard up. He cleaned the dirt off it with his tattered clothes. The veins on the scabbard could now be clearly seen. Lu Zhou understood what was going on and asked, "You called him your senior brother?" Yu Zhenghai answered honestly, "He's Yu Shangrong. He said he'll bring me to my master in Great Yen." Mingshi Yin said indignantly, "Second senior brother has gone overboard. How could he take advantage of the situation like this?" Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng looked around themselves and acted as though they heard nothing. They would certainly make mistakes if they said too much. On the other hand, they would not make mistakes if they kept quiet. Yu Zhenghai was confused. Second senior brother? The others addressed him as eldest senior brother even though he was clearly the newest addition. Lu Zhou looked at Yu Zhenghai, deep in thoughts. According to his current resurrected state, Yu Zhenghai did not seem to have completely lost his memories. His Dantian Sea of Qi was still intact. The cultivation method and his masterful sword techniques could be unleashed instinctively. What intrigued Lu Zhou was, his current state was slightly similar to Conk. The Luo woman, Conk, loss of memories, the awakening of cultivation base, everything seemed connected. Lu Zhou had already thought about this when he saw Yu Zhenghai. The more he thought about it, the more he found it made sense. Could the Luo woman also be a Wuxian and was resurrected as Conch? No. The individual's lifespan would shorten every time he or she was resurrected. Lu Zhou had examined Conch's body repeatedly. If she had been reborn, she would not possess such rich vitality. If she was not reincarnated, then what was it? The notebook said the red lotus would not limit one's longevity. In other words, did people with red lotuses have longer lives? He looked at Conch's naive and pure appearance. He could hardly connect her to the Luo woman from 300 years ago. However, the awakening state Conch displayed and Yu Zhenghai's condition clearly showed that it was possible. Was Conch the Luo woman? In the end, Lu Zhou shook his head and dismissed these thoughts. His priority at the moment was to find Yu Shangrong. If it were not for Bayan, they would not have been able to find this place even after a decade. At this moment, almost none of the others from the Evil Sky Pavilion could reconcile young Yu Zhenghai in his tattered robes to the majestic Yu Zhenghai they knew. "Where's Yu Shangrong?" Lu Zhou asked. Young Yu Zhenghai pointed in the direction of the 100,000-foot deep abyss and said, "He fell into the abyss to save me." The others were quiet. They could hardly believe this. Young Yu Zhenghai began to recount what had happened to Lu Zhou. The others were shocked. Lu Lan has the ambition of wolves. It's no wonder Mr. Second hasn't returned even until now. The Grand Shaman ambushed him, Pan Lydian said. Grand Shamans are able to invite deities and set up formations. There are only a handful of individuals capable of becoming a Grand Shaman in Lu Lan. Lu Lan is certainly desperate to exchange the lives of that many shamans for Mr. Second. Mingshi Yin said, "I don't believe Second's senior brother is dead. Master, I'll go and search for him." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around, preparing to make his way to the abyss. Lu Zhou said, "Wait." Mingshi Yin stopped moving, puzzled. Lu Zhou said, "Yu Zhenghai has just been resurrected. His state is unstable. All of you will stay here. I'll go and take a look." "Master!" His disciples bowed. "Master, you mustn't. The prospect of surviving that 100,000-foot deep abyss is extremely low," Wuxia said. "I volunteer to go down there to bring second senior brother back." "I'll go." "Your cultivation base is too weak," Duanmusheng said. "Stop arguing. My cultivation base is the most profound among us at the moment. I should go." Mingshi Yin stepped forward. Pan Lydian smiled and said, "All of you are still young. Why should you go? I'm a bag of old bones. I'll go." "Enough." Lu Zhou raised a hand and interrupted their argument. Everyone fell silent and looked at Lu Zhou in confusion. Lu Zhou looked at young Yu Zhenghai next to him and said, "Do as I say." "Understood." The others no longer dared to object. At the periphery of the 100,000-foot deep abyss, if one were to peer over the edge, nothing else but endless darkness could be seen. The disciples were all shocked by this sight. Little Yuaner and Conch could not bear to look at it and quickly averted their eyes. Wuxia said, "This abyss is half as long as heaven's moat." Many cultivators with an appetite for adventure had tried to see how deep this abyss was in the past. Unfortunately, none of them made it back. This abyss is too peculiar. Is it more peculiar than the four forests? Even junior sister Tianxin managed to return from the depths of Misty Forest. "We should believe in Master," Duanmusheng said. "You're right. Everyone said that going too deep into the four forests will only spell death. Now, those with a profound cultivation base could go in and bring a mount or two back with them," Mingshi Yin said with a smile. Pan Lydian remembered his own experience in Blackwood Forest. He said with a sigh, "It's strange, now that I think of it. The cultivation bases of humans have always been improving and progressing. Humans are exploring and conquering many previously unknown territories. The southernmost part of Heaven's Moat was once called the highest point of the world 800 years ago, and nobody could reach it. Yet, many had conquered it throughout the years." The others nodded in agreement to his words. Curiosity and exploration were natural for humans. Lu Zhou recalled what the Luo woman wrote in her notebook. Perhaps she had come here to explore as well. However, Great Yan's imperial tutor was the exact opposite. He longed for peace and sought a comfortable life. Yu Shangrong is my disciple, after all. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Lu Zhou said as he stepped into the air above the abyss. His disciples bowed in unison. We'll wait for you here, Master. We'll be waiting for you, Pavilion Master. Lu Zhou swept his gaze across the Evil Sky Pavilion disciples and members before he nodded. Then he descended slowly into the abyss. The members of the Evil Sky Pavilion watched as he descended. It did not take long before his figure was swallowed by the darkness. Lu Zhou maintained the speed of descent. When he looked up, he could still see the light from the sky. After a while, he increased the speed of his descent. The wind roared in his ears, and he activated his protective energy. He kept descending and would look up every so often. The sky was growing smaller and smaller, and the light was growing dimmer and dimmer. Is this abyss truly bottomless? Lu Zhou did not believe this. He continued descending. After some time, Lu Zhou suddenly felt a pulling force. A suction force? Lu Zhou felt his body grow heavier. It was as though some energy was pulling him from below, causing him to expend more and more primal chi as well. With Yu Shangrong's cultivation base, even if he falls into the depth of the abyss, he couldn't have died. Lu Zhou slowed his descent. The lower he descended, the stronger the pulling force became. There was a simple principle behind this. When he sank to the point where the pulling force was greater than his strength, that would be the point of no return. Where was Yu Shangrong? When it got a little too dark, Lu Zhou finally stopped descending. He regretted his decision slightly. He had forgotten to replenish his extraordinary power. After his battle with Carol, he was now left with only half of his extraordinary power. On top of that, his cultivation base was only at the 6-leaf stage. If he encountered something much more powerful than himself, would he not be in grave danger? He decided to check his merit points to boost his own confidence. Merit points: 8,103. This was bad. A deadly strike card cost 10,000 merit points. It was too expensive. After checking his points, Lu Zhou felt more flustered than he had ever been. If he had known he would feel this way, he would not have checked his points. Lu Zhou continued to descend after closing the interface. Meanwhile, the Evil Sky Pavilion disciples and elders waited next to the abyss. They could not help but feel slightly anxious when Lu Zhou did not return even after a long time had passed. Si Wuya said, "Judging by this depth, I don't think that he'll be back anytime soon. We should stay in Guluo village for the time being." The others nodded. No, young Yu Zhenghai shook his head. Perhaps he loathed the very mention of Guluo village. He had reacted strongly as soon as he heard the village's name. Si Wuya said at once, "Eldest senior brother, let's set up our tents around here." Then, "All right." Young Yu Zhenghai nodded. The others understood that they should not mention Guluo village again. Mingshi walked over and said, "Eldest senior brother, I'll carry your saber for you. This way, please." Yu Zhenghai had trouble getting used to this. Although the others felt awkward, this young man was undoubtedly the Evil Sky Pavilion's first disciple. With the confirmation from the Pavilion Master and Si Wuya confirming it, there was no way it was wrong. Mingshi was the only one who acted naturally. "Eldest senior brother, have a seat. I've wiped it down. I hope you don't mind," Mingshi said in an ingratiating tone. Duan Musheng rolled his eyes. He walked up to Mingshi and said, "Old Fourth, you're hopeless. Flattery won't raise your cultivation base." Mingshi retreated with a sheepish expression on his face. Duan Musheng produced his water skin and presented it to young Yu Zhenghai as he said, "This is water from a well in Great Yen. It's sweet and refreshing." Young Yu Zhenghai was slightly stunned. He looked at the water skin and seemed to be filled with emotion. Mingshi, Yu Zhenghai received the water skin. "Thank you." The others were dumbfounded. They had never seen Yu Zhenghai thank anyone before. Although his appearance had changed, the changes in his attitude were much more shocking. Eldest senior brother. Little Yuaner skipped over to young Yu Zhenghai. Young Yu Zhenghai asked awkwardly, "You are?" "I'm the former little junior sister and the current 9th junior sister. This is Conk, Master's latest disciple. Although you don't remember me, I remember you. Thank you for the cloud-treading boots," Little Yuaner said in one breath. Young Yu Zhenghai scratched his head. He was even more confused than before. He had no recollections of the things Little Yuaner mentioned. When Wuxia saw this, he stepped forward and began to explain to young Yu Zhenghai. He started from Yu Zhenghai's identity, how he joined the Evil Sky Pavilion as a disciple, founded the Nether Sect, conquered the 9 provinces, and eventually claimed the divine capital. Yu Zhenghai was greatly shocked by this. He could not believe it at all. Everyone knew that it was difficult to accept such facts. Hence, they dared not disturb him. They left him alone to give him time to digest all these things. The next morning, when the sun rose in the east, the others went to the edge of the abyss to have long. And yet, there was no sign of their master. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was still descending. He did not increase his speed and maintained the same speed. Currently, darkness surrounded him on all sides. Can I really not reach the bottom of the abyss? Lu Zhou had trouble believing this. As he descended, the pulling force intensified as well. In an attempt to find Yuxiangrong, he would launch a palm seal at fixed intervals. The shining golden palm seal was like a lantern at night that illuminated the surroundings. When Lu Zhou felt that he had gone far enough, he launched another palm seal. The shining golden palm seal was quickly swallowed by the darkness. Lu Zhou discovered the palm seal did not hit the abyss's rock walls like the previous ones. The bottom is hollow? He stopped and kept himself afloat by condensing his primal chi into energy. The pulling force from below had intensified considerably, so he had to spend even more primal chi. However, it was still manageable. Lu Zhou raised his palm that glowed with a golden light. The areas a few meters around him lit up. He discovered there was nothing around him. Everything about his surroundings made him feel cold despite the temperature. This time he launched a palm seal down. Soon enough, a crisp sound rang in the air, surprising Lu Zhou. "I'm near the bottom?" He decided to descend. After a while, he raised his hand, holding a golden sphere that looked like a miniature sun. When he looked down, he could hardly believe the sight that greeted his eyes. There was a boundless sea beneath him. He could not see an end to it. What shocked him further was that the water was black. Black water. It looked like a new world down here. Lu Zhou hovered above the black water. He did not dare to recklessly touch the black water. He continued to observe his surroundings with the help of his glowing golden sphere. After a while, he discovered that he had drifted to another place even though he did not move. Due to how dark it was and not having a point of reference, he did not notice it all. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. No wonder he could not find Yuxiangrong. With this, it would be much more difficult to find Yuxiangrong. The black water was so calm that it seemed like a glass pane. Lu Zhou flew backward and saw a reef. He landed on it and began to replenish his primal chi. At the same time, he kept himself alert to any minute changes in his surroundings. He suddenly recalled his power of hearing, and an idea formed in his mind: to gain the power to hear everything so that we can hear voices in all realms at will. His ear glowed with faint blue light, and he felt the range of hearing widened. There were no movements or sounds. Soon after, swoosh, a red fish had leaped out of the water in front of him. It was a glowing red fish. Lu Zhou struck with his palm. Fiend Monk's hand seal. The shining blue hand seal sailed toward the red fish. Bam! The Fiend Monk's hand seal grabbed the red fish. A fish capable of producing red energy? This had exceeded the bounds of Lu Zhou's understanding. He raised the red fish and noticed it had an exceptionally stubborn will to live. It was 100 times more stubborn than any fish he had ever seen. The red fish struggled to break free of his clutches to return to the black water. "You livestock, thinking of going back?" He raised his palm and struck. Bam! Perhaps his force was too strong. A soft noise rang in the air as the red fish spat out a red ring of light. Lu Zhou retracted his palm. The ruby item fell into his palm. Ding! Obtained red fish heart X1. Red fish heart. Provides 100 years of life. Really? He obtained 100 years of life with a casual swipe of his hand? Lu Zhou was shocked. He looked at the red fish's corpse and the red fish heart. Let's put it away for now. He wrapped it up and started replenishing his primal qi. The primal qi here was exceptionally dense. He recovered at an exceptional rate. At the same time, Lu Zhou stayed a while longer on the reef to replenish his extraordinary power. Without any point of reference, he could only gauge the passage of time with his senses. After what seemed like hours, Lu Zhou started hearing the sound of waves. When he looked at the spot where the red fish had appeared earlier, he saw the black water surged into a towering wave. What's this? Splash! Lu Zhou gauged his extraordinary power. He noticed that it was nearly full. He no longer dallied. He leaped up and dodged the wave of black water as soon as it dropped. Up and rose. Then he saw an extremely huge red fish emerging from the black water. Due to the black water, its glow was not very prominent. However, as soon as it broke the surface of the water, a red light burst forth. Lu Zhou could sense the hostility from the red fish. Its huge eye rolled around, scanning its surroundings, before it found him. Lu Zhou did not think he should stay here for long. He launched a palm seal down and broke free of the pulling force. It leaped out of the water, raising its head before opening its jaws. It was clear it intended to devour Lu Zhou. Although it had leaped lightly into the air, the waves it stirred up reached a tremendous height. Livestock! Lu Zhou aimed his palm that was shining with a faint blue light down. The scripts of abandoned wisdom appeared between his fingers, and a palm seal that was larger than usual appeared under his feet. Then, he pressed down. Lu Zhou had used half of his extraordinary power on this move. He could sense how powerful the red fish was. It was more powerful than the 8-leaf experts he had encountered. Abandoned wisdom descended. This palm seal's size was unprecedented. Even then, the supersized palm seal was barely the size of the huge fish. Boom! An explosion rang in the air. From afar, a golden ripple seemed to spread in the sky, releasing countless rings of light. Splash! The red fish's miserable cry rang in the air before it fell into the black water. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. An expression of incredulity could be seen on his face. What a powerful creature! This reminded Lu Zhou of the 10,000-year-old Cheng Huang that Yi Tianxin described. The size of Cheng Huang had exceeded his understanding at that time. How could he not be shocked when he saw this? A creature from the Red Lotus domain? Lu Zhou hovered in midair as he surveyed his dark surroundings again. He fell deep into thought. If this was the Red Lotus domain, how were humans supposed to survive in this dark space and boundless black water territory? Great Yan's imperial tutor, the Luo woman, Conch. They were all cultivators from the Red Lotus domain. The Luo woman had also described in her notebook that Great Yan was similar to where she was from. Then where was this place? At this moment he heard a loud splash. He looked up and saw a huge wave that rose even higher than the ones before. The huge red fish leaped out of the water again with a force much more intense and furious than before. Back for revenge? Lu Zhou remembered the small red fish and the red fish heart. A small red fish heart gave him 100 years of life. What about this huge red fish? Alas, he only had half of his extraordinary power left. If he used it all now, he would be left with nothing. Although primal qi was dense here, it was too dangerous for him to do that. He had no guarantee that other more powerful creatures would not attack him. Forget it! Lu Zhou lifted his right hand. A deadly strike card appeared in his palm. He exerted some force and shattered the item card. A miniature vortex, swirling anti-clockwise, appeared in his palm. He struck with his palm. The Great Seal of Fearlessness. The Great Seal of Fearless removed fear from the hearts of men and made people feel at ease. The palm seal illuminated the area within 10,000 meters. How great was this Great Seal Fearlessness? For reference, Lu Zhou was only the size of the red fish's eyeball. However, the gigantic red fish was only the size of a fingernail compared to this great seal of fearlessness. The entire place was instantly lit up. Light had always been the best element to dispel darkness and fear. The immensely large great seal of fearlessness slammed into the red fish's face. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded in the chasm, causing the black water to surge and roil. The energy explosion created a brilliant firework display in the dark. Ding! Killed the beast, Qiyao. This reward, Lu Zhou had difficulty accepting it. Qiyao? This red fish's name is Qiyao. The explosion of energy lasted for a while before it finally dissipated. Lu Zhou watched as parts of Qiyao's body dropped into the black water. When he looked up, he saw a red orb floating in the air. Without a second thought, he dove and extended a hand. Monk's hand seal. He immediately grabbed it in his hand. Ding! Obtained Qiyao's heart X1. Qiyao's heart provides 1,200 years of life. 200 years of life? Was this a coincidence? According to the Luo woman, this was the same amount of life needed to break through to the 9-leaf stage for Great Yan's cultivators. Lu Zhou removed his robes. He wrapped the red fish heart and Qiyao's heart together and carried it on his back. He could hardly care about his appearance at this moment. Then he glanced at the message on the dashboard. Purchase Deadly Strike card. After purchasing another Deadly Strike card, he was left with more than 3,000 merit points. Killing Qiyao merely rewarded him with 5,000 merit points, but he had to spend 10,000 merit points on this card. It was not practical to farm for Qiyao's hearts using item cards. Lu Zhou purchased this card just in case he was lucky enough to encounter another Qiyao. Qiyao's heart. Based on the system, a cultivator could reach the 9-leaf stage with this. He would purchase the Deadly Strike card to get more Qiyao's hearts even if it cost him 20,000 merit points per card. Unfortunately, Lu Zhou hovered above the water for a long time, but there was no other Qiyao. No other beasts emerged as well. Perhaps, Qiyao had been territorial so other beasts did not dare to approach. Qiyao's heart shone through the wrappings. There were too many hidden secrets in the abyss, but it was too dangerous to remain here. After muttering to himself for a while, Lu Zhou felt that it was time for him to return. He flew up. Whenever he felt the pulling force, he would release some extraordinary power to negate it. Looking up from below, Lu Zhou resembled a star flying toward the dark sky. Near the 100,000-foot deep abyss, there were tents, tables, and chairs scattered around the campground. Wuxia was sketching something like a map on the table. Eventually, he finished sketching the outline of the 100,000-foot deep abyss. This is the structure of the top of the 100,000-foot deep abyss. I've flown for about 8 days. It's the widest in the south and narrowest in the north. It's 1/5 the length of Heaven's Moat. Guluo village is here, not far from where we are. The Rolian's territory is to the west, and it's blocked by the forest. Due north past several valleys is Cloud Rage River. West of Cloud Rage River is Rongbei, Wuxia explained. What's all this for? Mingshi was perplexed. Fourth senior brother. This is the bigger picture. The abyss is huge and we can't see a thing down there. Master will surely be flying around in search of second senior brother, and he might have lost his way. I've already stationed some men near the abyss to await Master's return, Wuxia explained. However, the southern part of the abyss is extremely wide. It's close to Heaven's Moat, and cultivators can't approach it easily. Mingshi gave him a thumbs up and said, "That's amazing. Thank you for the praise, fourth senior brother." At this moment, Pan Zhong walked over, bowed and said, "Mr. Seventh, there's a report from the Imperial City. The 8-leaf cultivator has already been killed by Miss Sixth and the ancient saint cult master." "I see." Wuxia nodded. "The Rolians are probably flustered and frustrated with so many of their elites dead," Mingshi said. Wuxia said, "If all goes well, the 12 allied nations will soon come. Carol was an 8-leaf-and-a-half cultivator. They're only a bunch of misfits." Mingshi waved his hand dismissively. At this moment, young Yu Zhenghai emerged from a tent and said, "If I may be so bold as to make a request." Mingshi immediately bowed, cupped his fists, and said, "Eldest senior brother, our lives will shorten if you talk to us like that. Just tell us what to do. They're all saying that your cultivation base is the most profound among everyone here. So, I want to spar and cultivate with you." Mingshi. How was he supposed to answer this question? He wished someone would give him the answer. "I know of an empty space around here. It's a nice place to spar. I won't take too much of your time. I can't help but feel that my saber technique has improved." Your expression? I'm sorry. Did I say something that made you feel uncomfortable? Mingshi shook his head and said, "Eldest senior brother, please don't do this. Are you possessed by second senior brother?" "Possessed? It's nothing. I'll go. It's only a sparring session, right? Let's go. I'll spar with you, eldest senior brother." Mingshi was formulating several detailed plans in which he would be defeated. 10 days passed. Lu Zhou was numb from all the flying. If it were not for the glow from Qi Yao's heart reminding him that he was ascending, he would have lost all sense of direction. Unfortunately, he did not manage to find Yu Shangrong on this trip. The airflow would move one around. This element would make it difficult for him to search for Yu Shangrong again. However, he was certain Yu Shangrong was not dead. As long as Yu Shangrong was alive, there was still hope. Lu Zhou, who was lost in his thoughts, looked up at this moment and saw a round patch of the sky. The moon! The appearance of the moon invigorated his mind and senses. "I'm back. Please enter the translation." Lu Zhou did not know how much time he had spent in the darkness. The long period of flying and ascending had numbed his senses. In any case, the appearance of the moon in the skies undoubtedly invigorated him, and he felt relieved. He gauged his remaining primal qi. There was not much left. However, it was still sufficient for him to continue flying. The pulling force had long disappeared. Lu Zhou raised a hand and launched a palm seal. The golden palm seal illuminated the area before him. He saw the familiar rock face of the abyss. Shortly after, he felt a gust of cold wind blowing against him. Swoosh! Lu Zhou emerged from the 100,000-foot deep abyss. His vision instantly widened, and the claustrophobic sensation had disappeared. He flew up into the sky and surveyed his surroundings. His disciples were nowhere in sight. Then, he looked at the seemingly endless darkness below him. Although his appearance was calm, his skin broke out in goosebumps. Soon after, he descended near the edge of the abyss. Although it was dark, he could still see his surroundings. Lu Zhou left the abyss and walked forward. After a short while, he realized that the group had grown slightly steep. After skirting around a huge boulder, he discovered that it was a crater that resembled a bowl. The entrance of the 100,000-foot abyss was at the bottom of the crater. Swoosh! He continued flying. The roar of the wind rang in his ears. Lu Zhou looked up and saw snow all around him. Heaven's Moat! He realized he had already arrived at Heaven's Moat. There was an empty region where the abyss and Heaven's Moat overlapped. He flew higher. He was now at the peak of Heaven's Moat. This was the southernmost part of Heaven's Moat, the highest mountain in the world, a place where nobody could reach. He did not expect this. He took in his surroundings, confirming it was the highest point of Heaven's Moat. It was not snowing here. The snow on the ground must have been blown here from somewhere else. The wind here varied in intensity. He removed his sack. He rewrapped it in more layers to cover the red glow. Then, he slung it on his back again as he prepared to descend Heaven's Moat. After some time, he was at the edge of Heaven's Moat. He was about to launch himself into the air when a weathered and gruff voice rang amidst the roaring wind. "You survived." If it were anyone else, they would have jumped in shock. However, after experiencing the darkness of the abyss, Lu Zhou was delighted to hear another person's voice. He turned around and scanned his surroundings. Who's there? He walked along the edge of the land and saw a hidden small rock cave. The voice had come from the cave. At this moment, a figure made of smoke emerged from the cave. It billowed for a moment before gradually taking form under the moonlight. The moon shone on him, revealing his appearance. He seemed like an old man older than 60 years. His eyes were dark, and he had a dark beard. Despite his emaciated appearance, there was an unmistakably noble air about him. 3 feet of ice would not form overnight. For someone to be at the peak of heaven's moat, he was surely someone with high status. I'm Jiang Wuxia. We meet again. We meet again? Lu Zhou studied the person before him and asked in confusion. I've never met you before. Why did you call out to me? Jiang Wuxia shook his head. He said slowly and with certainty in a gruff voice, I've met you thrice, sir. Our first encounter was when I just arrived on this land and discovered that you were the greatest 8-leaf cultivator. Hence, I requested an audience. Jiang Wuxia said. During our second encounter, we talked through the night. I told you about the 9-leaf stage and the calamity that it would bring. You promised you'll never attempt the 9-leaf stage. Then you sealed your memories. I wonder why you went back on your words and tried to reach the 9-leaf stage by force. Then he continued to say, our third encounter was when you were assaulted by the 10 great elites. You were gravely injured. You didn't see me, but I saw you. Lu Zhou guessed his identity immediately. He said, Imperial Tutor? They call me Grand Duke Jiang, Jiang Wuxia said. So it's you. The wind roared and raged. And yet, Jiang Wuxia remained unaffected. It made sense. Out of all the cultivators in the world, the Imperial Tutor who had knowledge of the Red Lotus domain was the only one who would appear here and guard the abyss. Well, it was either him or the adventurous Luo woman. Although I was attacked by the 10 great elites, I didn't die. Were you the one who snuck up on me? Lu Zhou asked. I had no other choice. Jiang Wuxia placed his hands on his back and said, Since you've sealed your memories and given up leveling up, why did you suddenly change your mind? Lu Zhou shook his head. He asked, Will the 9-leaf stage truly bring about a disaster? When he heard this, Jiang Wuxia looked at the night skies, seemingly lost in thoughts. He muttered to himself for some time. He turned and looked at the abyss and said, Qi Yao is but the tip of the iceberg. To them, humans are only a delicacy. Beasts are easy to deal with, but the hearts of men are unpredictable. You're from the Red Lotus world. Are you worried they'll destroy this place? Lu Zhou asked. Jiang Wuxia did not seem surprised by Lu Zhou's question. His expression remained calm. He did not answer Lu Zhou's question. Instead, he asked, How did you survive the coordinated attack? By sheer luck, Lu Zhou replied, giving an ambiguous answer. Did you see Qi Yao? Jiang Wuxia asked. I didn't only see it, but I killed it as well, Lu Zhou replied. Jiang Wuxia was shocked. His brows were tightly knitted together. Under the moonlight, one could see the expression of incredulity on his face. I've told you there's no need to answer this question. Let me ask you this. I'm already at the 9-leaf stage. Where is this so-called disaster that you talked about? Lu Zhou asked. Jiang Wuxia stepped forward, slightly surprised. He appraised Lu Zhou again. 9-leaf? I won't be convinced until I've seen it myself. He was certain in his belief that the 9-leaf stage would bring forth disaster. Lu Zhou would not simply summon his avatar. Even if he had the disguise card, he would not use it without due cause. Since Jiang Wuxia liked guessing, Lu Zhou decided to let him guess. He deftly avoided the topic and said, Although the Red Lotus doesn't limit one's life, it's still bound by heaven and earth's shackle. Can you stop people from trying to break heaven and earth's shackle? Jiang Wuxia sighed and said, So, you've met Luo Shirin. Luo Shirin. Lu Zhou repeated the name. Jiang Wuxia turned around. He walked toward the cave and said, She's a lunatic, just like you. Where's she now? Jiang Wuxia remained silent. Lu Zhou added, She supported the idea of improving people's strength. In contrast to you, you're both from the same place, but you hold different views. No. Jiang Wuxia had his back against Lu Zhou as he said, She doesn't know how foolish her actions are. Since you encountered Qiyao, you should understand how powerful Qiyao is. Even a powerful red lotus cultivator wouldn't take Qiyao lightly. And, please show me your avatar. Zhang Wenqiu stopped at the cave's entrance and turned around to look at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou shook his head. Why should I show you just because you asked me to? Who do you take me for? Zhang Wenqiu's face was weathered. He said slowly, You have many secrets. Unfortunately, I don't have much time. I wish that you'd lower your cultivation base. What if I refuse? I'll just have to do it myself then. You? Lu Zhou was puzzled. Don't question my ability. After saying this, Zhang Wenqiu raised a hand and struck. An almost translucent palm seal sailed forth. Lu Zhou raised his palm as well. A blue palm seal shot out. When Zhang Wenqiu saw the blue palm seal, an expression of shock appeared on his face. Blue palm seal? Boom! The blue palm seal collided with Zhang Wenqiu's palm seal.